Okay. Fucking. What's this? Right. Reader started. UI start. Duration equals path. Let's hack that fucking meter. This text label. Too early to program. Do tween for some animation. I can't even be bothered commenting, it's too early. Okay. Slider. Slider. Do value. No. Shit, I want to use value because slider doesn't have its own do tween stuff. No problem. How do you slider? How do you use this again? Oh, never mind. It's legit. And now 1. Duration. Lovely. And then this can be interrupted. So I have to hold on to this slider. Progress animation. What's that? Sure. And then if we cancel this guy, which I'll test here, get interrupted. So if the bot moves while it's hacking, I guess we'll have a coroutine to interrupt. Coroutine. No, it's in here. Yeah, I need to. Hacking. Game progress. Here we go. I guess what's the target? So when this guy moves, let's group this all together. Back. Back to the robot. Commands. So the hack's in progress and they start moving. So any moving that's always done. So far in here, since they're all, it's not right. Just two. Someone wants you to know. I'm hacking. Hacking in progress. Is in progress, then interrupt it. And that'll pretty much stop the hacking. So hacking in progress. So no. Any hacking should probably interrupt any processes. Interrupt processes. Yeah, that's better. And then anything going on that I might be in the middle of doing. If I get hit or I stop moving or whatever happens, I run out of batteries. Oh, I'm supposed to wake up now. Too late, buddy. That will interrupt the hacking. Maybe someone more general now. So when I stop moving, it'll interrupt. Operate in the simplest level. There we go. Yes. And that. So when it starts the traffic parking meter, it's hacking, waits for hacking time, then it's hacked. If it's interrupted, it kills the coroutine. And what I want it to do is, well, that. Yeah, and this should be hidden. In fact, the whole thing should be hidden. So that's going to be to look like these stats. No, both of these. Slap them under an object. Container. Super lazy. Call this progress. Continue. Set active. See, I want to fade that. That'd be nice. Just start animating more. It is day 5. So that'll be canvas group. Yeah, that'll be good. Ooh, it looks nice with the outline. But we don't want to ignore the casts. This whole thing is not interactable. So that'll be progress container, canvas group, and do fade that into 1 over, I don't know, fade duration, probably like 1/4 seconds. Less is more. Yeah. Bring that on. And make sure I make it invisible first. Alpha 0. And when this gets interrupted, we also need to progress stop. Yeah. And this guy's gonna kill this somehow. Stop. Shit, I don't know how you actually stop a detune value. Do have to do it directly. Stop. Kill. Kills between. Vicious. Kills between. Okay, I'm gonna wait kind of like in the comment again. Big in the progress. UI. Process label. And start progress animation. We stop it, we stop the progress animation. And fade out. Fade out. UI. Progress UI. So the container dot fade to 0 or fade duration. Lovely. And probably should know that. Doesn't seem important, but I'm gonna do it anyway. Come on, not crime. Need crimes before police. My adorable little crime bot. Look at this guy. Got a big police bot out here. Let's see. What was that? Start should take, yeah, okay. Left again. And stop fapping about. Let's test the fucker. So it should only get tested here. I wander up to that thing and start hacking. Once I wire all this stuff up. Progress label. Label it is label. Slider. Oops. Slider. Canvas group. And we're good. And that's all inside the parking meter. He's also going to need progress UI. There it goes. And now, don't think that's everything. Let's give it a go. Go to meter. Oh no, buddy. Hack the meter. Let's see how much this explodes in my face. Oh. Oh. Worked. It doesn't close and it started at halfway full. That's okay. That's great. So start at 0. And I'll do that in code too. Progress UI start. Slider dot value 0. And I don't think there should be any kind of easing on this. That's done after, I think. Set easing. Set ease. I want linear ease. Linear? I think that's how that works. And when it's finished, I guess it kind of just handles itself. Did I take an action? It is. We'll assume that I'll just assume that the whatever this thing is being triggered by handles its own finish as well. What? Play it, something about it. Oh. Come on, little guy, hack it away. There's no range check on hacking, I'm just hacking here. Hacking. I'm gonna hide that. And hacking completed. Looks nice. Let's hide that initially. Start 0. Let's make sure that's in the prefab. Very nice. Today's going to be productive, I think. That's programming languages and more programming gameplay. Alright, so let's do a range check on this. We're watching a lot of things. A lot of stuff. Not the go-tos. Pickups, definitely. Where should it fail? I think it needs to. It's out of range. Does it really want to crash, or does it want to move to it? Ooh. I always said moving would be a different command. What to do? I can move in there. Sure. That means I'll be doing it everywhere. It doesn't mean the code will be a lot shorter. Let's just say hack nearest traffic meter. It's supposed to move to nearest traffic meter and then hack meter, right? If the target is far away, whatever that far away is. So if vector 3 distance between the robot and the target, the target's a pickup, so the target as a base agent. Big assumption that it is, but it bloody well should be. Transform position, if that is greater than min interaction distance, it'll be a robot thing. Float, let's set it up right now. I don't know, 3 meters. It's all going to be in movement, kinda. Sure, influence also movement. So if our guy is not in range, let's simplify this. If not in range, I'm gonna make that a, yeah, I'll make that a base thing. So that will just target, which will convert for me. Actually, I won't be able to convert it for me, but that's okay. And we'll make this guy also, well, in range is pretty much, no, I think base agent should have this. So this is going to be base agent targets, same code. Lost my code. Where did I put it? There. And then I'll have to convert that to base agent. Ah. You're complaining about target. Pick up target. Oops, I lost my clipboard. That's my line. Pick up target. It's base agent. Giant cap lock key. If it's not in range, do the thing. Back to the thing. And pretty much just return this, which means I'm going to pull some stuff up into the, pull this up into base class, and I'm going to take min interaction distance with me. Can I search through this? No, that's not great. I'll do it manually. Be for days. That's fine. Base agents. Find is the error. Main interaction distance. Pull that guy up too. Get somewhat sensible. Neat. So now everybody's got that. Back to the Zipperbot. Execute commands. Go to doesn't need a range, pickup needs a range. If it's out of range, then we want, is it a target? It is. We want move to, I think pickup has a transform. Yes, it's excellent. You want move to object with callback. So the object should just be a transform. So that's going to be our pickup target dot transform. When it's reached, we do this stuff. Basically, we do this stuff. Ugh. I don't want to repeat myself here. I really don't. Oh, rebel. Nested method. Pick up. Disgusting, they said. They were wrong. What's he doing? Gross. Pick up target. Not pleasant. I'll probably regret that. Ooh, look at that. Actually. When I get absolutely tiny to piss off somebody. So this is the kind of fall I'm looking for. Everywhere. So dropping doesn't need a range. Plugging definitely needs a range. The thing you're plugging into is the one that needs the range. So plug in target. Yeah, plug in target. Does this thing. And now we do the range check. And it's the plugin target this time. Oh, plugin subject B. Yeah, we're plugging A into B. We're holding A, yeah, so B, the thing has to be close. So we need this. Nice. So go to plugin, and when it's all done, we plug it in. Well, I can simplify this even more, like decorator or something. I can get fancy later. Unplug, same deal. A and B should be in range. Ooh. That's a problem. What if they're not actually... Try to unplug that wasn't plugged into. Okay, after this, we can assume they're in the same location, but they wouldn't be plugged into each other. So at this point, that... Oh yeah, this is hacky as hell. It's only unplugging itself right now. That was a super late night hack. Also gross. But we'll have to come back to it when it becomes important. So let's keep this hackiness alive and well. Unplug from itself will be inside there. I don't know why this is not working. We'll see in a second. If subject, either one of the subjects, it doesn't matter. So they plug into each other. If either subject is far away, and that would be as base agent. What is subject A? Has it not been initialized? Unplug subject A. Copy paste. Failure. Then move to it, and then do this guy when we're done. Unhappy because I did not initialize these guys up here. Unplugged target. God damn. That's interesting. It knew through there. Ooh, this is a nested method. Be smart. That's kind of cool. Unplug himself. Has 2. Do it from 3. I guess it has 2, doesn't it? We don't care about. Yeah, plug it. The thing. A is a thing we're unplugging. We should probably name these better. Subject to unplug. Plugged into subject. Just to be clear. Try to unplug subject time. Yeah, that makes sense. And then we go to, we move to either, do the thing. We're getting there, we're getting there. Idle, now finally hack needs the same treatment. These, I gotta be careful with actually. If I'm gonna use these, I should probably keep them in once we've reached. Once we've reached the place. I feel it's gonna be gross though. I'm not sure it's that critical. Don't think that's that critical, but it feels like it should. Feels like this stuff. This prevents the robot from like spamming the same thing. So if it's plugged something into itself and then immediately sees it as the lowest battery, it'll unplug it. So it's like don't touch those things with it. It'll make it look for something else. Prevent it just spinning its wheels. So now I kind of want this everywhere. It's a bit nasty, but. And where does it go again? Here. That will be plug in. And it will be both the subjects, I suppose. It's like down here. Still all that to do. Grab this guy again. Head up to pick up. Pick up's gonna want it here. Pick up target. You know that one is necessary. And it runs this guy. And pick up target. It's converting. Because it's something to pick up. Should be using each of those things more. More interfaces. Come on, little guy. Soon. I'm not gonna chase you around with a little police bot. Okay, so the hacking. Should have tested one of these before I went crazy. Same deal. Hack's gonna be a nasty little nested method. Why are nested methods hated so much? They're not that bad. So if the hacking target, should we name this hacking target, is as bait agent, that's not in range, and swing on down. Hacking target should, let's keep the hacks on rolling then. So have a transform 2. Wonderful Unity hack there. Get. Where can I live? There. What's it you're whining about? Right, of course it is. Naming. Okay, so now we can pass. We've got past the hackable target. Now we want to hack them. This will actually do the work, which is just this. Yep. And we probably want an interaction target so you don't spam hack something. Yep. As can I make it so this is implicitly? Can I make that implicitly? Give it an implicit conversion? Oh, detour. I want to know. It's the only way to learn. C#. Implicit conversions for interfaces. That would save me a lot of hassle. I'll just try adding one. Implicit conversions. And then I'll just make it part of the interface. So it looks like, I guess you can have statics in interfaces. So I want that. I want a implicit conversion in, we'll start with hackable. We'll force it to have, oh god. No. No, this looks nasty. Shame. This might be possible. I just don't know if I can rabbit hole that right now. Base agent. That one I know is what I want. Hack the target, otherwise hack the target. So move to the hacking location, hack it, add it to an interaction list. Comments abound. This is gross. This is so screaming for a generalization. Like the patterns are just repeating everywhere. But game jam. What you gonna do? I totally want to make this into a game on Infinite Site. I think it could be really fun. Programming little bots to do crime for you in plain English. I think it'd be fun. So now I should be able to do everything, all that sprawling code works. I should be able to just hack from any distance. So if I to say hack nearest meter, or just hack meter. Should ever wander over there. Okay, let me try distance. Hack meter. Silence. So it got to... We got, yeah, it ran that, so it must have reached, let's just debug it. Not in a mood, back and about. I can just F5 it. Hack meter. You can do it, mate. Alright, a bunch of leftover debugs yesterday. Here we go. Got a target. Wonderful. It's legit. It's not in range. Ah. Okay, it was claiming it's in range. And then I went straight for the hack target. That didn't seem to work either. On hacking started this. Interesting. What's wrong with this? Target. So the distance is greater. Oh, this minimum threshold may have been lost. It may have lost its value. Let's check our robot. Hello, people. I don't know if anybody's watching. I just talk to myself anyway, so it's neither here nor there. Come on. Oh, there's two people. Hello. I promise it'll be more interesting once we start doing crimes. And the what is this doing? It's just in a deep. Oh, god damn it! It wasn't flashing. I'm confused by that. Crimes and police bots. That's the order of the day, because the programming language looks pretty decent. This is what it looks like now. So you can put like kind of complex programs in here. That's one's a bit confusing. Let's see. So this guy just hangs around. He just sits there, and it's constantly checking this if statement. So if the nearest battery is low, so he's always looking on the lookout for batteries that need charging. Then he'll go to the nearest battery. He'll pick up the nearest battery. Or he'll pick up that battery. Then he'll go to the nearest charger and he'll plug it in the charger. And then he'll go back to sleep and just wait for the next battery to be low. So that's this guy's job. And everything's gonna be programmed like this. So even the cops and maybe even the parking meters and chargers and stuff. Right now it's just the robots, but there's nothing stopping me from having anything programmable. Right now I want to hack this thing and it's gonna spit out bot coins everywhere, which I'll probably automatically pick those up. Anything in a radius, this guy will pick up. And then they'll go into his inventory. At some point, he has to return to HQ to deposit his loot, his swag. Kind of got over the hump of all the programming stuff. It's still clunky. It's still some stuff it doesn't support, but now it supports these if statement. Like this one's a bit different. He just randomly walks from battery to battery, and if he gets low, if this robot is low on power, he'll go to the nearest battery. He'll pick up the battery. He'll plug the battery into this robot. That's himself. Then he'll wait until. Now I don't support spaces, unfortunately. That's too much. So single words for now. Wait until this robot is charged, and then he'll just pop the battery out of his back and carry on to do his pointless task of wandering around between batteries. But this works as well. So I have a few more commands like wait and sleep and stuff, which help a lot. And let's get back to work. I wanted to debug that range thing and see what's afoot. Well, I wanted to check if the range is even set on the robot. Should be 3. I mean, yeah, it's 3. So what's wrong with our in range? What's going on here? More debugging. No, it's bad. Dist is fine. Just get it done. Boop. Return dist. Is this debug? Sure. Bar. Oh, I already am debugging. Okay. Let's go. More beer. Okay. Let's walk away a bit. And then hack that meter. Go. Alright. So let's step on over to in range. Doop. There it is. Distance should be sizable. 13 meters. And oh. Yeah, no, that's right. 13 meters, 3 meters. This is true. That's true. Wait, I got that completely wrong. They're in range if the distance... Oh my god. I just okayed that as well. Like a fool. If the distance is less than or equal to the minimum... God damn. There we go. Boolean logic. I don't know how many human brains out there are really designed to wire it up for that shit, but... Ooh, maybe I should make this game VR while I'm at it. Sure. I'll make a HoloLens version. Little crime bots running all over the place. Okay. Hack that meter. Okay, now he's gonna go to it, and when he gets there, gets on the hacking. Oh. And then parking meter's been hacked. Okay, that's smooth. I really don't like the fact he bumps into stuff. I need I think a cheap win here would just be to just change the stopping distance on the nav and change it. Just to like 2 or something. Maybe 1. I don't know how I'm confused by the units here. What is it? Meters? Like, how much is a meter? So this is 1. That's a meter. Yeah, 1 meter seems reasonable. Let's try it. This keeps ramming into stuff. It's kind of disconcerting. I mean, I could put colliders on them, but you'll just slide off everything. Hack the meter. Go on over. Have a stop. Whoop. That didn't do anything. Is he overridden that? Sorry, wrong thing. Nav mesh stopping distance. Alright, let's get more generous. Stopping distance 3. The one that's actually doing the thing. Let's use his overridden. No. Let's see. It's always nice to do these little touches while you think of it. Otherwise you just forget. And that's in that. Stop. Oh, that looks okay. But now he's probably too far away still. Maybe 2. That should be in a... Yeah, proper. This might not be good for everything he's moving to. As long as the interaction distance... Oh, the interaction distance was 3, so it has to be definitely less than 3. 2 should be nice. Even 2.5 should be fine. And we can make the interaction distance a little bigger if we need to. Ha! Yeah, mate, what's the deal? What are you doing? I'll make it 3 again. Why does it keep... I think it's a little bit random. It kind of floats a bit. It's too floaty for his own good. So 3, and then it'll set his interaction distance to like... Yeah, let's just do 5. We'll be generous, because most of the time the code will bring them closer. Did I make a change to that when it was playing? I don't think I did. 5, 3. Let's give it another go. Attack the meter. And now you get piss coins everywhere. That should be fun. Have them get swallowed up. Yeah, that's nice, but it doesn't reach it. I think my movement state stuff is my movement state thing is bullshit. It's the word, technical word. So my robot move base state has reached destination. Okay, yeah. This has got to get tweets. That's like, whoa, massive. But this is gonna kind of stomp on stuff because it stops him regardless. This is stopping the whole. Maybe this should actually be the stopping distance. I'm just not convinced that. I think we could safely say the interaction distance, actually. Which I can't access for some reason. Is that? It's probably private. Probably. Base agent. Yeah, let's protect that. Should be the only one protected. So the interaction distance. No, I do want him to get closer now, though. So I'm gonna stand by my nav agent stopping distance. I mean, that's when the nav mesh agent would consider it stopped. So who started the nav mesh agent? Not me. Hack meter. Oh, he gets started before he gets there. I don't know if I just like that or not. It's okay. It's some tweaking required. Let's try a bit more complicated script here before I get into the money shooting everywhere and the crimes and all the fun. I'm gonna put a few parking meters around, and I'll give this guy a slightly more interesting program. So his program, well, he doesn't even have a program right now, will be go to random parking meter. So parking meter, one word, unfortunately. Then hack. Well, I could totally just do this now. And that's it. That's the entire script. I suppose. I suppose I could grab the low battery stuff and put it there too. If he gets low battery, I can just have him go charge himself. So this guy's just a hacking machine. That should work. And I'll put it in fast motion, see how much hacking you can get done. Come on, mate. So we should just... And because it's added to the interaction... Well, it's only 5 seconds it's spent on the list, so he may end up going back to the same one. When it's hacked, I don't think it's considering that. The next finished line of code, so that's an execution. Needs to be told when the hack is done. Hack. When the hack finishes, so this is going to need a callback. When the hack finishes, that's when we know to continue. Oh, I also need to test. Oh, actually, he doesn't even actually run the next lines of code at all anywhere here. So this is where anywhere. So that's normally happening at the very, very end. So there, you can go to the next line of code. This will take an action now. An action, please. Call back. Yeah, I know. Put your own in. Robots. Oh, that's right. Traffic. The traffic. Traffic meter. Not traffic. I'm talking about parking. Action. Callback. Also needs to import it. Go ahead. And now when this is finished, so we'll do the same thing, pass it on down, add that parameter. When this is finally done, call the callback. I'm assuming we'll have a callback. We should explode if there's no callback. You definitely need to have a callback. I'd rather get an exception there than it just silently fail. Okay. So now in the hacking, it'll finally go to the next line of code, which will continue him along his merry way. I'm not sure about... When I start hacking the target, I do believe... Yeah, that's when it adds this. The hacking takes... How long? Depends on how good the... It's about 5 seconds right now with the robot. So probably want to slightly increase that. I've got this interaction delay thing, so it adds it to a list. It's a bit janky, I'm not 100% on it. But it was a solution for a bunch of stuff. So there's this cooldown. And let's increase it to 7.5 right now. This cooldown will adds when you interact with something, it adds it to a list. So here, for instance, it adds to a recently interacted agents list, and then we can check has it recently interacted with something, and I use that all over the place when I'm filtering for things to make sure. Well, if I'm filtering for next, that's right. So only if I'm interested. If I want to make sure that we're not doing the same thing over and over again. So if I'm looking, if I want to check on a bunch of things, I can say go to the next battery, and it will make sure that I haven't already checked that one within 7.5 seconds. So it seems to be working out right now, but in this case it doesn't matter because I'm not using the next filter. So I'll just leave that as is. So this guy should, unless in my talking I forgot what I was doing, he should hack around. I wonder if hacking should use lots of power. Feels like hacking should use a lot of energy. So he should just go on his merry way. Boom, hacked. And then head over to the other guy. Yeah, he realized he was low on power, so he aborted it as normal behavior. Went for the nearest battery, and I'll leave it plugged in until he's 75% charged. Then it'll pop off his back. There it goes. And now he's off to the nearest. Well, 7.5 seconds is. Well, I could put random new parking meter, but I'm just choosing random every time. So it's fully possible he'll choose the same one twice. He hasn't yet, but this guy. Now I'll need another if statement, which will add me more code because I don't have a concept of inventory for my robots. If this robot is, I don't know, rich, is I don't want to say full because full is what I'm using for their battery. But if they're if they're carrying too much stuff, I don't want to add really complicated lines of code given the amount of time I have left. I have ideas for stuff I want to add to after the jam that is loaded, as in lots of money. The idea is that you're going to stumble across dead robots, like broken robots, throughout the game when you're controlling your... Oh, that interrupts perfectly. Nice. Oh, he's writing his... I just interrupted his... Totally interrupted everything. Sorry, buddy. Like, hey, I was working here. Okay. His if statement should kick in a second. Oh, I think these are the code. This is the code that... Oh, I just realized something. Yeah. So he's cycling now, because when I actually enter a script into him, it replaces his current program. So in that command line is pretty dangerous right now. It totally replaces... It runs a program on the robot in this case, so run program, and that replaces the current program. So anything that's compiled from this gets wiped out. So really, I'm gonna have to add some more stuff to this. Right now, because it's his main program now, he'll just keep cycling on that last line of code that you ran. So if I did like a go to random meter, he would just do that forever. Because it's now considered his entire program. And I really shouldn't have it that way. So what I'm going to probably do, whilst this is fresh in my mind, is when I run a program, I'll say like bool run once. And let's default that to true, false. And yeah, I realize that. Run once. And then when we run the, I'm just gonna set that into the program. So the program, well, maybe I don't even need to do it here. I can just have it so. Oh, I put a fucking semicolon there. So when we run this from the command line, what I'll do is take this program and say, hey, buddy, you're like a one-off. Run once, and that'll be super easy to check. Let's grab that property in there. And now when the program hits the next line, go to next line, I would check if we should halt. I don't do halting anymore, do I? That's okay. So if it reaches, so if they're in an if statement, it breaks out of the if statement. That's fine. Now here we want to if we should loop the program. So if not run once, then we go ahead and restart it. Otherwise, I guess you just kind of leave it. This is only going to happen from the command line, so it'll just be sitting there waiting for another command, another entirely new program. So that should solve it for now. Nice and simple. I have work to do today. I'm slammed for work. It doesn't look like it, but there's a lot of lesson prep. I'm a teacher normally, so this is like the blank spots are lesson prep. Today is technically a day off. I have work on my Kickstarter game this afternoon, but I'm gonna beg my co-programmer and see if he wants to take one day off. No, Tangletorn development. That's my game. And see if he's interested in checking out this little game jam game instead. He's pretty chill like that, so he'd probably be down. In that case, I have like boom the day. And that's all I've got because I'm working till the deadline. So today's the day. I want to lift them out of here. We've got this lovely map that my other game jammer is working with on. He's got this really nice. He's working on mini maps and stuff, but he's got a city. So we're gonna have our crime syndicate based out of our warehouse here. I'm gonna sort some lighting out. I'm gonna bake some lighting into this. So it's a bit less. I don't know. I'll put some like volumetric fog in here so it looks more sinister. But mostly just need a lighting pass. Yeah, he's got some mini map stuff, and he's working on like hacking cameras, so you can like use the cameras to like conjure fog of war. I think it's a really cool idea. So you can move around, see which cameras you've hacked, and you can use that to see like what's up in the city. And you're gonna start out with just your robot you control, so you can use that to kind of get a feel for the programming language. And then I don't know if you're gonna have to discover another robot. I'm gonna try to. We're not gonna have any dialogue in this game. There's no time. But I think we're gonna very quickly you earn a bit of bot coins. Maybe we'll just seed some like wallet, some of this purse lying on the ground, some, like robo purse that'll have just enough bot coins in it to buy your first robot, and then he'll just spawn in or fall out of a truck or something. It'd be great if they fell off the back of a truck. It's animating. That'd be hilarious. And then he'll be blank. So then we'll need a UI for editing the program. That's something that my buddy Lee's working on. So hopefully today we can get that working. And then you can, with all the programming you've learned from all these dead robots lying around, you're like, okay, yeah, I can get this guy to hack. You'll probably hack the first parking meter yourself, and then maybe the first ATM you'll hack yourself. But once you figure out how to do it, you're like, yeah, I can figure that out. And then you realize you programmed your robot to just run around hacking ATMs, and then he'll run out of batteries. And you'll be like, damn, what do I do now? Because you didn't have to think about batteries before. You didn't have to think about it because you could just wander back and charge yourself. But this guy, the other robots will figure it out themselves. And eventually you'll have robots that follow other robots around with like battery packs, or like robots that act as the muscle. If you're going for like a high value target, they can follow the other guy and defend them and stuff. Loads of ideas, totally feature creeped and scoped out to oblivion. Such is, as is tradition. But the core mechanic of programming robots and getting them to do stuff is reached the point where it's kind of easy to add to. It's got serious limitations in the language, and some stuff is just pretty much not possible right now. But given it was a weekend hack job, I think it'll do to get a pretty good little prototype together. What do you think, one viewer? That's probably me, isn't it? I'm probably on Twitch somewhere, just watching myself, talking to myself. Maybe the first time. Who knows? Well, hello me, if it is me. Back to work. You're right. So the run once, let's test that out. So if I go to a random meter, it shouldn't. If I just go to meter, let me just double check this. If I go to the world and say, hey, go to meter without any filters or anything, does it use the random one? It does there. That's the only place. Does it default to nearest? I think it might. Yeah, if it just has a subject, no predicate, I'm sure that's the completely wrong word. This means filter. There's a filter. I have lots of naming clashes going on in my namespaces, so I end up with predicate node either way. I should probably fix that at some point. Yeah, it's going to the closest one, not random one. I don't know if that's behavior I want. Right now it's working. So this guy's doing his job. So I've just interrupted his program. But I haven't interrupted his program. I haven't. Oh, look at that. He doesn't want to move. Oh, that's because I was clicking too close. Yeah, the stopping distance thing's going to be a problem now because you can't click too close to him. He's like, no, I'm already there, man. What are you talking about? So you have to actually get... But that's okay. I'm not going to be using... I'm not often going to be... I can always turn the stopping distance up, down, and up. Oh, is that... Ooh, gross. These... Oh, Jesus. Quick pass on the UI here. Clean up on aisle UI. Right, so... First of all, I think it's the easiest way is just to get rid of the raycaster. Just nuke the raycaster. That should fix both problems at once. That should fix... Hopefully. These guys have a raycaster problem? They don't have raycasters. I think it might have just been these old batteries, because I fixed it on the robot ages ago. And I didn't... But the batteries have been around for longer. Right, so that should fix that. So that was preventing me clicking through the batteries. Yeah, let's fix that. I can't click on those anymore. So now, what I'm interested in is this guy started out running his program. I interrupted his program, which I think is fair. I think once you probably need a button for that. If you interrupt a program, a robot is doing his thing, like you possess them, you can just possess them and watch them. But if you click away, make the move, then it should pause the program. And there should be a resume button somewhere. Or maybe when you move away and unpossess them, they just carry on. So he's hacking the same one twice because it's just doing random right now. He is random, isn't he? He is random. So there's not going to be much rhyme or reason. Now, if I abort him, he stopped, he arrived at his destination, and went to idle state. So, when I clicked him to move, and that was in, oh, that could have been in I think that's in game. It's way up there. Yeah, I really don't, yeah, I know the callback. Bad move, dude. This should be a bit smarter than that. So this should be, actually, yeah, interrupt. What I really want to happen here, I want to probably interrupt. Interrupt the program. and then I'll have a resume program. So this will remember where it was at. So work. Just keep the work out of your mind, Cash. So this is in robot. Let's bring this up somewhere more logical, like right here. So if it's interrupted, I'm basically going to program dot. Do we have a nice, like, I do have an interrupt here, but that's for jumping around. I kind of want to like pause the program. That's gonna look a little bit like this interrupt, I think. It's gonna store the paused line, I think. I guess interrupt it. Yeah, the only thing it's not gonna do is jump sections, so it's gonna interrupt it. It's already interrupting what he's in the middle of doing because we've clicked away. So he's done something else. Now I'm gonna need a little resume button. I'm not gonna make a button for it now. I'll just make it like F5. Yeah, because that's what we use in Visual Studio. So in Writer, I'll just make it F5. So I'll have a little public void resume here, and I'll just probably should. Yeah, he's not gonna be once he's paused. It's not gonna. This program should get messed up. If it gets completely replaced, it's fine. I'm gonna start tidying this up. This is getting way too big. Like this is all the program. Just need its own goddamn file. Let's make sure that's in the right folder. Programming. Yeah, this is getting pretty bad. I think code section should probably move into program as well as code line. Housekeeping. I'll allow myself a certain amount of housekeeping. Oh, damn, did I spell that wrong? Program. Yeah, right. Smart. Program. And let's get rid of that stray shit. Programming. Program. Oh, did it? I think it deleted it for me. Thank you, writer. Our compiler should be a bit less clunk now. Saying this is such a hack job. Oh my god, it's kind of gross. This is basically warning. Your entire design is wrong, but I can make it work. Just it's the first thing I burned to the ground. It works, and it's actually extensible still. It's just these are my grammar matching rules, and they're really everything up to this. Oh, it's a total tangent here. No one probably cares or is listening. Maybe I should explain it to myself to help myself out. Right now, the grammar matching all happened on the first token, so the first word in that command, which is each line of code. It looked at the type of the first word. And up to, for the while, that was great. Things like go to, pick up, plugged in, drop, all that stuff was fine because the first word was the command. This also is recursive though. So for instance, if I say I want to, that's a good example. Here, conditional. So that starts with an if statement, like if, for instance. And then it says, okay, that's great. So it's making a conditional node. It creates a node for the if node, which is really simple. It's just a leaf node, knows which word I used. And then it takes the rest of them, feeds it back through this whole system, and should try to force that to be a comparison node, which is this guy. So that if that fails, then the if statement was badly constructed. So you can't say if go to nearest charger because that's not a comparison. We want if this robot battery is low, or if this robot is low. That's a proper comparison. So if this fails to convert, then whatever this recursive call, remember this is the same thing, it passes in the rest of the token. So it takes the if token or token off, and then the rest should be things like robot is low would be the comparison. The is being, and the problem is, up to that point, I was just looking at the first token to determine what kind of node it is. That's no good for something like robot is low, because the first word is actually a noun. That completely breaks this. So I had to put this hideous hack in and say, "Ooh, gross." This basically exposes that this design is too flimsy. So first thing to go will be this, and I'll use some much more powerful, potentially regex based. I'm not sure regexes will be powerful enough for this though. There's so many different synonyms. I'm not sure regexes will work unless I can maybe do some janky stuff with regexes and have them loop through all the synonyms. I think that's might be slow. I'm not really concerned about speed, and this is the compiling stage. It's not critical, and I don't think it's ever going to be that slow. So maybe I can use regexes. But either way, I would like to be able to define. I want to be able to define all this, like, in something similar to. Oh, I've lost it. Ideally, I like to be able to define in a JSON file. These are the tokens. I also like to define pretty much the entire language, like this, and then have it so that creates a name of a structure, and then when this thing comes along, it says, oh, it matches against grammar structures, and it defines one. It says, okay, this is the thing I need to make. Streamlining the whole thing, allowing for much more complex, long, and it'd be nested as well. So this is like subject. Subject can mean a lot of things. Subject can just be robot, but it can also mean nearest robot. It can also mean nearest dead robot. Subject can be represented by a bunch of different stuff. This is why I never cast this. When it's action node, I never cast this to a specific thing, because in action node, when I run it, I say, okay, with this subject, which is just a node, it might just be a noun. That's great. In which case we've just run find subject, which just defaults to closest subject. All this is pretty janky too. But it might also be a qualifier node saying like, hey, I want the nearest robot. And when it runs that, it checks for predicate nodes as well. So it might be the nearest dead robot. So it kind of, the chain is flimsy. It does chain together, but it's flimsy. But it works. And I know what's wrong with it. Those are the two important things. I know what I need to redevelop. I don't have time to do it right now, but that's okay. I do plan on carrying on with this project because I like it. And that'll be the first thing to go. Alright, that's rant is out of my system. What was I doing? I was interrupting their code. So back over. Oh yeah, I was moving things into new files. I'll just start. Oh, I feel productive. It's only 9:30 a.m. This feels strange. Okay, so we have I never called pause. And I never called. I'm not entirely sure resume is needed yet. I'm gonna leave it out until I need it. So why am I bothering pausing in that case? Oh yeah, I was gonna add a resume button. That's right. So when I resume, I probably should store the interrupted section. No, that means no. I should. It should always be the main section of the code and not one of the if statements. But yeah, no. You could, yeah, I could potentially be in an if statement. So I store that as well. I should do the same here. There's not really any point because there's only one main section of code. So if I'm never sure, I would do should I store the interrupted. Now the reason I'm not just throwing it in there willy-nilly and assuming that's going to be fine is if an if statement interrupts an if statement, which I'm not sure is possible, if it was possible, or I have it nested if statements, and God knows what might go wrong. I do not support nested if statements. That would be too much to ask for right now. Should I store the interrupted section as well? Well, think about it. Okay, on resume, we take our current section. Well, this is going to look just like pretty much this. We've already said start main. Actually, I can kind of just do this. And that does away with the need for an interrupted section. Maybe I don't need this right now. Let's just err on the side of not needing it. Come on, Cache. I should, because I could very well interrupt. The point of interruptions is they only happen for if statements, for if statements. This can happen anywhere, so I could interrupt him in the middle of recharging himself, and I do fully want him to carry on recharging himself. So I should restore the current section to be the interrupted section as well. I should do that in that order. Try to keep comments up to date, and I won't need this anymore because its only job is to find the main stage, and then we do it interrupted equals false. But false, is that enough for it to carry on? Do I even use this anywhere? I don't think I use this in an if statement, do I? I do. Update if it's not currently interrupted. Okay, this is so right. I don't actually check if statements if an if statement's already interrupted something. So this is just checking if statements. I'm curious. So interrupted equals false. Well, I use it to check if you're already in an if statement, but I don't know if I ever. Yeah, what I need to do here is. I don't think this actually does. This doesn't look like it will resume the next line of code. Oh, it will, because I always call this followed by a return, run current line. So in this case, when I resume, I do need to follow it up with run current line. Now, this takes the computer. Ooh. Okay, let's take Gucci then. I'm gonna try not to store the computer. I don't know why. It seems like a reasonable thing to store, but I don't know. I guess I have this feeling that maybe programs can be compiled and then moved between computers. Something about viruses was in my head, I think. So I don't think a compiled program should necessarily. I mean, there's nothing stopping me when I run the program, tying it to a computer. That seems reasonable. But right now, I'm just passing computer in constantly. I'm not gonna break that habit right now. It's not worth it. So let's just put some logging in here. Pausing. Ooh, I can be a bit fancy here. Pausing program online. I can do this, which is kind of useful. That should. Oh no, sorry, that seems. I need actual current line. I think it is current. Oh, let's make a current line, shall we? It'll be a current section. If it has one, can I do that? I totally can do that. That's cool. Elvis indexer. Elvis wants the burger. Put the burger in here. Burger. Big lips. All right. And that is the current line. Current line, Cache. Where are you? Cannot play indexing. So it needs to go into lines. So the current section lines. Yeah. Now that could totally return null. So I'm going to. Actually, I want it to explode. The current line should always be valid. So that should have all that. This does have a toString, which just takes all the tokens and jams together with spaces, so it looks like a line of code. Neat. So pausing the program, and now I want to resumed program online. Sure, that'll work. Now let's pause is being interrupt program is happening here. Now I need to have a button, I guess. Probably will be for now. All this is in game, so I'll roll with that for now. On resume. Okay, let's just resume controlled. This should really just be a robot. Right now, I mean, it's theoretically I could control something else, but I think it's safe to say that's going to be a goddamn robot. I mean, if I add other stuff, like you can possess a traffic parking meter, which would be funny, or a camera, which would be kind of cool. Maybe you can make it look around. Then I'll add that later. But for now, it supports it. It's just, you know, hit resume, controlled. Okay, let's just get explicit now. That's a robot we're controlling. Controlled robot program. So, controlled robot dot resume. Wait, now that's the program. Program dot. You know what? This is a pointless little layer I don't need. I did expose this for a reason. This should have pause. Pause the program. Robots program and move to targeted location. Okay, and this will just resume the controlled robots program. Resume. That will take the robot. Yeah, the controlled robot. Dandy. Now I need to run this probably from. Oh, I'm gonna use F5 for now. So let's do an if input dot to do this. Make this a button. Button or automatic when changing controlled robots. That's probably good too. If input get key down F5, then we'll just do resume control program. So let's give it a quick spin. Kick the wheels. Alright. So this guy should go on his merry way. Just visiting. Oh, he's hacking all the crimes. Get all those crimes. Okay, I'm gonna bail on him now. So he should, by F5, carry on his day. Well, he ran this. Right, yeah, he did. He carried on his day and then immediately realized he's low on battery. That's fair. Boop, boop. So off he goes. Cancel that. Then resume it. You shouldn't necessarily go back to the same one. It should be still the same line of code again. Yeah, so it is random, but that's okay. I don't store state-like variables of what he was actually going for. That's too much to ask right now. Right, so crimes. I want to make this activity of hacking a crime. Also, when it's so how crimes gonna work? When you're actively criming, he's going to produce. What I want to do is produce like, because this could take a long time. It's just kind of fast for now. It's going to produce like a growing circle of alarm, and it grows up to a certain size, and this is basically going to be a trigger volume, I think, and it goes up to a certain size, and then when the hacking is complete, this hacking is going to basically, I don't know if I should use trigger volumes. I think maybe just doing it in code might be better. It's just going to, I want to implement the idea of having shouts, which will be useful for a lot of things, like if I'm waiting until a battery is charged, we'll just wait until it hears a battery shout. By shout, I mean like broadcast in a small area that, hey, I'm charged. So that could be useful for a lot of programs. It's like wait until nearest battery is charged. Then it will list, if that's the battery you just plugged in or something, then you can wait until it's done and maybe move it somewhere else. But that could be done with shouts. You can ignore them, but it means we have if statements. Now, it might break up the program quite a lot to have all these if statements because they kind of override everything. But it'd be very useful for our cops, because if these parking meters put out a shout with like a quite a big range saying, "Help, I've been hacked," then a cop will constantly be listening for shouts like "crime," shout, or "help," whatever, and then come rushing to the location. Now that's going to cause problems because that's state. If so, the police bot. Let's bring a police bot in here, just because we can. Okay, start setting the scene here. So we're gonna take a crime bot, and he's gonna be a police. We'll call cop bot. I think the name of the game is gonna be crime bots. By the way, I like it. So let's change this guy up. He's basically the same, except he's gonna be using a different material for a start. He's gonna be using blue. Yeah, looks a bit like could be a cop. We'll put a little spinny light on his head. Yes, and that'd be great actually. I'll put a little cop light on his head with little directional spotlights, and then when he's chasing somebody, he'll start. That'd be great. Oh, I can't wait. In fact, I'll do that today just because I need a break from pure programming, and it'll look fun. So this guy's a cop bot. His program would be something like this, I think. He kind of just I guess he's going to have some kind of patrol command. Super simple command. I can't even do things like put a number in because I don't deal with tokens that aren't already fixed. So that's unfortunate, but that would be something I add later. So patrol will, I guess, just wander around using that mesh agent in some big area. And then I can make a more intelligent patrol by saying, like, go to waypoint. No, I can't. I could go to next waypoint. Next nearest. I think it has to be, unfortunately, I think it has to be nearest next waypoint at the moment. It's not super nice, but this should be enough to give him. Let's actually test this. Why am I doing that? Yeah, he'll just this will give the illusion of some basic patrolling. He just basically won't wander around the same place. So I'll make a bunch of these waypoints, which means they need to make a new type of thing. It's a new agent. I'll copy parking meter because it's nice and simple to remove stuff. So I'll call it a waypoint. And it seems like a total misuse of an agent. It really does. But yeah, because I mean, what is a waypoint? Maybe it'll be like beacons, and you can like disable a beacon, and the cops won't come near it anymore. Yeah, that may all work. So this might be some kind of well, what it visually looks like is kind of irrelevant, but it will matter to the code. Waypoint. Okay, what assets do I have? I think it's a demo scene that came with this city. Let's have a look at all the little bits and see if anything makes sense. Something kind of somewhere between a street light and I don't know, some kind of sign maybe. Let's save the scene. Head it over to our. Okay. Sorry, Lee. I'm going to rearrange some of this to our third-party folder. I don't know if you're a real viewer out there or you're just me, but either way, talking to myself really helps me think. So, thanks anyway. This is some smoke. I can go in right here. We have a whole bunch of stuff here that. All this stuff. I should push this. Ooh, I should have let my buddy know actually I'm doing this because give him grief later. I might give him problems. I want to know that I could do a catch-up meeting with him. That'd be nice. Now I want to secret out. Alright, that's not letting him know. Let me just commit this stuff. So what am I doing here? I'm currently working on the well, I'm working on hacking. Program pausing and resuming. Rearranged third-party assets. Starting work on Copbot. Close enough. Push that. Alright. Copbot, what you up to, mate? Let's see him do a thing. Go to nearest waypoint. Right, I was looking for waypoints. So in third party, probably this Megalopolis. See if they have a demo scene with all the stuff. Overview. It's probably a good start. Yes. Little things come to me. What might look like a waypoint? Traffic cone? Traffic cone's not bad. Got some signs here. But picking up and moving traffic cones would be hilarious. But that's their waypoints. You could totally fuck with them. Oh, I like that idea. We also got some plants there. Yeah, traffic cones. And definitely if you move a traffic cone, they're gonna be super suspicious. So road sign, what's your prefab lead? Road sign 5. Gotcha. Road sign 5. You're going to be a waypoint. And the name actually is okay. I don't mind the waypoint. Road sign 5. Come with me. Zoom on down to our Copbot. Shoot. Okay, mates. So road sign 5. Immediately repurpose it to our own prefab. Tied you that way. Prefab. I'm gonna call this a waypoint. Traffic cone. There we go. Original prefab. And this guy's gonna have he's gonna have his own type of, again, I'm gonna rip off. I already made a waypoint, so scripts agents waypoint, get it on there. Doesn't really need a progress I can think of. Just can't hack it. Can always add one later if I want. Things like picking up may take time. I think if everything takes time, then it kind of is consistent. What if I can get another viewer or extra motivation? Don't think I can make people watch this crap. Oh well. So I had some students messaging me. It may be my kind of day off, but there's some students. Okay, that's a waypoint. So we need to make a few boilerplate changes here into the inner world. I think it's as simple these days as just saying, hey, waypoint. If you're asking for a waypoint, that is a waypoint. I totally could do this with a reflection, but sometimes it doesn't quite match up. Oh, I need to make a new noun for it as well. So that'll be waypoints. And then there's going to be plenty of these traffic cone, again, one word. Actually, there's a ton of synonyms for this. I'll come up with some more later. Plenty. So waypoint should be able to find that now. So if I leave this old waypoint just sitting there, doing its thing, I'll put a few of them around because there's going to be our cops So the cop's going to kind of probably patrol back and forth. I just have 2 of them. Unfortunately, I'm just thinking here. If I have it so when a robot says, "Hey, go to nearest," if I instead have not nearest but nearby as a filter, go to the nearest nearby waypoint, then it'll filter it by a certain range, which unfortunately will have to be hard coded because I don't support variables. But if I make it at a reasonable amount, then it should not wander off across the entire map to find another waypoint. It could mostly stay in his patrol area. I'll get back to that though. It's all nice to haves. So, Copbot dude here. You're supposed to just go from nearest waypoints. This crime bot. Let's let him do his thing. Let's see if Copbot gets busy. It's getting to the point where programs just work first time a lot of the time. Never mind. Oh, next waypoint. Yeah, that'll take a moment. You'll sit for a moment because it's 7.5 seconds. It should keep checking. Okay, so his. Let me just I'm just gonna turn off the spam coming up from this guy's code. I want to see. There is no if statement on this. So he should be spamming, not spamming, but he should be constantly checking for when next comes along. If he uses a next keyword, let me just refresh myself how this works. If next is used, I think damn it. Where do I do this? I thought I did this. If it can't find something, this is in robot execute command. If it can't find something here, so it wants to go to something. If it can't find it, so that shouldn't be the case here because the next. So this must be wrong. Did I get an error? Well, I did get a ton of. Oh, I had collapse on. That's not great. Go to left, moving. Do these traffic cones not? They both have traffic cones on them, waypoints on them. They do. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. Try again. And off he goes. Yeah, he's just continually going to. So I suspect the code isn't actually picking up on this whole nearest thing. Oh, of course, it said nearest. Damn it. I think I could just get away with that. Of course, it was a nearest. Well, the nearest one should not have had next in it. So let me try next to nearest, which reads way better. It would be cool if that worked. But it shouldn't do predicates first. Unfortunately, my qualifiers, my adjectives go first. That might not even compile. Didn't think so. I didn't get any errors from them. Can I just put junk in here and get some errors, please? Oh, I hope I didn't swallow all my arrows up in the command line thing. Oh no. So that's legit. But is it? Is it legit? Let me break it down. So next, so the go-to, and this is all one subject. So the go-to will be the action. Let's go to code here. So it'll be create node, the action node, which takes the verb and the subject. Now the subject in this case is the whole next nearest waypoint. Now I'm pretty sure this won't work because it creates a node from the rest, and the first thing is next, and next is a next is a filter. So it'll find a filter. Not worried about that. It's not a filthy hack I needed. So now the filter will have a subject. So this also, so it creates the filter node, which will be next in this case. Then takes the rest, and the rest will be nearest waypoint. So it'll then go along, and nearest is a adjective. Nearest is the adjective. So come along and find an adjective. And it says, all right, create a new qualifier node using nearest and then the rest. And the rest in this case will just be waypoint. So it'll come along and do it again and find that waypoint is a noun. There it is. Then it creates a subject node. So we have this kind of tree of stuff. Well, it's not really a tree. It's not really a tree. It's basically a bunch of nested nodes. So that's like a tree. Yeah. Either way, it does seem like it should compile. Now, whether it executes is a totally different thing. There's another reason I hate this. Is it has no bearing on execution. It's just for structural thing. I feel like it should be more closely coupled. Either way, once I have a action node, when it gets run, it says sup, get the actual subject. Here's our problem. Here's the problem. One of the problems. I don't even look for a predicate node here. And there's good reason for that, I think, because it's hard. What to do might be hard. Hopefully not. The predicate node. So the predicate node will simply predicate node will be running see, this doesn't have a qualifier either, because the predicate node's first now. Predicate node filters to subjects, produces multiple subjects. So you found subjects because it's filtering. It's not actually finding a definitive single one. So it filters the agents to create a list. And then really, I'm slowly tiptoeing toward the refactoring I was trying to avoid. So this now has predicate node dot subjects. These are all the ones that match the filter. I'm not sure what you're complaining about. All right. So predicate node has the subjects. Let's move this up so it makes more sense. There. So those are the things it found after it executed. Now what do I do with it? I mean, before I need to get an actual subject, but the action node finds the predicate. So when it runs the predicate, its subject is also a node. So its subject will now have a qualifier in it. So now, this is where it gets messy again, because qualifiers, they return single things. They return a found subject. When really, I don't really want, I kind of want this to return a list. I really want this to return not just one thing, but a list. So maybe this should be found subjects as well. This is going to really shake things up a bit, but I think it's worth it. So found subjects will be some kind of IEnumerable. I want to just burn this cigarette if it works. And that's going to be the same deal. This is really changing things up. But once we get to the action, it's like, I don't care if you've got a list, just give me the top thing on the list. So this will be the found subjects. This will be subjects. So now we're actually changing this up. So let's make this work. So random will basically take the whole list and shuffle it. Predicate for the qualifier. Because you can have qualifiers within qualifiers within qualifiers. So at this point, you'll get everything the last one did and just straight up shuffle it. This is one of my methods. Does it return the shuffle? It does. So it'll return a shuffled version of all the subjects that this predicate node had. Now, the nearest will order it by and just not do first to default. We're getting there, we're getting there. Let's go back. Found subject, so this is a qualifier node within a qualifier node, that's fine. It just returns subjects. So we're dealing with, now this is going to be closest agents. So basically, agents sorted by closest agents. Here we go. This is the same thing except it doesn't. Yeah. So we want get closest agents. That's that one sorted. Okay, what is that one? String 2 to filter. Okay, I don't actually want to filter it in this case necessarily because the adjective is handled here. It's the predicates that are filtered the other way by handing it off. So this should be able to be null, which means I need to check in this. Well, actually, we can just check it here. If where the filter is null, if it's not null, then check that the filter is actually passed. This shows a bunch of places I need to do this. But I'm kind of just so many of these things, I'm kind of visiting them as I go. I was trying to move it all into one thing. And that probably is the way to do it. Totally is the way to do it. Because there's so much repeated code going on right now. Them's the cookies right now. So that's the closest agent. Now this will be this will just be get random agents. It doesn't even need, that just needs to be kind of like all agents. I kind of wanted to make these, I also wanted to make these generic, but now it's pointless because we're dealing with strings because it's programming. So get random agents, that's going to be enumerable as well. Let's pop this guy underneath. And same deal here, type computer. Basically, it's just going to do the same thing, but shuffle them too. It needs to shuffle them in case. Oh, sorry, that's Unity's iObject. I can't. Can I shuffle that? No, I can't. That needs to be two. Make a list first. Oh my god, really? What am I inside here? Close, close. Find objects of types, terms. Yeah, it's an array, so why can't I make a list out of it? Do I have to make a new list? That's gross. No? Okay, it's really creepy in here. Cannot resolve. Oh, I think. Let's tie it back here to the same. Let's make it work again. No. Oh, find objects type doesn't. That's legit. What did I mess up? Maybe I needed that signal first. What do you think, viewer? What have I really screwed up here? Public. Oh, return new. Goddamn gosh. I don't have an audience. They'd be screaming at me. Get a list of all loaded objects of type blah. Returns an array of objects. Fine. So it's going to be saying that it needs to be enumerable. Dandy. Can't convert. Alright, so I do have to do a selection here. So dot select. Can I just do that in the where? I thought I could do this in a where statement. I keep trying to get fancy here. I try to get cocky and just try to make a link to stupid things. Let's just keep it simple for now. Now, that's the whole thing. I shuffle it because it might be pulling right off the top. And that will be used in compiler, so that will be get random agents, the same thing. We're getting there. So now, the goal here is get all the qualifiers working with lists as well. So far, so good. Now, plenty of places. This is why I wanted to pull it all to one place, because it's gross. Look, it's everywhere. So action does need to find the subject. So in this case, it's going to be the qualifier node subjects. Oops, wrong place. Qualifier node subjects. At this point, we're like, yeah, just give me the first one, dude. Same here. the predicate node, grab its subjects, and just first default that shit. It's only when the last minute that we care specifically which one it is. Qualifier node, found subject is qualifier node subjects. We run that because you have this should. I may have missed a couple spots, but we should be able to have it in any order now. I think. Same here. The comparison node's gonna want. Wow, why did I do that? Comparison node. Oof, why did I do this? Why did I need to do this? I don't remember. Was I tired? I must have been tired. If it's a predicate node, is it even filtering it? It runs it, and then... Because I wanted one subject. Yeah, because comparison node needs to deal with one thing, so I kind of defaulted to the closest. Like I remember why I did that now. That was if it was just a predicate node. I mean, you can be more specific by having a qualifier node and say farthest if you want. If you really didn't want that behavior. I actually don't have a farthest. I don't have farthest support yet. I should probably add that. That might even be useful for patrolling, having the farthest thing there. Okay, but that's enough dilly-dallying. I know this definitely needs a real solid check. See how much I just broke. That was substantial. If it works, I'm going to treat myself as smoke. Get back on it. Alright, please work. Copbot should do his thing. Well, I'm not trusting Copbot, who knows what he's going to do. But I do want to enable code on my client bot. Ooh, a second viewer. Hello, second viewer. I'm making I'm about to bring the iron fist of this guy down on my so far unpunished client bots. Once the AI is playing along. So this guy's going to start running around and hacking all these traffic meters, parking meters, sorry. Right now that's not creating any cause for alarm for my cop bot, but it will shortly. So I want to know why this dude here is not. He's randomly hacking them, so he'll probably bugger off to another one. There he goes. Now, cop bot, what was your deal, man? Why did you not want to go to the next one? Turn this guy's code off again. He's a bit noisy. And let's see. I need way better debugging for code. It's just a complete log spam right now. Not pretty. Oh, look at that. Okay, so it's attempting to execute this command. Let's see. Command go to. If it's null, let's just put a little bit to log in here. Greeting for couldn't. The only problem is at this point I have no clue what he was looking for because this is just the command level stuff. So I've lost the program at this point. Couldn't. Oh, actually that's not true. I know a current line of code he's on, so I can say. I could say all this logging is eventually have to go to some kind of error thing so we can see the errors. The player can see the errors and fix the code accordingly. So for now it's logging. Maybe I should just put error in front of everything. I need to go back and port over. So error, couldn't find a matching subject while running, and then our line of code, which will be the program dot current line, and that has a nice toString, which should make it pretty. Now we should see a lot of that spam, and then I have to figure out why he's unable to find another traffic cone. There's one right over there. I can't wait to have it so you mess up the cop patrol pass by moving the traffic cones around. They're gonna have to at some point realize it was the wrong place. The traffic cones are gonna have to know where they're supposed to be, and like where their home is, and then when they're moved, then if a cop goes to one, it's like, hang on a second, this isn't where it's supposed to be, he'll pick it up and take it back home. But that causes a huge delay, right? Which is exactly what you want if you're trying to distract a cop. Okay, so interestingly, I'm not getting that message. So that bodes well. My code for the cop bot again is go to the next nearest waypoint. So I think the problem might be the next. Let's try moving these around again. I think the order still might be not as not as irrelevant as I thought I just made it. You might be doing the filtering after and it's kind of too late. I'm not sure. I'll see. So next should prevent him from going to the same one again. Oh, I think I know what might have happened. Yeah, oh, never mind. I do add it. I do actually add it here. This is the important thing. If it adds this, it adds it to this list of recently interacted agents, which gets tidied up after some time has passed. I think it's about 7.5 seconds right now. Then it goes off that list. But if it's on that list, then if I'm filtering, yeah, my traffic cone. Shoot. This is why it's useful talking through this stuff. Not used. Damn it. No, I don't unfortunately have a base. This is an abstract, unfortunately. Because I really feel like some of these things, like this, really should be in the base. But it's tricky because it kind of might mean, this might not mean different things for different people, but I can't really just say return base here. I could just put return base here. So, okay, well, where's this shit now? This is in base agent. Base agent's got himself a abstract. Let me make that virtual instead. Let's give this guy something to actually do. So we'll rip off how robot does it. No, we'll rip off batteries. Charger. Sure, simplest one. That's exactly what I wanted anyway. Now agents should basically just, yeah, that'll get thrown, and then an if. So for all my well, certainly the traffic cone. Well, traffic cone doesn't need to anymore. Traffic cone can waypoint. Sorry, I keep calling it traffic cone. It's waypoint. It just doesn't override it anymore, and then it'll handle the next one down in the base. It's like, yep, gotcha, no problem. But the other guys, I need to rip that out now. So for, I don't want to keep using this battery. Doesn't need to handle next anymore, but it does need to do this. Base filter by filter computer. And the same dude. Let's just look for these. Agent. Also doesn't need to do anything. Oh, sorry, that is the base one. What am I doing? Yep, that's the agent. This is the charger. Next, again, doesn't need to do it anymore. And this is a robot. Now, again, this one does need the next. We don't, yeah. All right. Fingers crossed. I'm gonna try in both the order in the code in both orders. So go to nearest next waypoint, and ideally I want to do next nearest waypoint. But they should both work. Fingers crossed. Off he goes. Wonderful. Let's speed him up a little bit. Should just go back and forth. But I want to try next nearest because that just reads so much nicer, and it should work. If it doesn't, I will make it. If it doesn't work, it's because I missed something somewhere in the compiling. Off he goes. Oh, look at that. Beautiful. Right now they can run into batteries and it doesn't affect them. That's going to be something I'll get to, obviously. Okay, so this is cool. He's going to have some kind of patrol, like, noticing range now. So now if this guy down here I'm controlling says like, hey, hack that meter, off he goes. This is gonna have to totally alarm this guy. That's the next step, and especially when it's been hacked. Oh, I need to fix this. That's good. Should I resume a program that doesn't exist? I think. Yeah, he's going to put like a big shout out to things nearby, saying, "Ah, help! Crime being committed!" And then the police ball will be, "What the hell?" And he'll come here, and at that point, I'll be flagged. I'll have a little exclamation mark on my head, or like a little criminal jail, I don't know, some kind of icon over my head, which flags me as, over his name, saying that you just did a crime. You're like caught red-handed. And then if the cop sees anything in range, that's a criminal, he'll chase and try to arrest it. And this is where I want to get fancy. If he arrests you, he basically is going to put you on his back, and he's going to walk you back to the precinct. He's going to, all this in script, hopefully. He's going to go to the jail, and he's going to, which unfortunately means making custom token. I'll figure it out. And he'll go to jail, and he'll open the jail door, go inside, put you down, walk out, close it, and I'll have it so the jail door can only close and open from the outside, and that allows you to have jailbreaks. So the door will open after, I don't know, it opens every 5 minutes or something. Some interval will just open. So you might get lucky and only be there in a minute for a minute or two, whichever. Just for sake of simplicity. But yeah, then you have jailbreaks, which would be hilarious. Or put cops in jail. Or ideally hack one of the cops to change his program. So instead of looking for ne'er-do-wells, he'll instead look for other cops and arrest them. Obviously, there's going to be some kind of fighting in here because I do have... Oh, I forgot these buttons are up here. So if I... Oh, I need to fix this bug. I'm ranting too much. I need to fix this. When I click, it's getting a current line that's beyond the range. So somewhere I'm not... That or this line is empty. Okay, I got a cigarette. I'll be right back. It helps me think. Right. Back on. Oh, it's not true. Sweet. Okay, what was I doing? After a cigarette, I usually can't type for a few minutes properly. This comes out as garbage. What was I doing? Let's run this again and see what I did. What was I doing? Ah, right, yes, it's got. So when I resume the program, it's. Where is that happening exactly? It's in current line, so zooming out in current line. So when I pause it, once he's finished, I don't go to the next line. I go. So I keep game. I pause the program. Oh, the error came from pausing it. Ah, right, because he has no current line. So if he doesn't actually have a program, what I should probably do is when the current program's finished, you should still have a current line from before. No, I'm hitting enter and it's compiling empty, so I should just not do that. Command line UI. Oh, I do. What's going on here? Let's watch the quicker. It's not working because an empty program. Straight off the bat. Oh wait, sorry. Hang on, I got no reference. It's gonna keep hitting that because it's really bad. Okay, where'd that null reference go? Just when I hit enter. I think hitting enter. Let's see. Do it. Where'd that come from? Right, let's debug again. Let's see. Well, I'll debug from the command line. Debug. Enter. Yeah, so that's fine. So then I had, say, hack meter. Run the hack meter. Interrupt and then hit enter again. Same thing. Continue. Now he's not responding. Heater. got some error logging here. You can improve on that one. But now that definitely needs debugging. Why is it? Ah, and it's... Is it the other guy who's causing the bug? No. Back meter. Do. How's the program? It's a legit program. It's gonna have... Okay, that's interesting. Because the current line doesn't exist yet. Run the program. It starts the main. So now I should have current line parking meter. And go ahead and run it. Okay, that didn't work. Try again. And I'm getting that. What is that command happening? Yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of my call bot for a second. Just simplify the log. Just realized my headset was switched on. Okay, so hack meter. Okay, go ahead and run that. I'll interrupt it. Say up hack meter again. This time, let's see what happens. It does set that to null. Where's it setting that to null? Oh, right. I mean, I'm still on the command line. Now it's got a program. Run once. Run the program. Now he currently has a program from before. That'll get replaced again with the same program. Well, let's do... No. It's failing to compile that second time. Oh, I think I know what might be happening here. I might be wrong. I might be wrong. What's the contents of this command line input? I am resetting that to empty. Hack meter. That's how it worked. I got some weird edge case going on here. Hack meter. Fine. Now if I just enter now, still fine. Go to random waypoint. Ah, it's when he arrives, which means it's happening. It's happening when he goes to the next line. It's actually happening. Runs the current line, so there is no next line. Go to next line should have. That. Right. And again, this is happening in one current line. Goes to the next line. Goes to the next line. Just increases the line. And somewhere I'm doing a current line, probably doing current lines. No, that's fine. Well, what am I doing? It's all in here and it's all here. So it's getting to there on one current line. After that's been increased, and one current line is coming from here. So I've gone to next line. It went to the next line, it should have hit this. It didn't hit that. Oh, I'm not debugging, that's why. So I need to do it again. Let that run. And it does come down to here. So run once is... Oh. Right. So if it doesn't run once, I need to terminate this thing. Yeah, I just kind of half finish this job. Else halted equals true. We're done. If it shouldn't run anymore, it's halted, and halted is checked on go to next line will return, and I should also check when I'm running the current line if it's halted. I am, so that was just my bad. I wasn't halting it. 3 viewers, way. Celebrate with a near viewer. Let's just get this guy moving smoothly now. I think I should do it. So go hack meter. Off he goes. Attacking it. Interrupt him. And still close enough. Interrupt it. Hack it again. Okay. That interaction distance is maybe a little far. I think that's probably fixed it. Ah, not quite. Not quite. So this is, I think, happening while logging. You pause the program on the current line. Current line has been increased because it is doing a go to next line from the move command. It does go to the next line, but it shouldn't though. Because if it's halted, it should stop before it actually goes to the next line. So it's pausing it, which then accesses the current line. Okay, I'm just gonna have to debug that bit on the pause. Like right now, I should be able to see it. Boop. Gotta debug again. And then boop. Okay, let's step into our current line. Current line is 1, so it did get increased. Interesting. Where did it get increased from? It's increasing it because it's not halted yet. That's right. So when I halt, this is a tiny bit hacky. But when I halt, it's trying to pause it when it's, I see. Yeah. It's trying to pause something that's already, I need to just put more of these guys in here. So if I'm pausing, I don't pause something that's halted. And if I'm halted, I also probably shouldn't resume. I think. Let that recompile. I'm really curious, where are the viewers from? I know where one viewer is from, but I don't know where the other one's from. You don't have to tell me. But yeah, now I've got to. Yeah, it hasn't got a program yet, so we'll just do an Elvis here. Oh, I'm trying to maintain my student communication at the same time. Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. Oh my god, these are rubbish. So I got students. I got one-to-one sessions with my students. Just flag that unread and deal with it later. Okay, so this should be better now. I don't like the fact you won't walk that close to where you are. Hack meter. I kind of want to save this history between plays, but it's not that critical. Yeah, I think that's you. Wow, that is a huge. I don't like that distance being that big. Interaction distance is too big. Let's try like 4. I don't know why it warns me when I'm hitting play inside of prefab. It's like it's not saved it. So, not sure why it does that. It's a new thing. Okay, so hack that meter. Hopefully walk a bit closer. Yeah, that seems okay. Alright, I think that's enough debugging there. Time to get back to my Copbot. Just bring him back to play. So he goes back and forth between the two. His code's simple. Go to the next nearest waypoint. That works. So now I need to do like crimes. So if the thing I'm doing, right, in the robot, in the execute command, I need to figure out what the hell constitutes a crime. Maybe hacking your own thing is not that big a deal. So maybe hacking targets have something like a bool is crime to hack. And now the parking meter, I'll have to implement that. And for now, I'll just say, yeah, it is a crime to hack. Let me just keep these guys kind of here. So it is a crime to hack a parking meter. I can do proper checks here, like, does the parking meter belong to me? Doesn't seem like that's going to be the case. I've just realized parking meters don't have any of this filtering or ordering. And I shouldn't be doing this. Order by was only used for things like batteries, I think. Well, the robot needs to know battery, and the robot needs to know charger. Yeah, well, I'll just make this thing, I'll just make this thing not abstract. In base agent. So again, this will be virtual and just return 1. So it doesn't actually do any ordering unless we want to. So that means I can clean up some of these. That one needs to stay. Waypoint. I love how you can edit in Rider inline. It's really helpful. Chargers don't care. Unless we eventually had like chargers that were more full than others. So far they're infinite. I'll leave it at that. Losing track what I was doing now. Yeah, the crimes. So if parking meter is being hacked, I'd love to put some stuff in here, but unfortunately it's an interface. I can't do multiple inheritance, so I have to implement it the same every time. So if if hacking is crime to hack, this is where it gets interesting. Oh my god. My students are bribing me now. Oh no, it's a different student. There's too many Kirsten students. Sorry guys. Oh no, my students. Oh no. My students has broken everything. They're offering me money to fix it for them. It's not my bag. I'm a teacher. I don't take money. I might have to tap out for. I'll just tell them. Give your hand in, say, an hour. I'm sure she gets 5 an hour. Set myself an alarm. Multitasking. One hour from now. Timer. 1 hour. Let's save my students day. Eventually lose their entire project using GitHub. I've created this. Oof. I can't. I'll have to deal with that now. Right, if it's right, crimes. Okay, so what's the nicest way I can make this work? It's kind of going to be a world thing, I think. So, well, this is a base agent. I think base agent should be able to put a shout out. First thing I want to do is take the hack robot. So the hacker as flag a criminal. There's gonna be some kind of cooldown on that. So that's the first thing I want to do. Flag the hacker as a criminal. Totally unnecessary comment, but sure. Then I want to I want to put a shout out. Make a shout out that a crime is in progress. So that's something every base agent should be able to do. I should be able to say shout, I think. Now that shout's going to have, I think it's going to be an enum, like, yeah, shout type. That'll be in the base agent. Crime in progress. Make it nice and easy to use, so I can use it everywhere. So let's get a flag of criminal now done. Again, that's going to be, I think only robots can be criminals right now. But I might as well move that up into base class. And that will just say, I guess, we're probably going to start a coroutine here. So it's going to flag as criminal internal. So it's going to have some kind of cooldown. So start this dude. So that's an I enumerator. And immediately he says, is criminal. Is true. So I'll have this. Oops. Is criminal, probably have private set. And so it's a criminal, so agent is a criminal now. And wait for the cooldown, I guess. Criminal cooldown. So that'll be a yield return. New wait for seconds. And then I guess criminal flag cooldown. She's making me think far ahead of myself here. We'll call that, I don't know, 30 seconds or something for now. So making me think ahead, like what happens when the criminal cooldown flag lapses, like this. No longer, agent is no longer criminal. Now I do have some support for this. In my state machine, which I'm not really using a lot right now. So go-to, for instance, my go-to or move to object does have the should continue provider. Which if I go into the state, the should continue provider, or I call it the abort. Oh, those are badly named now. Those mean the opposite things. Should be abort provider. So it's going to keep asking this abort provider. So it's now the names match now, abort provider, which is checked on tick. So if we should abort moving, okay, yeah. So we abort moving. So I'll do something like this. I'm not going to do it right now, but I'll do something like this for if the if the cop's chasing somebody and suddenly they become not a criminal anymore, which would be easy enough. I'll have the cop use the move. Do I have this? Do I have any examples of that? I think I do somewhere. Olden days. I'm going to use this trick. It's a lot better. So no should abort on that one, or that one, or that one, or that one, or that one. Yeah, this is old school code now. Here's an example of that. So this is before I had programming. All of the code was done in here. It was hard coded pretty much. But here's an example: moving to the nearest battery, and then if it gets picked up before you get there, then abort. So I'll do the same thing basically for the police. They'll just stop following you if you become no longer a criminal. And that should be super straightforward. Right. But I probably do. I'm trying to avoid these states now as much as I spend a whole day working on these states. If I can build them into the commands themselves, like if I have a command for the robot called chase, or chase criminal, or something like that, then naturally I can provide an abort that they're no longer a criminal. So chase criminal, it's kind of a, or pursue. Yeah, pursue is probably best, because that would just ensue, that would just infer that they're a criminal. So I'll add that in a bit. Let's first get these shouts working. So I want to put a shout. Again, this is going to be for shout type. That's going to be nested, enum, and all this stuff's going to get pulled up into base. So we're going to pull this up into, I'm going to pull that up. I wish you could sort through this thing. It's a bit, yeah, and shout. There we go. It's now base. The base agent now has shout type. We'll bring it up to top where I usually keep my enums. Now it'll put a shout. This is going to be the shout type, the actual shout. Now, how is this going to work? I guess it's going to use the world. Let's get some logging. So name shouted shout. Good enough. Now we say, hey world, broadcast a shout, and it's going to come from position. Probably have a range. That's pretty much going to be hard coded for a bit. So, no, it could be different per agent, because then the, yeah, like if you the shout range on hacking an ATM should be higher than hacking a parking meter. I think ATMs are a bit more important. So broadcast the where is it coming from? So it's coming from this, and this is the type of shout. So let's do the other way around. Shout comes from this agent, and it should have a shout range. And that will be configurable. Float. I will set it to something like, I don't know, 30 meters for now, something chunky. And now broadcast in the world. We'll take the shout type, the agent, and the range. Right, now I guess I need to find everything in range of this. So this is kind of a little bit, I mean, if it gets horrible, I can come back and add space partitioning trees, occ trees, or whatever to make it so it's not expensive, but that's some huge premature optimization, so screw that. For each agent in the world, yeah, so for each agent, that's in range. So for each agent in find objects of type, and this, I think I need to double check on this. Does this include base classes? I think it does. Of course, Unity's docs aren't the best. Base class, child class. Doesn't seem, how old is this? 2016. That's ridiculous. Oh, this is right. So this suggests, right, that suggests that it is using child classes. So I want to shout to all base agents in the world with the A for agent, A dot, well, the distance, vector3 dot distance of the agent transform. Of course, base agent doesn't seem to be question mark. Damn it. You would have thought Unity would have made this a proper generic. I guess not. I might have to be. Once it reaches this point, then it's probably. Fuck knows. Looks like I have to. I just do it this way. Base agent. I don't normally. No, you can't do it that way. You can't do it this way. I can, yeah. I don't normally do this. This is why I'm a bit rusty. So that's gotta have a transform position. No, not between. Transform position in the and the actual. This will be the shouter. And the shouter's position. Transform position. So if all that is less than the range of the shout, what am I doing in here? What am I doing? That doesn't take a fucking. That's probably why I needed to cast it. Yep, it is. I was putting a predicate inside that. It's not Unity's job. So if everything, these are the guys in range. So you don't have to do that. I'm quite happy with that. Fine. For that agent, okay, let the agent know about the shout. So the agent will on heard shout, and it'll be the shout type. It needs to know also where it came from. So the shout type and also the shouter. Now I can foresee some issues here, like variables in language. If I'm an if statement, if heard shout, I have no idea who the shouter is. And I may have to bite that bullet. I've been avoiding it, having some kind of context to a line of code. But if you're inside an if statement that was triggered by a shouter, then you should be able to say shouter. It's gonna, that's gonna jumble the language up quite a bit. It really will. So that's gonna be, it's gonna be abstract, but it's not gonna be abstract. I'm just using that to save you some time. Yes, 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 yes. Where did I put this? Base agent. So that's going to be actually a virtual. So a lot of them don't care. I guess I could put some logging in there. Name. Purge, shout from shouter name. Should be enough to test this thing. So hopefully that might be enough to just double check my shout range and get stomped on. Parking meters, shout range, 30. Okay. So hopefully we'll see two people. Well, everything should hear the shout because they're all base agents, but only the cops can eventually respond to it. So let's just see if the shout works. There should be one shout when you start hacking with a shorter range, I think. Yeah, then I'll have to work out how multiple ranges work. So let's hack this meter. Let's do the shout at the end. There we go. So the parking meter shouted crime in progress. It heard it. All the parking meters heard it. Charger heard it. Blah, blah, blah. Everything heard it. The cop bot also heard it. So let's have the cop bot. Now, I don't want to dive straight into the code just here. Basically, what's going to have to happen here. This goes against how all my if statements work. Completely. I wonder if. Let's see if this is pseudocode this. So I want my cop bot. Because right now I'm just patrolling. He wants to have something. I could. So how good this look? If. It's already not going to be an if, because ifs are for comparisons. This is not doing a comparison. I could make a new kind of if, then we're really messing with the grammar structure because it's going to be confused which one it is. That'll definitely have to come back. What about listen for shout? Now I got a big problem. I only want to listen for certain kinds of shouts, but the only things that can be put in code are in here. So for every kind of shout, I'll have to make a new word for it. Damn. I don't really see a way around that. Unless I have variables, and I'm avoiding that as well. Like, can I do a quote thing? Listen for shout, crime in progress. I mean, that'd be ideal. But this is starting to look a lot more like a programming language. I'm trying to keep this thing super plain English. It's kind of the objective here. I know it's already not the case because it's got 4. I mean, I could do that, but I'm trying to keep it consistent for now. So, well, actually, maybe this heard shout, and now I can use my indentation. So this would be another kind of conditional, but not like an if statement conditional. Just glossing over the fact that this is like totally unsupported. I could make that an actual word, but it seems I have to keep adding words. So if it's, okay, that's one challenge. And this means I can actually have a shout in progress as a literally a word of crime in progress, and that kind of a bunch of synonyms, so you get that for free. Type, this will be, it's kind of, I don't want to call it a shout, it's basically a named thing. It's a named notification. I think a notification might be a good name for that word. Now synonyms, let's throw a few in here. Crime happening. There's tons I could use for this.
crime happening. Yeah, I'll come back to these. I'm gonna go back and add to synonyms at the end, but let's just keep it simple for now. So crime in progress is a notification. Now I'm gonna make a whole new node for that. So in our compiler, starting from the top, this process is quite lengthy, but I've done it a bunch, so okay, so we want a notification. It's a new kind of token, and we kind of just work our way through it. I think the next one will be in create nodes. So we'll have a new node here. It's going to be similar to I can make it an action. No, it's like I'm going to need a new word for shout. A new type of thing. Heard. It's kind of a conditional. I could do it a conditional. I'm making a lot of new token types for this and seeing if I can start reusing some. So I heard probably tons of synonyms for that. That's a conditional. So in the conditional, I'm actually gonna have to, depending on what that word is, I'm gonna have to treat it with different structure, but I think I can do that. I think I should be okay. So in create node, when I get a conditional, there's actually gonna be two kinds of types here. There's gonna be it's like an if statement. Will look like that. And it'll be, so we'll do an if on that. So I guess we could say if the first token word is if. I think there's a synonym for that, but that's okay. It's collapsed. It's always collapsed down to the base word. So that's if. So if it's that, I mean, I could do a switch here. We might end up with more than a few, but sure. Switch. Well, yeah, I'll return the first word switch, and we'll use pattern matching. If it is if, then we basically are returning this dude. If it's a heard, then we're returning a new. I'm going to rename this to an if conditional, so I don't step on my own feet. This will be a heard conditional node. It'll take the same thing, new. I don't care if this is reused. It's fine, but it's not ready yet. I'm going to start naming these differently. I'm going to start calling this a heard. They're completely pointless. They can just, like, honestly, they can just be a leaf node. It doesn't honestly matter. Can I just start calling these things leaf nodes? That's abstract, isn't it? Because I'm using this a lot just because I need a node, and I want it to be named right. So if I make this literally not, then maybe I can not do that and simplify the hell out of this. So this could just be a leaf node. What's the company by now? It's not public. So the leaf node, which we can hopefully transplant there and not cause any problems. And then a lot of these should hopefully just be leaf nodes now. I'll just do it gently. I'll just do it, keep it like this for now. I won't bring in anything else. So, and then the second bit's going to be, so let's get some comments in here. So that's going to look like that. This one is going to look like it's a heard statement. And it's going to look like it's another conditional, and then it's, instead of this, it's going to have how's it looking code? Heard, and then the thing it heard. Well, it's always going to be a shout. Always going to be that, so no need shout. It's just going to have literally this notification. Notification, and that should be easy. New notification node. Well, technically it's a leaf node, I think. With the rest. No, because the rest is a... this is where it gets hacky again. I gotta go like... Just give me the first one. This is running way better error checking. Because this will throw an exception if you don't... If you provide nothing, it'll give you an exception, but it'll just give you a shitty exception. Which won't look great for the user. How's my timer doing here? 35 minutes. Man, time flies. Is my student still on fire? That's pretty okay, she's fine. For now. Then I'll have to take a break. Okay, so... so that'll be a herd notification, which I'll just rip off from around here. Where these will live is a bit messy. We are herd. What did I call it? What did I call that? A herd node. That's totally fucked up. So we heard notification node. Down here somewhere. Herd notification node. And it'll take the the whatever. This is just... I want to call this the prefix. I'm so generalizing this. We're going to start somewhere. So we'll call this the prefix. That's what they actually said. So the word will be a prefix word. And now our prefix will also be stored. We never really use that anywhere. I don't know why I bother. I don't think I use this anywhere. Have I used it elsewhere? I think that's just kind of... No, I don't use it anywhere else. I could kind of get away without these. I do need it because I want to store the word here. It's important. I do... Do I even use this word? Oh my god. Do I care if it's an if statement? What would happen if I just nuked it? What if it didn't have a word? I mean, this is the only thing I really care about. I don't care about what the conditional is named. So when I'm using this thing, maybe like I just don't. This will simplify things a lot. So same here. I just don't care what the prefix is. So I don't need either of these. I just care about the, not the comparison in this case. I care about the, what do they call it? A notification node? Oh, it's another leaf node. All right. So, the shout I'm interested in will be the leaf node called the, well, I guess this is the notification. It's not a shout. So the notification is going to be that. Don't need that anymore. No. Yeah, I guess I tried. Heard notification node was given an invalid notification. Try to keep some of these. Oh, yeah, of course. Forgot you had that side effect. I can't remember what this operator is called. Okay, either way, so when this thing is run, we're gonna be like, hey, dude, so it's run. This is gonna be another notification, so it's... I do have an issue here. I do have an issue. This is a conditional, so I'm gonna have to make this an if. Oh, this is interaction I'm doing. Conditional nodes. Oh, I did make it an if. If conditional. Heard. So let's call this if node. Because we did have an if node. But that was only being used because I wasn't using leaf nodes everywhere. We should be able to trim a lot of this shit out. Maybe now is the time to do it. This is going to be riveting to watch. So this can be just an if node. And then I want to make them both... Wait, I don't have an if node still. I just deleted it. that'll come up again later. Is true. And this will be a herd node. I'll keep these names a lot simpler. Not like misspelling them. And it doesn't care. Yeah, these are getting a bit nicer. Interaction, the verb's important in this one. I don't want to refactor literally everything yet, but I can kind of go through here. And so the herd, now when this is run, this is interesting because I kind of this is an issue. When there's a shout, if there's any agents in range, I want to tell them that they heard something, which I've already done, the base class. So I'll override that in robot, and the robot will say, hey, in my current program, do I have any conditional nodes that are heard nodes that match the notification? So I'm going to have a public string notification, which is just going to be the notification word, and then the run's kind of not going to do anything because all it's doing is just like a place. It's almost like a go-to. Yeah, it's basically just a go-to in code. Go-tos. I'm going to maintain this hack statement I keep putting in here though, because I don't like the fact that I have to return some arbitrary boolean. But this basically acts like but it needs to be derived from a conditional node. It should no longer exist. A conditional node, because that will just make that would be a branch node, which means it needs to implement a few things. No, this is abstract as well. And these guys can live, I don't know where the hell I'm going to put this guy. Just somewhere. I'll put him above if, close enough. In order of appearance. So he's also in a conditional node. And so is our herd node. So now when we're compiling our program, when we're actually compiling, what I do here is say, hey, actually I check on no, I don't. I check on the token types. Now, is the token type conditional for the herd? It is. So that should be fine. If it finds a herd node, it'll treat it just like an if statement. What this does is creates a new section specifically for that. Now, now I kind of want to, well, this is all happening way before I compile anything. Because this is where the compiling happens, down here. This compiles the lines of code. And then what you can do here is, for each section, for each line, so the very first line, I kind of want to know what kind of conditional it is. So, well, that's okay, because the root node will be the branch node. So that root node will be either an if node or a herd node. So when I actually, is that enough to leave this thing? There's probably a few errors lying around in here. Let's look at our herd node again. Because all I'm using it for is this, effectively, and then I'm running the code. So, actually, I think this, because it's a conditional, it should be treated, it should be true. Because this is kind of a, I wanted to say run it and then pass in the thing. I can't pass anything in here because these guys don't take params. I could make them take params. That's a huge departure. I need to pass it away. Okay. Let's just start playing with this. It'll fix any problems until I want to get to them. Before I leave here, though, I do kind of want to get rid of some of these junk nodes. Yeah, I'm just going to do it by error. Follow the errors. So anything that's just doing this stupid... Anything that could just be... Like, all this can just be leaf nodes. Even subject. Oh my god. Let's get rid of all this stuff. Actually, I'm not going to get rid of it. First, I'm going to commit. Working on shouts. Shout notifications. And primes. In case I want to roll back some shit here. And I'm going to comment this stuff out. I'm not going to delete them yet. All these dudes. Anything that does care about a verb, this certainly does, is a leaf node now. Subject node. Okay, I do need subject node. I think that one is a bit specific. Yeah, that one is important because otherwise I'm checking against the leaf nodes, and I'd rather not. That could be a leaf node, but just check for the words. And it's just going to throw up a bunch of shit. Filter again. No problem there. I could have done it with a subject too, but I do, when I'm creating nodes, none of these guys need to be treated differently. The subject kind of does, because over in create nodes, most of them I don't care about. Oh, fuck, I don't care about subject either. I still kind of want to keep it. I still do kind of want to keep it. I got some real old shit here, like junctions and stuff I've definitely never used. Leaf node, leaf node, leaf node, leaf node, leaf node, leaf node, leaf node. Again, some of these I just don't care. Like at this point, I know it's a wait until nodes. I don't need any of this shit. Let's go back and be ruthless here. Do I need to know that? This one I do. This one I definitely do. And these will be leaf nodes, and I'm just looking at what they mean, what they say. Could do this lovely error handling. And these will be leaf nodes too. To give us a nice, good test after. I'll be debugging for weeks. Create node. Leaf nodes are kind of. No, I do want to have a create node. It'd be nice if it just. I could just do this. Just have a private, just to make things cleaner. Leaf node. Create leaf node. But I don't need to, because that's all this is doing. It's just a new leaf node. In this case, it takes, oh no, because they need, yeah, it's just a single token. God damn it. Yeah, it actually tokens. And so is this. Really, they don't need to be tokens. Skip one, this should just be, it's going to be enumerable. So, I mean, I kind of want to do a first the default, and then definitely want to do the first default because I can defer the error handling. So that will just be a token. Now I should just be able to handle it. Like so. So again here, it simplifies things nicely. It's starting to get a bit more samey, which is a good sign. Oh, I just realized these tokens haven't been actually. Let's force that to be a list. I'm doing tons of enumerations there. And this should be to list. So just count. Actually, let's leave those as arrays, just because I don't use arrays enough. There's no reason to have the functionality of a list, so it's a list of tokens. So now I'm going to be, again, with an action node, I do need to create the rest. Rest is definitely something. What is that? Like an enumerable? Yeah. So this would be 2 array. Yeah, I know that might not be. This is the kind of error I probably want to do proper checking on, because this is what catches me up with all the time. Like these being bad grammar, basically. So if you know, create node rest as comparison node, same deal with delay. That's basically also keep doing that. I don't care anymore. Yeah. All of these, if they're empty, all of these might fail. Well, maybe not. If they're empty. They're supposed to be empty arrays. Two dedicated viewers. Mad props. Come on, crimes. Eyes on the prize, crimes. Need those bot coins. Right, it's not fucking refactoring. Let's see if Unity's happy with it first of all. Probably not. That's the one there. So create node from the tokens to list. Well, it's tokens. Yeah, that definitely has to be a list. I'm adding to it. I think. Yeah, I'm adding all over that, so that needs to be a merge type. Oh yeah, all this little. Oh, I don't care about that. Oh yeah, I can use that. Yeah. Actually, use some of them features. Okay, I've gone about out into the weeds here now, and I need to know. If this shit still works. Let's see if it works. Okay, I'm broken. So a cop bot is a good start. It doesn't check first, and then I'll bring back the battery checking the bots because I do an if statement. Don't expect it to fail because it's still just a conditional thing, right? All right. Right off the bat, we got some. I found an empty word, and oh, I have a new line here. I should really check for that shit properly. Yeah, we're gonna be very resilient against errors. All right. Well, he got to there and then blew up. Wait, what? Someone heard crimes. Shouldn't be hearing crimes. Running code. Ah, right. So it's running the code. It shouldn't be running. It should not be running this because it's not actually an if statement. So wherever this is happening, which is here, we don't want to run just if for each if statement of the program. So we want to check that not only is the type conditional, but I want to make sure it's an if conditional. Now, is it safe to make a different kind of block type? That's feel like the right thing to do. So if it's an if conditional, so wherever these guys are used, when I'm compiling, what do I set it to be an if conditional? If the token type is conditional, okay, I'm fine with that. Actually, I'm not fine with that. Because I can't suddenly assume. Oh, I don't want to overcomplicate this thing here. I really don't. Because this is all the whole indentation, handling, and stuff. So I want to keep it simple, keep it the same, and just attach. It should be simple, actually. I should be able to say, all right, mate, where the section type is conditional, let's instead say if the section is if statement. Because I should be able to do everything I need there. It's going to say, all right, take, this is in this section, so it takes line 0. I might freak out, no doubt. First token, and then this is pretty dirty. If, and then we do another one for is heard statement. And if that is heard, don't think I like this very much. There's so much that can go wrong there. But this should run all the if statements and should leave out the heard statements. So we shouldn't get that error now. Yeah. Probably should have flagged that whole section. The thing is, the section code, that's all handled in a different area. We've got 4 viewers now. Hello, everybody. I'm knee-deep in writing a programming language. Copbot goes to his first waypoint. He's cool with it. And he does have his heard crimes, but the heard crimes doesn't have any stuff in it. So if he hears a crime, this is the next bubble. When he hears a crime, he's got to go to, well, I can cheese it for now and say, let's just keep it cheesy for now. So go to nearest. Really, he should be going to this, he should be going to the chat, whoever shouted out this notification. But for now, to see if this heard thing works, I'm going to go to the nearest criminal robot. So I'll have to add a new filter called criminal, which means I need to add a new, what's it called? A new filter, that's right. So I want a new filter called criminal. I'm going to get some synonyms in there like bad guy or bad. Nah, let's just leave that up for now. I'm trying to avoid the 2-word stuff as much as I can. So now we got a new filter called criminal, so it won't error when it reads that. Copbot goes to newest criminal robots. Now when I'm filtering robots, so over a robot, and it's filter by, I simply add a new filter called criminal, and that just returns whether is criminal. That should work. So you can filter robots by whether they're criminals or not, and it should go to the nearest one because it'll sort it by nearest after that. And this is flagged the same time. This is flagged before the shout. Cool. So the shout will happen, which will immediately cause everybody to everything in range to look for a criminal. So this has to happen first. So he's a criminal. Then the parking meter shouts out, crime in progress, dude. And anybody listening to that, therefore anybody running the code, this copbot should just run the code. So now I need to do similarly what I did to if statements in robot, which was on update, I think. Yeah. Basically the same as this, except I don't care. Well, yeah, I don't want to be interrupted. I don't want to be interrupted from another interruption. So I don't want to, yeah, because I don't have nested interruptions, basically. So if he's off charging his battery, you might notice, actually, this is the gameplay thing. If you realize that once they're doing they're doing one of their if statements, for instance, they're running low on batteries, so they might be going to find a battery to plug in a charger or something. You might notice that it will not be interrupted from that, which means it's a badly coded robot. Fine, it's part of the game. And therefore, I don't have nested if statements. I don't plan on supporting them anytime soon. Therefore, you can wait until he's low on power, and then he won't respond to the shout. He simply isn't listening for it, because he's already interrupted. So I do the same thing here in herd, on herd shout, which is currently in the agent. So I want to do that. I want to keep it nearby. So I want to override the on herd shout. I'll call base because it's doing some shit, and then I'll do basically kind of the same thing here and say, all right, mate, for each herd statement in the program, so we'll call this a herd statement, a bit like an if statement, and now it is a herd statement, which is because it has herd at the beginning. Fine. We don't need to check if it's, oh, we need to check if it should run, because the herd statement, if the herd statement dot, now I need to select this. I need to convert this this statement to as a no, it's actually I want the nodes. I don't want the nodes. I'll have to get the node here. So I need to get the root node. Do I have to get that? It should be available to me. So herd statement. I kind of want just the first line. I'm gonna make a first line helper for that. It's a little better. So I can do better error checking here later. So that'll just return first line. And that'll be code line. Now our first line dot root node. This is where we can say, hey, root node. Now we convert that to a herd node. Let's get this guy all in brackets, and then we can say, wait, what are you listening for? That notification. Okay, that's a token. No, it's not. Is that a string? It is. Lovely. That's the same as the shout to string. Ouch. Always need to lower these guys. I know it's probably already been too lowered a bunch of times, but just in case. I know I can do it. I never liked this thing. Ignore case thing. I'm just going to do it. I know it's slower, but fuck it. So now, if the herd statement should run, it's going to be pretty much the same as this. And I think this has, yeah, this is the skip line already in there. So we don't care about the first line, it's already been executed. I probably want a little bit of logging in here. I'm sure I'll regret it if I don't. And that should just run the herd statement, which means saying it's interrupted, which means it can't be interrupted again. Also means you can kill a cop's battery by waiting for them just about out of battery, so they're about to go charge, and then do a crime. They'll start chasing you, and they will not, under any circumstances, stop chasing you, including if the battery dies. Emergent bugs. I don't think I need to be that stingy on line space, buddy. So if it should be definitely be a herd node if, well, we've already checked. Well, not checked, indirectly checked. Alright, that should then run whatever's after that. Yeah. No, I prefer to look at this. I'm still getting used to this new syntax. I forgot what it's called. It does a null check and checks for an almost like an object initializer at the same time, which is pretty useful. So it does a null check and will check for that as well. Which is lovely. And why the fuck is this word shout demanding to be a template? I guess it doesn't really matter. It's because I'm yeah. Fair enough. that should, oh damn, that could be a problem actually. No, that will be a problem because now it's forcing agent type. Yeah, bear with me here. This is going to get a bit. Agent type. Oh, this isn't a world. Why the hell? Okay, because I did shout from inside. Inside what? An agent. So I said, shout this. Ah. So I don't actually. This needs to be a base agent. Otherwise, we're gonna. Because I'm shouting this. This will be a different thing depending. This will be a traffic meter in this case. But unfortunately, that should matter there. Maybe this doesn't matter. This means heard shout will be wrong because now this is going to be heard. The shouter is now going to be. Now it's going to get fucked up. It's going to get really fucked up. Because it's going to be trying to move between different generic classes. And so the cop will think the shouter was actually a cop because of the generic stuff, I believe. So this definitely has to be made. And then I shouldn't need any of this generics anymore. Can I be hacked with it? Can I do that? No. I don't care in this case. I'm trying to break this generic connection. Now, shouter base state. What am I doing? That's base agent. Yeah. And so base agent, I can't. It's the double. I can't do that kind of no. Yeah, because it's in this one. Oh, I could move this shit up into oh no. I keep forgetting all this shit. Like this can go up to base agent. In fact, if I move everything up here, this solves the problem. Let's just take all this shit up to base agent. Yeah, only because I'm using the this keyword. I just want to cause all this fucking headache. So let's go back up to our base. Let's just do this way. Pull that up. Oh shit! I got to help a student soon. I don't think I'm gonna tap out for. I got 3 minutes. I gotta tap out for some amount of time. I'll be back. Shout range not be accessible. That's fine. Shout range is still up in agent. So shout range should be a base agent thing. Yeah, this whole layer of generic stuff, it made a lot more sense when I was doing tons of like state machine stuff. It's making a bit less sense now, but it's there and it works, so I'm not gonna fuck with it too much. Like all this flag is criminal, this could also probably float up. If I start breaking this connection now, then slowly this will get whittled away and I think it will become less of a problem. And eventually, hopefully, disappear. Right, just gotta find a good stopping point here so I can go help a student. Like this stuff's starting to not even get used, which is I guess good. In range, interaction distance. See, this stuff can move up as well. Okay, this will eventually evaporate, hopefully. Because I'm not doing anywhere near as much stuff in code as I was before. And generics made way more sense when I was in code. Now everything's happening through programs that I don't really care anymore because it's all kind of done on one spot, and I don't really mind if I have to do some conversions. Code convenience is less of an issue. Well, I might still run some state stuff. The only thing that's using the states right now is movement. Alright, I need to find a stopping point to help my student out. So where am I? I was in the middle of It still has all this shit here we don't need anymore. Need this stuff. There we go. And then I'll get caught up in Robot too because he's got all this nonsense. Alrighty. So now this. I'll be back. This is where I was. To do, finish, heard, notifications. I'm gonna leave the stream running. I'm just going to have to mute everything because it's, you know, teacher confidentiality, all that shit. So no microphone and no video, anything. Bye. And I'll be back in hopefully soon. Hello, I'm back. Anybody else is still there? Crisis averted. Student saved. All is good. Just going to stick my webcam back on here. Not like that. No, there. It's small. Not huge. Wow. There. Maybe wants a screen full of my face anyway. Right, I'm gonna have a cigarette and get back on it. And that was where I was coding. We'll be right back. Okay. I'm just realized I'm gonna put a little shout out to my students. See if anyone wants to watch the stream. Spamming students. And we're also gonna put this. There. Spamming complete. Right. Back to what was it doing? Finish herd notifications. What's left to do? Good. So checking if this log is terrible. Checking if herd statement should run. Let's do another one here. Herd statement should run. So I'm checking if the notification in the code matches the shout. So let me double check those. So in the cops code, he is currently, his normal code just goes back and forth between his two waypoints, which are these little traffic cones. And he's got this other statement saying, if he heard that crime is in progress, now this is just a bit of test code, you're going to go to the nearest criminal robot. So eventually this will be like arrest the robot and take him back to jail and stuff like that. But for now, I'm just going to test it that way. And I'm just going to double check that my vocabulary includes criminal and herd and crime in progress. So this will be the first time this is, well, it's compiled before, so let's see how it goes. He should carry on with his business. And he's off. So you should just go back and forth between those guys. His batteries run out, but I'm not handling that right now. So now if I tell my guy to hack a meter, he'll go and hack this. And, oh, he went straight for me. Let me pause that, check my logs. He shouldn't have gone straight for me. He should have waited till it was hacking, but, well, maybe not. Let me just check my, I always recalculated. This is just causing a ton of spam. I'm gonna get rid of that for now. I do kind of want to see that. It's what to do here. This is happening quite a lot. This is going to be because my robot's maybe moving. I don't know. This threshold might be too high. Quite a lot. Look into that. Future cache can handle that. Let me do that again. This time with a clean log. It is like 1 billion degrees outside. It's beautiful. Here I'm inside, making robot crimes. So while he's doing his patrol, I want to check on the parking meter. Okay, yeah, so he's being flagged as a criminal as soon as the hacking starts. That's probably fair. So if I get him to hack, so I can put like proper long commands in here, like parking meter, should do the same thing. So that interrupted. That seems to be working. and then he'll, once he's done that single line of code, he's only just told to go check it out and do nothing else. He just goes to me, and then once that's finished, then this statement's finished, and he'll continue about his normal job. But that seemed to work fine. Let me just check again. Okay, be a bit further up. Okay, he's getting a lot of shouts here. Oh, this is heard. Yeah, all these shouts are being heard by everything else. Like all the parking meters heard it, the charger heard it, batteries heard it, the cop bot heard it, and that worked fine. So shouts are working. I guess the next thing is to arrest this dude. So I need to add some more code to my cop bot. I have to do a bit more here. I think I'm gonna come up with a good word for. I think. Well, really, what I wanted to do is have him go to the actual shouter of this crime in progress. But the language isn't smart enough to know what triggered this yet. And I'm hesitant to go down that route because I wanted the language to be not have any context or state. But this would be a case maybe where I want to things I don't know what type of things. This has to be a specific type. So I can't go to like maybe this would be a different kind of go to shouter. Go to shouters about it. I could put some synonyms in there for that. Go to shouter. This would be a whole different kind of go to where it checks, okay, do I currently, this is my code, my code's context actually know what shouter is. So I am slowly sleepwalking into the having state, but I think it might be useful for other things. So I don't like shouter though. Go to, but shouter is the only thing it's I could say go to crime, but what if it's a different, if it's not a crime in progress shout? The only thing that's consistent is the shouter, which is kind of a weird thing to be introducing as a code. Like, what the hell is a shouter? Go to notification. I go to the notification. That seems a bit more legit. So that would mean that notification is actually, this might take some time. This is going to be a new kind of noun. So it's going to be a noun called notification, and there could be plenty of synonyms for this I can come up with later. So that's going to be a noun, and everything's going to fall apart at this point because a notification can be many different things. Well, this will actually be an agent that did the shouting. Maybe the notifier. I'll have a synonym. Notifier. Maybe that's a better word for the base word, and then maybe the notification is a synonym. So notifier. So now I have to have some special case code in here. When it goes to check for, so in what actually takes place is in robot execute command. In robot, this is where it does the go to, and this unfortunately will fail because what's executing this will be the action. The verb will be go to, and the subject at this point will have failed because it'll try to find a subject called notifier, and notifier, these are the only valid subjects, and I don't want to make notifier one of them because it could be any one of these things that's shouting. In this case, it's the parking meter. So what I'm going to have to do on action is add another horrible hack here, which is going to be a problem because I'm running into the problem that when I run this command, it doesn't have any context. It doesn't even know what program's running it. So I'm going to have to get do a sweeping change here, I think. This is going to have to, I think, what I would like to be able to do is say, this is definitely a hack, but no, this is a game jam. It's plenty of those. What I like to say is, this, well, what's this? This should probably, I don't know what the solution for this is, probably use some kind of variable or other context. I could think of a few solutions, none of them I want to do right now, so instead I'm going to say, hey, check it out. If the subject node, which is just going to be, it's going to have a word, if that is equal to, what did I say, it was notifier, then do something different. Otherwise, just do the normal get subject, which handles this kind of thing. So if it's a notifier, then get the notifier from the running program. And this is where I have to make a big sweeping change, because I don't have, all I know is what's running the program, not the program itself. So what I'm going to do is make a big old change here. I'm going to find the easiest way to do this is go right back into here, my base node, my base class, and literally say, hey, program, this is the program, effectively, the running program, and that's going to have to happen in all kinds of places. So now I just chase the errors around, plenty of them. So now that's going to be the running program, but the program can hold things like who is running it. It'll know if there's a notifier. I can store useful information like context. First I'll go through and refactor all of these and then clean up the mess. One of my students says, hey, awesome, what's a game jam? So I'm just thinking my student, the game jam I'm actually on. Alright, let's look at that. And carry on. So yeah, I was copying and pasting a bunch of this running program. So all my runs, and there's lots of them. So these are the nodes themselves. Once I've basically compiled the program into nodes using natural language processing or NLP, so it's something I did on Sunday, all these nodes can be executed. And this is going to be quite a lot to change, but it'll be for the better. So now I can say the running program dot what's the computer it's actually running on. Now right now the only computers out there are robots. So the computer will be the running computer. Actually, I can just make this a get private set property, and then when I actually start the program, now again here, it's gonna have to be the running program again. This is the internals of how programs run, so this will be the running program as well. And now the running program will be able to say the computer. And I don't really want running program everywhere. Can I just replace this across the entire project? I'm pretty happy with just having program. That's pretty fair. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine, that's fine. I think it'll fine. So program, computer, name. Now, basically just cleaning shit up now. When I run the program, so let's look at robot. It's a couple places I run programs. One is in start. start main. This is definitely used in all cases. Yeah, so when I start main is used, and this is used over in my command line UI. So at this point we can say, you know what? This as a computer. Now it's going to complain because it doesn't have a property yet. Let's add that. Now it's perfectly happy to knows it's already a computer because I'm in robot. So now this thing has the computer. I can store the computer that it's running on. Actually, I already call that computer equals the computer. So now it knows what ran the whole thing. And same here. When I go to the next line, start main. In this case, this will be the computer that we started on. This is for if statements. Because they're kind of like mini, well, this is leaving an if statement. They're kind of like little mini programs. So now I just clean up a ton of errors, which normally show up on the right hand side here, but I'm not seeing them. So I'll go to next error, I know what it is. Oh, did that take me straight to the error? That's kind of nice. So where am I here? This is in the robot, so that can be this. That should be the errors, and the program's got a ton of errors. Now when I run, that takes the program. And this is happening. This is happening inside a code line. Unfortunately, this means these guys need to know about the program too. It's kind of, yeah, what you can do. So when I run a line of code, that will also take. Actually, I'll just do it here. I don't need to keep track of it. That'll be the running. I decided I want to just call it program. So running this on a program computer, and in this case, the root node is the program, so I can just say program. Now, wherever this is called, I'm inside program right now, aren't I? Yes, I am. So this will be able to just pass the program through. Let's follow those errors. This is where there's going to be tons of them. So now it's going to be, basically I can be pretty sweeping here and do a find replace for run computer instead put run program.computer. And let's make sure I get this right. Program. iComputer is not assignable. Oh, of course, these are just be programs now. Hey, Andrew. How's it going, mate? So I'm gonna replace all these dudes with run program instead. Should fix a few problems. Now we're gonna have a bunch of problems here, like this has to take a program now. It's basically just this is tedious, but it's kind of a sweeping change. Now we can say the program's computer and also program computer. Next error, again, program.computer. Maybe using this a lot. There. Pretty much everywhere here. Plenty of those. You can pass the whole program into these things, but that's way too general. They don't need to know about the program. Alright, that seems to be most. Just keep on going. You'll be there now, I think. So now when I'm running, this needs to know about the program, which is great. We already had that. No more errors in here. World runs this same as before. Find subject where that's used. takes the computer. Computer. Oh yeah, run needs to be. Oh damn it! I mean, this needs. Damn, this actually doesn't need the program. Am I in world? Damn it! I did not want this. This thing. I'm not really sure about this method. I use it in like a few places. I wanted to get rid of it. But... So same program that case. This one was gonna want. Most of them I can just leave as is. This is kind of a half-finished refactor, but now it takes the program. A couple more errors there, same problem. I think that's everything I can see. See what Unity has to say about it. Let me get back to doing crimes. Vanilla robots. Right, no errors. Now, the whole point of that endeavor, well, let's just see if it runs. We should probably get a few errors when the robot, when I start the crime by saying, all right, hack that meter, the copbot's probably going to have an error. Yeah, he's now saying, yeah, here we go. I should probably make this error an error, so it's easier to see. So couldn't find a matching subject while running goto notifier. That's to be expected, because I didn't add that bit yet. So that's when I'm command. This is where I need to I was doing an action node if statement here. Here it is. Get the notifier from the running program. So the program will have some kind of notifier. So that will be a subject that we're interested in. And now I just need to set this up when there's a notifier. So that will return, well, that can just be a get private set. So super hacky, but so is this whole file is full of hacks. But game jam. Once I dig out of this code, Andrew, I'll give you a quick explanation of what the hell this game is. Basically, game jam is about AI, so it has to have AI in some sense, which there's plenty of that going on here. Actually, you're coding your own AI, so it's a kind of meta AI. And the idea is that you have all these little robots, and you get them to do crimes for you, because the theme of the jam is breaking the rules. So we have all this. You can build a little crime syndicate robot. You start out with just one robot, and you can walk them around. So you'll start out with just one robot, and you can walk them around, but that's all you can do. If you want them to interact with anything and do anything, you have to use your command line. And then use the same commands that you would use when you're programming another robot. So you gotta start out being able to walk around, and like I can say, okay, I can walk him over to this battery, but then I also have to say, grab battery. Now he's picked it up. And I can walk over to this charger over here and say, plug battery into charger. It's a bit like a text-based adventure almost. There you go. So that would start charging if it was dead. Obviously, art needs to leave some stuff to be desired. But the idea is you can't do anything but walk. So if you have to learn these commands like hack meter. I'll go to the nearest meter and start hacking it. And those are the arrows I was expecting. So he gave up immediately because he couldn't actually run my code. So he went straight back to his normal job. The copbot's job's pretty simple. He just uses his normal code. He'll just keep looping this. And then he's kind of like an interrupt type thing here. So he'll keep going back and forth between these waypoints. And if he hears that there's a crime in progress, he'll go toward that notification. Or notifier. There's lots of synonyms you can use. So notifier, and that's all defined in this like language document that I made. It's JSON file. So the notifier right now is he's unable to find it. Because the goto command is in action, just here. So we should actually have a subject from this. But I'm probably not populating notifier, am I? I'm not. So when the shout happens, alright, this bit might be a bit wrangly. Let's start where it starts. So the hacking, if the parking meter starts to get hacked, if it's a crime to hack it, which it is in this case, the flag, the hacker is a criminal. That lasts like 30 seconds. So he's a criminal for 30 seconds, or whatever time I decide that is. Then it'll shout this notification. So anything in shouting range, so the world will broadcast a shout of this type. There's only one type right now, crime in progress. And it'll broadcast it. This is the shouter, and this is how far to shout. So the shouter is an agent. So what it'll do is find any agents in range of that shout, and then let them know that they heard a shout. Now this is a base thing. So now over in robots are the only thing listening for shouts right now. We have on heard shout. This is where we have to get clever. So we do know who shouted, and we're in a program. So this should be as simple as here saying populate the shouter, the agent that shouted this notification. So now we're actually giving some program some state. So I can say, hey, the notifier is equal to the shouter. Now notifier, what type is that? Base agent. It needs to have a not private set, so we can change it here. I would eventually like this to get set to nothing again, but I think every time it picks up a new shout, it won't really matter because it'll get overwritten. So that should give everything I need, hopefully, for the cop to come after not the traffic, not the well, before he was going to the nearest criminal robot, but now it's a bit clearer. It's going to the person it's going to the actual traffic meter, the parking meter. So I hack that meter again. He'll in fact not come to me. If I walk away, he's not coming to me. He's going to the meter. So now, once that finishes, he's now gone back to his job because that's all he was asked to do is just go there. So if I modify his code now to go to the notifier and then, well, that's basically it. But once he stops there, I'm going to have another if statement. So I'll say, now this might involve more new code. I'd like it to say if, and this will count more than just this if statement will constantly be checked. Any if statements are constantly being checked. They're kind of like interrupts. So if, I forgot what if statements look like. Let me look at one of my other bots here. If it takes a subject, this subject could be random robot, nearest robot. I think because this is happening quite a lot, and it's kind of simulating how this cop's going to be actually working. Every sort of second or so, he looks at a random robot nearby and checks out if they're a criminal. So that'll add some variation about whether they spot that means you can have safety in numbers. So you bring a whole bunch of robots, like a mob of robots, then you get kind of emergent gameplay. If you have a mob of robots, none of which are doing anything criminal, they're just hanging around your robot, and he's the one, like, inside this mob, he does the crime, so he's a criminal, but because I'm looking at random robots, so we'll be in a second. I'm just gonna copy that. Actually, I'll type it from scratch. So if random robot is criminal, then this is why I want to have something like arrest. But I don't have that just yet, so I'm going to have instead just have them go to Now this is another problem. But this is where this the thing I just added for the hearing stuff I just added for the shouts could again come useful here. Like I could store whatever the robot was that satisfied this condition. I can store that, so I can see go to something like target. That seems like a reasonable word for it. And that target will be intercepted and say, okay, what satisfied the if statement? Which robot was a criminal? And therefore that becomes the target. And then that could be arresting them and so on. So let me add that target to the first of all to the language. So that's going to be a new noun called target. And again, I have loads of synonyms for it. Can't think of anything off the top of my head, so I'm just going to leave it at target, but I can come back and add tons of synonyms here. I don't support spaces, unfortunately. It's a lot more work, and I'm pushed for time. This is pretty much the last day I have to work on this. It's due on Friday morning, and I got work. Everything but today. I'm hoping to convince, normally I spend today working on my Kickstarter game, but I'm hoping I can convince my pair programming buddy, like, hey buddy, you want to work on spend this session working on a different game? We'll see. So target. So now, when the if statement is satisfied, so it's going to be the, right here, cool. So we'll do something very similar, basically. Hopefully this will be straightforward, hopefully. I don't think it will be actually, no, because I had access to the shouter here. Here I don't have access to anything. So I'm going to have to find this somewhere else. So this is going to be the target now. That'll be another get set property of the base agent. Now, how the hell do I populate this thing? It's not going to happen in here because I don't have the information I need here. I need this to happen inside the code. This is actually happening in the robot. But the code itself, this line here, where it runs the if statement. So that's going to be running the root node of the if statement. So that's going to be back over in my compiler. Now I have my if node. Currently, when it runs the if node, it just returns the result. But now I can be a bit clever. I could say, we'll get the result of the if statement. And that will be the result of the comparison node that I run, and that's over down here. This is where it does comparison stuff like is not, and so on. But I don't need to worry about that. Now I can say if the result, so that's a Boolean, if the if statement should run or passed, then we can then say, hey program, check it out. Program target. Ooh, no dice, no dice. I actually need something from the comparison. The comparison itself, it's the one that knows about the node. And unfortunately, it has to do all this shit to get it. But that's okay too. I can say the subject equals now this is something I definitely want to have as a base. Like I want this. I've been looking for this kind of behavior. I'm not going to try to refactor it now. Basically what that's going to do is return a base agent, and it's going to run all this code. It definitely needs to take the program. All this should work, and then at the end of it I return the subject it found. So less repeating code. Again, this will probably get useful in a lot of places. Right now I'm not going to worry about that. So this takes the program, and now I have a subject. And now because I have the subject, well, I'll make that an actual property here. That should be private set, so I can't touch outside. I can only get it. So we set the subject, now we use that everywhere. Now I can access, after the comparison has been run, I now actually have comparison dot subject. So that's going to become the target of the program. And then I just return the result. Well, in here it's return. Actually, I can just return the result, that's fine. Store the target, the comparisons subject as the target. Current program target. Agent. That should be everything I need now. So when target's used out in here, oh, it's already been stored. So now I do my other little hack, and that is when I oh, my colleague I'm developing this game with, he wants to have a chat in a bit. So I might have to do a quick break then too. Or I can just stream that as well, if he doesn't mind. I'll ask him if he cares. Yeah, we've been developing in complete isolation, so it's gonna be a lot of integration hell when we have to bring our stuff together. And it's probably gonna be me doing that. Students everywhere. I mean, it's not exactly a weekend, so. Alright. So get subject. And this is so much repeating code in this class. These classes are insane. Where did I do the notifier? Where did I do that? No, it wasn't. It was where did I get the shouter? No, the notifier. Where did I do that? Oh, it's in the scroll job. Self. Random. Here we go. Oh, I searched for notifier. Okay. So another hack. So far all of the state stuff seems to end up in action. So state can't be used anywhere else other than action, but so far that's serving me well. Oh, please. Let me change my status to mid-game jam. I might quiet the students down a bit. Jamming might take a while to respawn. Yeah, they probably won't even notice. So now if it's the target that we're looking for, then we just return the target instead. Get the target from the running program. So this is super hacky. It shouldn't live here. But until I find a better place for it to live. Them's the cookies. That should be enough for that to work. So he's constantly on the lookout for criminals now. So what'll happen is he'll go to the notifier. This basically creates an interrupt in the program. This is a normal program. This creates an interrupt. So he'll do this. And he cannot be interrupted while he's in an interrupt. But once this finishes, he'll go back to his normal program. And the if statement will get a chance to run. And then immediately run, looking at a random robot. There's only really one around. And if he sees one that's a criminal, he'll go to that robot. So if I start the hack and then start running around, because I'm a criminal for 30 seconds, I should put some kind of indicator over his head. I'll do it in a second. So let's give it a go. We already got nested if statements. I don't have a nested if statement, so my check for nested if statements is not right. Go through all the tokens. If the token, this is where it does the kind of structural parsing of it structurally parses the. It's not actually doing any compiling here. The compiling happens further down. This is where we get errors about, that command is malformed or something like that. That's all in here. This part is just laying it out structurally into different sections, different code sections. So right now it thinks for some reason that if the start is a conditional, it's mistakenly finding a conditional within a conditional. Yes, so do I have a... I don't think I ever tried having two nested if statements. I'm sorry, not nested if statements. I don't think I had tried having two if statements next to each other. So this has probably been around a while, this bug. Right. I want to see the best thing to do in a situation like this is really just hit it with a debugger. I could be here forever otherwise. And this is luckily happening at the very beginning when it's compiling the program, so I don't have to wait for something to happen. So that'll run, immediately hit my debugger. There should only be one thing here that has... What's the code? Yep. So that's the code for the cop. So we've got the iterator now, so we're moving through token by token. It's already tokenized it. So these tokens here is every single individual word and new line to token that makes up the whole thing. Now some of these are flagged as indented. So for the sake of my debugging, what I should probably do is when I get to a token and spitting out the toString here, I should probably indent this. I could literally just indent it if it's indented. So that would be substitution, and if it's indented, then spit out a tab. Otherwise, don't spit out anything. Just so I could at a glance see what the hell's. Well, I only see it in debugging, but it should be useful. Oh no, how many times did I click? Okay. So we should be able to see now in tokens, some of them are, oh, never mind. Lovely. Okay, well, token, I can see them in orange at least. Now the first token of that line, so it'll be go to notifier. So the first one's indented, but the first one's what makes up that command, that line of code. So let's see what's causing it to think. So the first is go to, so let's skip over a few here. I'm looking for the token current, so now it's, oh wow, that actually gobbled up the whole line. So now we're actually on a conditional. This is which token is this? This is the herd conditional. So this is where he listens for stuff. So it won't find one yet, but now it's going to make a new code section with a type conditional. This is the new code section. So I gotta monitor this. He wants to talk right now. Give me 5 minutes. I'm just going to stream the chat. He doesn't seem to care. So I not forget where I am. So that will add the whole line of code. So lines of code. There's only one. Herd crime in progress. So that'll continue to the next line. Now it's making sense. The next line will now be right, the next line's go to. Oh, this should be the indented one. Now this should not, yeah, this is a verb. If we're inside an if statement, yep, check if it's indented, it should be, yep it is. So add it to the if statement, lovely. Then this should move to the next one, which I think is a new line. Yeah, this is the if statement now. And now I can see the problem. It never wrapped up. Yeah, it checked this before it managed to check this. So I don't want to have to duplicate this, but I might have to. This is basically where it checks, hey, have you finished the if statement? So let me just break out of debugging here. Before we do this, check if we've finished the previous conditional section. And that's checked. We know we now hit, yeah, this is caused because we have two conditional statements back to back. And I hadn't had that before. So now I need to check if the current one is a conditional. We know that already. And if we're inside, so we don't support nested. So what I need to do is the nested check should not only check that the type's conditional, but should also check that the token enumerator current is indented. That would suggest that we're trying to nest things. So that's an indented if. You should never have indented ifs as it stands. Would that be enough? That might be enough. Actually, it won't be enough because we don't actually finish. We'll never finish the if statement. So this is the finishing the if statement then. So if the new token, so token enumerator current type is a conditional. Just note this. Note this. Note this only happens when you have back-to-back conditional statements. If that's the case, we just have to clean up again. So we say, all right, whatever we're working on, whatever section we were in, which is the this conditional section, add that section to the program, go back to the main section. This probably isn't necessary. Yeah, what's going on here? Right, no, this is it when it's cleaning up, so we don't want to do this part. We add the if statement there, and now let's check this first, because that's a legitimate check. That's checking if there's an indented if statement, which would never happen. And that doesn't even have to be in here. This could be straight up anywhere. This is a thing you shouldn't do. Should never. Well, it makes sense there. I'll leave it there. Train of thought. So this adds the conditional statement to the program. Don't get this. That code seems completely wrong. If the first... Oh, this is a bad copy and paste. You know what's worse than no comment? A bad comment. Bad comment. So now we don't need to do that because we're about to do it here. So really we don't need to do any of this. We're about to create a new section completely. So all we need to do is wrap up that previous section, and now we just make a new one. The previous. That was fun. Luckily I can test it real quick, and if it works, I'm gonna have a chat with my buddy. Now I'll have to turn off my little camera, unfortunately, so you can see my face. Alright, let's try now. I don't have high hopes. No errors. Alright, so let's check it. Hack reader. That should come after me immediately. Now if I run away, I'm a criminal now. He should stop there. Now he's shaking me. Okay, so that totally worked. And he'll keep chasing me forever. He'll never reach me. If I stop, he'll reach me. Oh. Oh, got a lot of errors. That smells like a stopping point to me. Oh, he just came back to life. First time that happened. Find the first error. It's so wordy. Alright, these seem to be working now, so I'm gonna give myself an error here. Actually, I'm gonna probably want to show. Alright, I'm just gonna jump into this meeting. I'm gonna hide my camera. Delete. Oop. And then I can just jump into a meeting. I'll leave this running up there. So when he's doing that, I can keep doing this. I need to leave myself something to do here. ASDF is always what I search for. Where was that? What was I doing? What was his error? Really need to clean up this stuff. Because they seem to be working, so let's. That one's okay, that's not gonna be spammy at all. There he is. Hey mate, how's it going?
Hey, doing all right. How about you?
Not bad, it's been busy.
All right, cool. Yeah, that's good.
Do you wanna
Busy's not bad.
Yeah. Do you wanna see where it's at?
Yeah, let's see.
I'm just gonna see hang on, let me just check this how let me just present my screen here. Present screen. I'm in the middle of debugging something, so as usual it's pretty noisy.
No problem.
So I'm working on the cop
Okay, yeah. So where it sees the cops and
yeah.
changes action. Okay.
So I'm just gonna I'm silencing the log a little bit here. It's a bit bloody noisy right now. So basically, what the cop's doing, the language itself has come quite a ways,
Mhm.
and pretty happy with it. Still reads more or less pretty well, and we're going to see examples of it, like on dead robots and something. You will see what their code is. If you
Okay.
manage to kill a cop, you can hack into their brain, see what their code is, and give you a huge advantage.
Oh, cool.
You
All
can
right.
say, that's how they work. Like I already some emergent gameplay is already cropping up just because of how the language works.
Okay.
So
All right. All right.
how this guy works right now, this cop bot, he's blue.
Mm-hmm.
What I want to do, if I get time, is put little the red and the,
Oh yeah, like
the
a
red,
light
and, red and blues
blue
on the
light?
top, and
Yeah.
when he goes into pursuit, he gets the red and blue start spinning, and there's some sirens or something.
I think I have a little cop hat too, if you want it.
Oh,
A
brilliant!
low poly cop
Brilliant.
hat.
That'd be great. As far as this guy's not casting a shadow, but easily fixed. Oh, that's because he's not using this material. All the material this thing came with use just some they don't. Basically, I've been using the emission shader,
Okay.
throwing the emission shader of them on there, just so I get my shadow after. So the copbot's code is pretty simple. His day job's up here.
Okay.
Basically, anything that's like a conditional statement, like this is a conditional statement, this is a conditional statement, they just get checked all the time.
Okay.
And if anything, if either one of them should run, it runs the code that's indented. So it's a bit Python-esque like that. So
Okay.
his day job is pretty much going back and forth between these two waypoints. So I'm using traffic cones because you should be able to, you're gonna be able to pick up and move traffic cones.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And
To
they'll
reroute
traffic
the
cones. That's all I could find that
Yeah.
seems suitable, but they're the actual waypoints that they'll use to follow, and the traffic cone will know where it's supposed to live. So
Okay.
what'll happen is if with some more code, I guess I hope that'll be a good test of a language, see if we can handle it. But
Mhm.
if a cop arrives at a traffic cone, a waypoint, and he goes like, "Hang on, this waypoint's not at home,"
Mhm.
it'll pick it up and take it home.
Okay. All right. So it gives it a job automatically.
Yeah. So
Right,
right now,
right.
if I let this guy get this guy running, so my robot's got a little crime bot here. He's got no code,
Okay.
so I can run code through the console, no problem. So
Mhm.
this guy will go about his daily job, which is so obviously I want to have some kind of visualization. Right now,
Mhm.
my code visualizing thing is completely broken because I've changed so much. So
Okay.
he's just gonna
I
wander back.
understand.
He's gonna wander back and forth. That's his job. I don't handle their batteries running out, doing anything right now. I'm gonna add that later.
Okay.
But if I say, for instance, like, I move this guy out here a bit, and I say like, hack meter, it'll find the closest meter to hack. Apparently, I was close enough, and he's immediately. So there's some errors here, but that's all right. He immediately heard. So when the meter was hacked, so
Mhm.
the parking meter, it's this guy here.
Mhm.
If the hack starts, it'll say first, is it a crime to hack me?
Okay.
In this case, it is. But if you say you buy something that you can hack, then maybe if it's a dead robot on the floor with some code in it, it's not a crime to hack that. Probably.
Okay. All right.
But anyway, if it's a crime to hack, it immediately flags the hacker as a criminal, which
Mhm.
basically makes them a criminal for 30 seconds or whatever.
Okay.
This can scale based on what they hacked.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, and then immediately does this thing called shouting. So it shouts this notification, and right now there's only one. It's just crime in progress, but it can be anything. And that matches up with the code here. So he's listening for crime in progress shouts. So the shout basically will broadcast a shout from that agent to
Mhm.
anything in range. So it's a range here, and that could be different depending on I don't know.
Mhm.
And it lets all the agents know that the shout was heard, but the only agent that cares right now is the robot, and he has this on shout heard, and that basically goes through his program and says, hey, does this program have any heard statements in it? If it does have a heard statement, it checks if the notification matches the shout, and if so, it actually creates some context here. It lets the program know that the current notifier is in this case the parking meter.
Okay.
And then it will interrupt normal programming and then start running the heard statement, which in this case just goes to the notifier. So he'll immediately go to parking meter. Once he's got there, he'll return to his day job, but that will also cause the if statement to start kicking in again. So once they're in one of these interrupts, they only do that interrupt. They won't be interrupted again. So once he's arrived here, he'll immediately start. Well, he'll start going back to his normal thing, but before that happens, he'll have had a chance to look around for random. He's looking at random robots. So this will keep happening a bunch of times. If you look at a random robot, and if it's criminal, then right now he's just going to go to it. But that'll be replaced with arrest, take back to HQ, put them in the cell, lock the door, all that kind of stuff.
Okay.
And then that means you have jailbreaks.
Well, that's awesome. Yeah.
And so that's what he's going to do. That's what I'm working on right now. So I've scattered stuff lying around, all doing various things.
Oh, that's awesome.
He's completely broken right now. I put him in some weird state. He has no idea what he's doing because I was in the middle of coding on him. So I had a look at the city.
Mhm.
Looks great.
Well, and what I'm doing right now is I had the cameras up and running this morning. I decided to change the way that it was doing it. I decided to, and I've still got the scripts. I can go back to the way it was working.
Yeah.
But I decided to try switching cameras as you selected from the drop down, so it actually went to that camera. And I'm tinkering with that right now. I haven't got it working yet, but I think I'm close.
Is the mini map? I noticed there was a mini map there. Is that going to display your cameras too?
Yes. Yeah. It actually every camera puts up a marker to show where it is, and it shows the marker green if it's been hacked, red if it hasn't.
Right.
So you know where you can go hack and find
So
new cameras.
the two ways we have of exploring the world are
Mhm.
walking everywhere, which can take ages.
Mhm.
These are not fast robots. I kind of made them
Right.
intentionally not that quick. Or if you want to get like a better view of the world, you can jump between your cameras. So it pays off to expand your almost your fog of war.
Yes. Yes.
What that could
Well,
be
I
useful.
think-
That could be useful too, because right now I could say go to nearest ATM. Now, right now that'll take the entire map into account.
Yep.
So I could change that and say what it'll do is say inside that nearest adjective, it'll say only return things that the whoever's running the program could potentially see. So if it's one of our robots, it'll check. It'll get all of them in, and it'll filter out the ones that are not in range of a camera.
Okay. That's awesome.
So,
okay.
yeah. So and
Yeah,
all the
that
robots,
makes
all the robots will share like their view. So if you have one robot who's literally scouting, you can make a scouting robot if you want.
Mm-hmm.
Say, hey, go to random location on map. Basically, go to random position. I guess I'm starting to add like more. Yeah. At this point, the language is really hacked together, and I'm putting a lot of hacks to add new keywords.
Mm-hmm.
But it's pretty well commented of where the hacks are, and they're extensible hacks at this point. First thing I'll take, I'll
Okay.
back and shoot as soon as we submit this thing. But
Yeah. It's really coming along there. That's beautiful.
yeah,
Well, and there is already a nav mesh on here, so it should be possible to drop a bot out here and drop a target and have them run on it now.
so what's the nav mesh on? That's going to be on.
It's on everything that's a roadway or a walkable surface.
So do
And
they?
I mean, it's a ton. Yeah.
Do they? Because I'm looking at. I should see that preview. Where can I find the preview? Because I'm. Do nav meshes? So all these objects are static, I assume. Yeah.
hmm
So hang on. When you bake a mesh, where is it? Normally you can click on something and see the whole mesh.
That's a very good question.
Normally it's like this blue thing, isn't it? I don't want to bake it right now and ruin everything. Okay, well we could definitely bake them after that mission here, and you've already done that. So
Okay, so if you click on the blue thing, it shows you the whole map.
let me just try baking it. Because normally you have to select a specific object to see it. Like if it's like the terrain. Oh, these are terrain chunks.
Yeah. So it should be every walkable surface within the city should be.
Yeah. So this thing here. I'm just not seeing the visualization. That's all. So that's a static. Just seeing why the static's got this little cross there. What's that mean? It was like not quite fully static.
Oh, interesting.
I wonder if that drop down how you do it. Oh, yeah, now, okay, cool, yeah. Oh, this is new. I don't remember seeing this. This is good. This is navigation static.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know why I'm not seeing the visualization. I probably have to select something, but if it's there,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. I mean, we're at the stage now. It's all about integration, really.
They don't do it as long as it has nav mesh on it, the thing should be able to navigate across it, right? Even if it doesn't see each of them as a separate nav mesh, right?
I wouldn't imagine so, because
Okay.
I just for some reason can't see the blue visualization. I'm not quite sure why.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a gizmo. Gizmo switched up.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. There we go.
So there's a couple spots. It's not super pleased about, but no biggie. No biggie. Mostly it looks fine. There's a couple sidewalks he doesn't like, but it'll just walk around those.
Mm-hmm.
They're dirty or something.
Yeah, yeah. I can always go put piles of trash on them. It's
Yeah. So this is alright. So our warehouse
it's there. Yep.
is a nav mesh inside. Looks like it.
Yep. Should be there as well.
But it also looks like it goes through the wall. It does.
Oh, so we could theoretically walk out through the wall right now?
Yeah, these objects are not static, so these objects need to be like these dudes.
Okay.
I should also just select all these guys. Any more? What's this back stuff? Okay, let's just say I make all these static. Sure, static. Let's try to make bacon that mesh again.
Okay.
There we go. So now, yeah.
Yeah, I see it inset the floor.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
detecting things like
yeah.
it can walk up on top of there. It can.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool.
So there'll be some degree of that. Like this vehicle here is not such a static, so it's you can walk straight through it. But that we just need to go and do a pass on that. And so, what do you think about like in terms of populating the city?
We're because of time, because of the amount of time we have, I was assuming we'd only be able to do an area. So I was going to do the blocks directly surrounding the warehouse. Make sure that there were cameras that would view all the different areas, and then set ATMs, parking meters, that kind of thing out and around, so that there's an area to.
If we don't care about how realistic the movement is of like pedestrians,
Mm-hmm.
because maybe you can mug a pedestrian or something like that for the
Yeah,
buck
that'd be all
coins.
right too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Then what I can do is, and this would be a good stress test as well. I don't think it's going to hammer the computer, but it'd be a good stress test nonetheless. Is if we put invisible waypoints,
Mm-hmm.
which are basically agents.
Mhm.
Just I'll probably have cop waypoints and then like pedestrian waypoints. If we
Okay.
put these invisible pedestrian waypoints at like kind of street corners,
Mm-hmm.
then what I can do is basically say randomly spawn a fuck ton
Mm-hmm.
of. I can even use a nav mesh to like spawn a shit ton of pedestrians everywhere.
Yep.
And then their only script will basically go to next nearest pedestrian waypoint. That's their only script.
Okay.
And they'll
And
just
when they
they'll
hit it,
just
they'll
wander.
cycle again and next.
They'll wander.
Okay.
They'll if it can't be the no. You can't have it random because we make it random. They'll just wander around the city aimlessly,
Mm-hmm.
which might be fine. We'll just have loads of guys just wandering aimlessly
Yeah.
because they'll see the entire world. If we give them like a special command that's like go to a random anywhere,
Mm-hmm.
and that it's like a special one that doesn't look only just in your vision. So these guys will just they'll just wander the city. I'm sure we can make a little program that makes them do their thing.
Yeah.
And then we can just put shit tons of them everywhere with like randomly colored clothing and stuff, and
That's awesome. That's perfect.
and then cops. Yeah.
Yeah. And the police station is right around from the warehouse, which is going to be.
Where's
I
that?
can
Oh,
relocate
right there.
that,
Yeah,
or-
yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I guess we need to manage our expectations at this point.
Mm-hmm.
What are we aiming to have? We need to have stopping points at various,
Yeah.
various features. In terms of the programming, I'm kind of pretty rapidly approaching. I say that every time I say that, I'll come up with a new language feature, but the language is kind of the downside. This is my last day I can work on it. In fact, I'm supposed to in about 40 minutes. I'm meant to start work on my Kickstarter game
Oh yeah.
with my
yeah.
my colleague. So I might say, like, mate, do me a solid, will you? Do you mind just jamming on this with me instead for this one session? I don't think you'll mind. He just likes pair programming,
Yeah.
so hopefully he's cool with that, and I can carry on doing this the rest of the day. But this is my last day, effectively, of any real amount of work. Obviously, the deadline, because it's in the European time zone, the deadline's 11 a.m. Friday, so Fridays are mostly a scrap. And I got stuff that morning. So, really, and I teach Thursday, and there's a lot of prep on Thursday. So, yeah, today's kind of my last day. So we need to manage expectations. What are we producing here? It should be... My biggest worries are the UI. How do we actually interact with these robots, actually program the guys? Displaying if there's an error over one. But then we need the mechanics, like, we need to have Bitcoin, these bot coins. We need to be able to use them for something.
Yep.
I think we're only really going to be able to get across the essence of a prototype in this.
Oh yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's not enough time to complete everything that's
The
here.
judges are judging it, obviously, on being a game, and the prize of that is they'll play test it on, like, a stream or something.
Yeah.
Some popular stream, I'm not sure. I've been asked to do... By Jerry, I've been asked to do an all hands meeting on this very jam that we're doing right now with you and me.
Okay.
Jerry's trying to push game jams through the company pretty hard, and I'm totally down with that. So my job's going to be selling game jams, and that has a bit more legitimacy to it if we actually manage to enter something.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
So, and especially if we get noticed for even an honorable mention or something, then
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So we need to, by end of day, it'd be great if I'll take basically the ATM. I'm already working on the the parking meter. I'll have it so you can knock those over. But then there's things like, what do you do with the coins? They fall on the ground. I'm assuming this can get scooped up automatically by the robot.
Yeah, that's what
Then
I
I'm gonna have to have
well.
an if statement saying, like, if robot is loaded,
Yeah.
go
yeah.
to HQ. And then when they go to HQ, the second they set foot in the door, all the bot coins fall off the robot and gets gobbled up, and then you have them as currency. If that's too hard, we can just have it so you get a bot coin, boom, straight into your. I mean, bot coins are what, cryptocurrencies of the future. We can just transfer them immediately into your bank balance.
Yeah, that works too. We can just have a bank balance running up in the corner and show how much.
Let's just
people
do
have
that
accumulated.
instead. The second they pick one up, it just goes straight in the bank balance. That'll simplify my job. Also, what's going to be kind of stuff that I can't do, and it's going to be on your plate, is spending this stuff on something.
Yes.
That's going to be kind of down to you. I'll carry on today, and hopefully by the end of the day have some hackable, workable things in that test scene.
Okay.
And then I'll be able to give those to you. You can just place them around. And I really would wish there was like one more goddamn day we can integrate together on this.
Oh yeah, I understand. I agree. But we'll get what we can, and truthfully, in the amount of time that we've had, this is spectacular. It's going to be truly amazing. I think.
I kind of surprised myself. I managed to write the language that worked in a day.
Is there a system that addresses the bots? So do they have names? Do you address them by name, or how do you send commands? You got
Right
more
now,
than
everything
one
is just nouns, so no one has a unique identifier in the language.
bot? Okay.
So if you wanted to have a robot that says, "Hey, protect this person," I could theoretically add that. It wouldn't be that hard. So you could have a script.
Actually,
If you had a robot called like Thief 1 or something,
mhm.
then you could have a bunch of bots. One thing I noticed too is another emergent behavior is that if you were to have one bot whose job is to hack an ATM or hack a parking meter or mug somebody, if he's surrounded by other bots who aren't doing crimes,
it won't see them.
because when the police bot, the cop bot, will respond to crime in progress, and he'll come there, but then he'll start randomly looking at robots around and seeing if one's a criminal or not. And if I put a little delay between each one of those randomly looking, it'll take him a bit to find him if there's a bunch of other robots around. So basically, committing crimes in crowded areas, you'll have a better chance of getting away with it, which makes sense.
Yeah.
And that's just emergent. That's just an emergent side effect of how the language works.
And what I was thinking more along the lines was, if you have more than one bot, how do you address each of them separately to send them commands?
Well, I'm thinking to program them, you should have to be kind of the idea I think is that you should be able to leap from bot to bot. Right? They'll connect it.
Yeah.
They'll connect it.
Yes.
So if you leap to a bot that's running a program, then you should have to stop that program. There should be a little piece of UI in the corner, like a stop and a play button.
Yep.
If you hit the
Okay.
stop button, it stops the program dead, and then you can control the robot. It's useful if you want to, he's out of battle, he was doing something dumb, and you want to get him out of there. You can manually control him. But when he's stopped, then it enables the script editing.
Okay.
And so you simply just possess a robot and type in a new script. Now I didn't want to have copy and paste in this game
Mm-hmm.
because I wanted to make it a bit tensiony. If you hack something like a police charger, I'm not sure if any of this is in scope anymore, but we'll see what
Oh
happens.
yeah.
But if you hack like a police something you shouldn't be hacking to replace its code,
Mm-hmm.
then but then again, none of like the chargers and stuff, they're not running code right now. They totally could, but the language really isn't. I think we're gonna have to I'm just gonna have to admit the fact that everything but the robots are gonna be pretty dumb.
Yeah.
They can't run their own commands. That's something we could be totally addable. In fact, it's supported. It's just gonna be a lot of work.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh yeah. Well, it's time frame, man.
Yeah.
I mean.
So robots are the only things. So reprogramming, you just jump to the robot. If they're on the mini map, maybe you can click on them in the mini map,
Mm-hmm.
and it jumps to them. And then if you hit the stop button, you can just watch what they're doing. If you hit the stop button, then you can reprogram them and hit play again.
Okay.
And you'll hopefully see any errors in the code you just wrote, because I'll splash that on screen. It might be a bit cryptic, but hey, there you go. Some of the errors are pretty readable. It's like I don't know what this token means. What does this misspelled token mean?
Mm-hmm.
So from basic debugging, it should be good.
Okay.
But then when it sets off and runs, and then if they do run into an error, which basically I'm just going to, for the first time in ages, just do a big old try catch block around
Mm-hmm.
all of the run.
Yeah.
And if it runs into an exception, it's just going to stop the program, put a little exclamate, like a red stop sign over the robot's head.
Yep.
And on the map too, I guess. So you can
Yep.
see, that one crashed.
Yep.
So you can
Okay.
Go over there and you can have a look at his code and see what's messed up. So low-hanging fruit here, I think, is the easiest way is you can possess a bot from the map. So if you can do that, right now it's super simple. I'll show you in the code how the possessing works. Well, actually, it doesn't work right now. How it works is in the game script, there's like telesimple. You have a controlled robot,
Mm-hmm.
which is initially set in a serializable field here to something. So, and what we want to do is basically there is no possessing, but it'd be super simple to do.
Mm-hmm.
I'll write that in and have it so when you, for now, double click on a robot, it possesses them
Okay.
if they belong to you.
All right.
And it'll just have a possess function or take control function or something. And if you want
Okay.
to call that from the mini map or however you want to call it, even like tabbing through them or something.
Yep.
And I already have stuff in there, so you can say like robot.pause program, robot.program.pause, and robot.program.resume. So
Okay.
the stop and start buttons could be wired to that, no problem.
Yep.
So that I don't foresee any issues there. It's just the UI, and then basically,
Okay.
if we don't worry about showing exactly, I had it working kind of, but I think it's probably too much to expect at this point. Having it so there's UI, it shows exactly what line of code they're currently executing. If there's a problem in that line, I think it's too much.
Okay.
So
yeah.
basically, what it's going to be is a grayed out text area field
Mm-hmm.
showing their code, and if you stop the program, it enables it so you can modify it. And then when you
Okay.
hit play again, it recompiles it, and it will spit out any errors at you that it finds. But eventually, it'll recompile, and then it'll just carry on running that thing.
Okay.
That's probably the best we can hope for, and it's the simplest we can accomplish. So
Mhm.
that'll
All
work.
right. Yeah, that works. That's doable. That's great.
So at this point, I guess
You
I'm going to
basically can just tag any of them you see in your scene. As long as you can see it, you can double click it.
and even
Right.
maybe on the mini map too. If you can make those
Yeah.
those clickable, that'd be great.
I think so.
And also, there's they don't necessarily have to be possessed. Right now, the camera controls are pretty straightforward. You just set the camera controls target, and it just does a little kind of smoothing, zooms to it and smooths. So if you zoomed across the map, you go just swish across the map and then focus in on the guy. So that should be pretty straightforward too. This is you just expose this to be public, and then it would work.
Okay.
But I can expose all that to the game too. I can have things like focus on agent,
Mhm.
and take control of agent.
Yep.
And you can
Yeah, yeah.
you can call those however you want to do that.
Okay. All right.
I'll make them static as well. So just game dot focus on agent. So you can
Right.
you don't have to worry about wiring up too much stuff.
Man, all right.
Lot to do. I should have written everything I just said down. But I'm going to keep working on my little isolated scene, making it play like a little scene. Work on
Yep.
actually getting some coins. And
Awesome.
yeah, if you just want to keep working on that city and the UI around, basically the game UI and the city.
Yep.
And
Yep.
yeah, you can start using the prefabs. For instance, I have a traffic. There's a I think it's in
The traffic cones, the cops.
yeah. I'm keeping everything
Okay.
in. So in prefabs,
Okay.
we've got things like the parking meter.
hmm
So if you just keep placing, you can just place these ones. I'll keep modifying the prefabs so that you just keep working.
Okay. All right.
I don't have many more right now. I just have a waypoint, traffic cone, parking meter. I can push a few more prefabs. Doesn't matter if they work at all.
hmm
They can just be empty prefabs as long as they're prefabs. That's all that matters.
Okay.
So if you want to make if you want to make a new prefab for say pedestrian waypoint, just make a blank
Yeah.
make a blank object, make a waypoint,
Okay.
a blank game object, make it a prefab, and I'll just work out of that prefab.
Okay. All right. Awesome.
And anything like ATMs, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, as long as they're prefabs in there, then I can make them functional. I'll focus on the
Right.
functional gameplay mechanic parts, and
All right.
you can populate.
Fantastic, man. Fantastic.
Let's do it. It's gonna be a push.
All right.
Worst
All right,
case,
sounds
worst
good.
case, we don't get it in for the Friday. I am more than wanting to work on this thing after though. I think it's.
I am too.
I really think
it's
it's
a
getting.
spectacular idea.
It's got a fun game mechanic. Like the programming thing, there's so much more I can add to it. Also, I do like the idea of it being a teaching game too,
Yeah.
for kids and stuff, or people who just want to get into a bit of programming. And it's yeah, it's a simple language, but it gives you kind of. So I'm totally down with working more on this.
Laura and I were talking about it. That I cannot think of any game I've ever played that has this mechanic.
I've seen a few that had programmable things.
Mm-hmm.
Some of them use that kind of block language when you kind of block things together.
Yeah.
No, I haven't seen any. The ones that do use written language are very much. They look a lot like a real programming language.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to keep this thing as plain English as you want. It's full of synonyms, so you can kind of like. And yeah, I'm the key is going to be. Oh yeah, I would make sure to add kind of just dead robots around. And what
Okay.
we'll do is we'll put maybe with some kind of idea in mind, like maybe like a beggar robot who's like dead in an alleyway somewhere, bit dark, but maybe he has a script that's like a begging script. So if you hack into a disabled robot or a dead robot, you can see what code they were running. And that's effectively how our tutorial is going to work. So
That's
you
awesome.
you basically walk around, you learn the hack command right off the bat,
Mm-hmm.
and then that's the only thing we can give them a prompt on is try hacking dead robots to see how you can program. That's the only prompt you get, and then you just have to wander around by clicking and then saying
That's awesome.
hack robot. Only if you choose hack robot, that will take the nearest robot and hack it.
Mm-hmm.
So
That's awesome. All right. So drop some dead bots around different
yeah,
places.
just
and-
scatter around,
All right.
and we can put depending how far away they are from the warehouse, we can put more advanced scripts in there.
Mm-hmm.
You might even be lucky enough to find like a dead cop and see what their script's all about. But yeah,
Yeah.
all the extra stuff that can come after. But let's just like the premise of cost for Friday.
Yeah.
So I mean,
Yeah, that's the
honestly,
goal.
just
Try to
focus,
have different places.
just focusing around this area here,
Mhm.
just like this block,
Fantastic.
should be
Yeah,
enough.
that was the plan. That's the
Yeah.
idea.
We can
All
grow,
right.
we can grow out from that.
All right. Fantastic. All right.
All right, mate. I guess keep me updated. I'll keep you updated when I'll let you know when I push stuff and what's
Mm-hmm.
changing there. But I mean, I guess at this stage, if you're decorating, I'll let you know when there's like new prefabs that you can use to like actually will be functional.
Okay.
So you can go through and like put those in places that make sense.
All right. Fantastic. And parking meters are working now. Can I go ahead and start placing some of those around? or
Yep,
should
that
I-
parking meter one. They don't produce money or anything yet, but they're proper agents. They'll react. But certainly that prefab will not change. It'll always be that prefab.
Okay, awesome. I will start tinkering with it, and yeah, I think we have enough time to do this. I'm going to be here another couple hours today. I've got I think 2 or 3, and then we're going to go to dinner with some friends, and then I'm hoping to come back and work some more tonight.
Okay, mate.
Tomorrow I've got all but about 2 hours out in the middle of the day,
Yeah,
and
I've got nothing. Well, I got very little tomorrow. I'm the opposite. So tomorrow I'll check in. I'll do what I can. I'll be able to work late tomorrow, like
okay,
till late till like 3 or 4 a.m. if necessary.
okay,
Because I do have something at 10 a.m. on the next morning, but I can manage. I'm getting
Okay.
old, but I'm not that old. I can handle it.
I am old, but I'll make it work. You know,
Yeah.
it's
No, I'm really excited.
me too.
Getting a prototype at all out there, it's gonna be sweet.
Hmm.
And taking it beyond that, I really want to make this into a game. I've never actually released my own game. I've been in the industry for over 15 years now, and I've never released. I've made little games. I made my first game when I was 14 for my dad for his birthday present, but I've never released a game.
Oh wow, no, we got to get this thing out.
So I'd
That'd
love
be
to do this.
awesome.
Are you cool with crime bots?
Oh hell yeah, that's
Because
awesome.
they're absolutely adorable. These little guys. They got animations
They
too, by the way. Oh, this is better. Yeah. If I change back over to my scene, I can show you like. Oops, I saved that. Feel free to stomp on that. So if I run this guy, they had the little animations, and they have expressions in there. They got little expressions as well, which I don't have any controls for right now. But they have like angry expressions, dead expressions, scared expressions.
Oh, that's awesome.
So like he can jump, which doesn't really do much. He's probably not gonna have jumping, but he's got a little attack. He's got 2 attacks. He's got being hit, and he's got bleh. Okay, I don't know. Oh, that's probably root motion making him slide around.
Yeah.
I can fix that. But yeah. Still need to figure out what happens when they run out of batteries. I'll figure that out today as well.
Okay.
Probably what I'm gonna do is when they run out of batteries, they become very slow. They
Okay.
go to like 10% speed, and you can drag them home if you want to save the robot. But yeah, something to spend the bot coins on. That's gonna be really important.
Yep. Well, I think that's going to be 2 things: buying new robots and maybe robot upgrades eventually.
Yeah.
Not for this.
I've been keeping robot upgrades in mind. Like right now, they get things like I have a health bar here. I don't know if I'm gonna have time to implement health. We'll see if we can get time to implement health.
Yep. Well, and bot coin mines. That's the other thing I think
Yep.
you ought to have to buy. You
Yes.
know, if you buy them and they're working, then you're churning out more cash if you
Yeah.
keep them charged.
This is a game that kind of screams updatable.
Yeah.
There's just so much you can just keep adding to this thing.
So, do we want to put it out for Android or for tablets and cell phones?
The programming might be a little annoying. I don't see why not.
Yeah, it could be really cool, and I think it might be really amazing. So, all right.
And I mean, honestly, too, if we do want to pursue it further, because it has an educational aspect that opens up grant possibilities to not only in 2 countries as well, because I already have a game studio set up down in the States I can use as our
Okay.
if we do need
That's awesome.
if we need to work with grant money or anything. I already do have a company set up for Tanglethorn, so it's called Super Nothing Games.
Okay. Hey, fantastic. Yeah, absolutely.
So we have something we can launch with if we want. But yeah, let's we can have a talk about it after. Let's get this shit done.
All right, man.
All right.
Sounds good. I'm gonna get back at it.
Right, man.
Um,
Cool.
Have a good evening. Talk to you
man.
later.
Take it easy. And I'm back. Oh, put my little face on here. 5 viewers. Hello, people. Does anybody do you have any questions? Video capture device. And it's probably going to cover the screen and yep, of course it will. Oh, that's my webcam and my laptop, which is closed. That'll be black. There we go. And make it tiny. Nobody wants that. Take out the whole screen. Boop. Alright, people who are listening, I'm going to have a quick cigarette and use the facilities. And then what am I going to do? What was I going to do? The SDF, where was I? Figure out all these bugs. There's a bunch of errors, but probably something simple. Back in a minute. Okay. Back to work. No students, you have to wait. Where was that? Oh yeah, bugs. See what's going on with this Copbot. It's getting very confused. Seems to do his day job fine. As soon as I get a bit hacky, he gets confused. So he should be chasing me now, because I'm a criminal. But he's trying to run both. He's still chasing me for 30 seconds, and then he should go back to his. He's trying to run his normal code. That's the problem. He still seems to be trying to. Couldn't find a matching subject. Go to next nearest waypoint. Okay, the 30 seconds has ended now. Have the errors ended? No, now he's. I don't get it. He's. Okay. He's having trouble finding. The go-to. I need to narrow down when that happens. Crimes. Where are the crimes? Okay. Copbot heard the shout, crime in progress. He arrived at the destination. He left the moving state, entered the idle state. The program finished, section finished. Now he is okay, so this moving state. He tried to go to his day job, immediately failed by not able to find a nearest waypoint. But now he's writing a line of code to chase me. So he's chasing me. Whenever he arrives at me, he goes back to his day job effectively, and then immediately starts following me again. So he's going back to his other job when he should be constantly trying to chase me. And I think it's something to do with the program section finishing. So that returns to the main program. That's fine, because the if statement will kick in again, which it does. But in the meantime, this goto is being passed no arguments. So the goto should be, let's look at his code again. He's actually doing his job though, so that's what's confusing me. Right, I need to get in touch with my other jobs programmer and see if I can convince him to code this with me today. And he's like the best rubber ducky in the world. So I really hope he's down. That'd be great. I don't really have a choice. I have to carry on working on this anyway. But if he wants to do it with me, that would be fantastic. Alright, sort this guy out. So he's trying to execute, program finished, and then goes back to the main. Goes back to the main uninterrupted line. It seems to be working fine. So it turns to the. It doesn't go to execute that line though. That's because it's in go to next line. It doesn't actually run that line of code though. Now, is that intentional? The program's finished. He starts the main program. It does seem to be running that line though, so that because that error is coming from there, which comes from execute. This is gonna be tricky to debug. Is it one of my? If I messed it up here, word shouldn't be notifier or target, so we should hit this else, which will find the nearest waypoint. Subject. I know the problem is here, I think. This isn't enough. Because nearest waypoint, next nearest waypoint requires it runs this code. Because find subject of, this will just be waypoint. Should work. It gets the closest waypoint. It should give the closest waypoint still. But it won't be the next nearest waypoint. It needs this stuff to do that. So I can't fall through to these statements. I kind of need to oh, that's okay, no, because it's running. Is it finding it from that? Is that where it's getting it? I'm not sure it should ever really hit this. It should hit this if it has no predicate or qualifier. There's no adjectives and filters. I can actually finally rename this filter node. Qualifier node. I can finally rename to, well, it's kind of an adjective node. All right, my program just got back to me. Give me a second. Lay it down. Come on, mate. How am I going to debug this? I'm going to just have to, when it starts giving me errors, I'm just going to drop in and see. Drop into debug once there's errors, otherwise I'll be digging through debug forever. So I'll find the place it will explode there. And go for backwards from that. Luckily it happens every frame, so it should be easy. It's easy to backtrack. So I just need to get him back meter. Easy to confuse him. So right, there's our error. Let's debugger. Should get hit immediately. Wonderful. Now let's back up. subject? No. Wonderful. That should be easy to figure out where that came from. Did it get into here? Yes. Now the word is target. That one should work fine. It is working fine because he's following me, so let's keep going until we get maybe here. Interesting. He never seems to reach. Okay, maybe he won't reach that. Expect him to hit one of these. Yeah, programmer is down. Sweet. So we did get to this point, and it's searching for the next, and that should give us a subject or a list of subjects. No. Oh wait. Interesting. Okay, so the filter's not working. Let's see that. Okay. Found subjects. It's not running the filter node. It is right here. Okay, let's run that. Filter is next. So the subject is nearest, which is an adjective node. So it'll run adjective node. Come back to those. It'll run that. Oops. We in the adjective node? We are. The adjective node should find a list of subjects. And it did. It found the two traffic cones, so I don't see his issue there. It's found the subjects. And that's what subjects spawns with, so once this comes out, the found subjects, no results. Oh. No. Waypoint. How is this ever working? The waypoint doesn't actually implement the filter. How did this ever work? It should. Wait. The base supports that. Okay, that's why. Because the base would have supported it. The next one. Would have supported it. So yeah, it should have worked. Damn it, I lost mine. Alright. Oh good, he's still running. I can debug still. He's well and truly he's so confused. He's like trying to move and then I think I know why. The nearest filter, sorry, the next filter will filter out the fact he's moving every once in a while. By using the next filter, its job is to see if something's been used recently. So in case, I think it's going to be in our agent. Yeah, the next will want to know if the computer, which is the thing running it, in this case the robot, has interacted with recently, and then this. And this will be, this should be, let's just hit this up. I wonder if that's broken. So let's step over a few. Cool. So now let's step into this guy. Now he's got both in there. So he's recently interacted with both of these, so they shouldn't be considered next. Basically, it's to prevent you going back to the same thing over and over again. Okay, the programmer won't be ready for a few hours. A couple hours. So some of this has still got stuff in it. Is this list not getting properly updated? This is in the agent. It should be updating in here. If enough time has passed to remove that agent from that list, is it getting to this? It doesn't seem to be. Oh, sorry, I'm just looking at it. Of course it is. Oh, that's empty now. Okay, let's put that in there. Come on, this is gonna be something simple. So he's filtering for next. Damn it. Yeah, that's fine. The filter word is next. So he runs the qualifier. Let's hit that up. Make sure that's actually seeing something. So the subject in this case is actually finally a subject node. So we get all of the nodes. Do we have a filter? The adjective is nearest. So it should hit. Got too many fucking breakpoints here. It should be hitting this. It is a subject node. So let's just step through here. It hits this. The word is nearest, so it should be looking at the world and getting all the closest agents. Well, sorted by closest. So that'll find all the ones that it's not themselves. It is filtering by, so let's have a look in here. So it should reach filter by. Oh. Have I not? Where am I? I'm in adjective. Get closest agents. How come the filter's not being passed through? I'm not passing a goddamn filter through. Oh, I am. This thing doesn't have a filter yet, because this thing is the adjective node, not the filter node. Noglom, how's it going? You're Nick's son. Which Nick? Welcome to the stream. Oh. It was calling get closest agents. Now if I run over this, right, it's finding both, no problem. And this was being run inside the filter. So now we have, let's run back, let's run to this line of code now. Onto there. That's empty. This should be nothing right now, correct? Now I want to filter. Uh-oh. Shit. Not too deep. There we go. Filter agents. So now we have a filter of next. And we've got 2 agents. Let's, I can only imagine this is somehow not getting hit. So we should get, why is it not hitting that breakpoint? Filter by. Oh. You know what? Is my, this is virtual, so maybe it's being overwritten and not calling base. So let's try the waypoints. It doesn't have a filter. So it should be dropping through to here. Why is it not reaching this point? Ah, there it is. Filter next. So let's step in there. Okay, I wish it would show the return value there, it's not. Come on. It's debugging to me. Hey, Nick Else, cool. Haven't seen him in a while. I haven't seen anybody in a while. Welcome. What am I staring at here? This is probably the most interesting thing to stare at right now. I'm debugging something. I'm gonna lose some of these millions of breakpoints and start from scratch. So this should be both. No. So the filtering is yeah, Andrew. I've created quite the system. It's doing natural language processing. So it's taking plain English and it's effectively tokenizing it. So it breaks down plain English into individual words or tokens, things like individual words or a new line. And then it passed that to a grammar system, which is really shaky at the moment, but basically says if it matches this grammar, it should be these kinds of nodes. It builds up a tree effectively, like a binary tree, and then when it executes this thing, effectively it's starting at the bottom of the tree and filling in the values as it goes up to the point where it's got something it can do, like an action or something like that, which then is handed off to whatever's running the program, in this case the robot, and he just gets simple actions like go to, pick up, drop, simple stuff like that. He's kind of the hardware, and the program is all the software. And I have a software bug right now. Well, it's a compiler bug. I need to get rid of some of these. This is too many of these. I'll leave that one. But okay, there we go. So let's go back. Action node is, it's got nothing. So somewhere along this line, it failed to find something. Now what confuses me here is he's not doing his job. He's kind of flailing back and forth. And it makes sense because if I actually let this thing run, he will flail back and forth. Loads of time has passed because I was in debugger, but now he's like, he's still erring? He's erring every second. Every second he errors. And why is he erroring every second? Because I have a delay on here. Where is this delay happening? Right. If he fails to find a subject, he'll try again in 1 second. Cool. It's multitasking. So every second he tries again to run that line of code. And does he ever succeed? Does he ever get to here? He seems to. Yeah, he eventually did get to somewhere to go to. Now wait some time as he's walking. Then he reaches again, gets here. Okay, it's interesting. He does it twice. Now, if he's doing it twice, that's a problem because he is actually adding. The first time he'll add it to that list of things not to look at again. So if he does it twice, the first time he's going to a traffic cone, the first traffic cone, and then that will add that to the list here. So this list currently has nothing in it, and he adds the traffic cone, the first traffic cone, to that list. Then he immediately now it's the second traffic cone. It seems to be like it looks like it's working. He's still throwing errors though. So this is what he should do. Back and forth, back and forth. Ah, it stopped giving me errors now. No, it definitely bails there. So he seems fine now. What got him back into a working state? Let's mess with him again. Let's hack that meter. That'll get him coming after me again. He's straight back into his own code. This really isn't an error. This isn't an error because this means he's just going to try again in a second. So this isn't really an error. This is a warning, really. We'll try again in a moment. It's not really a problem. Yeah, if you just delete all your errors, turns out you don't have any errors. This is probably something very simple. Probably. Okay, hack the meter. Which causes a crime. He's like, what? There's a crime? I better check it out. And then immediately he's like, hang on a second. There's the guy doing the crime. So if he reaches me, what he'll do is go back to his day job. Oh. He's failing. So if I look at this, the error he's having, now it's cleared up again. It's getting a lot of them now. He's running this code too frequently. He's trying to run it every second. And we should be able to see where it's coming from.
games.
Yeah. The game's gonna be called Crime Bots, and they're gonna be adorable little robots. They can hack ATMs, but they don't hack ATMs. They seduce ATMs. And once they've seduced them, they spit money out everywhere. The currency is called bot coins. So where does it get to this? You see, it's getting it. It's getting to it from the delay. It's getting to it from the delay. That's kind of. It keeps running the code like over and over. You should only run the code once he's completed reaching it, which is here. Once he's reached the object, it runs this callback, which is this guy. And that callback goes to the next line and then runs that line. Now go to the next line, in this case, there's only one line, so it'll realize it reached the end of the line, end of the he's only got one line in his main job, his main day job script. So he'll just loop that line. Once he's now this current section should not be the case. Like he shouldn't be hitting us right now. Is it? Yeah, he shouldn't hit this unless I'm hacking him. He's never making it all the way there. It's like he's trying. He should not be running this code every second. He's running it more than every second. He's running it like fast. Which suggests that he thinks he's reached his objective. Because that's when it would run the next line of code. He's doing his like. Where did this all come from? All right, it's in this delay. I'm concerned that it's stacking up these coroutines. It's stacking up multiple delays. If you were to keep hitting this over and over again, if you were to keep running the go-to from somewhere else, like this, but they all seem to be coming from here. Once that coroutine starts, it's just a simple delay coroutine, which waits for a second and then runs the callback. So it waits for a second and it returns as well. So it never gets a chance to do this. Until it runs the same line of code again. Eventually it'll get past that to here, which I've seen happening. And then it will go to the next line of code, which is again the same line of code, which has only got one. It's going to be something I changed recently. Well, not necessarily, because I added a bunch of new functionality, so. All that refactoring for the computer. Loads of changes in here. Added these guys, but I don't see them being a problem. Loads more refactoring from computer to program. Oh, I will solve this. Okay, debugging is not particularly helpful right now. I need to be a bit more logical about this. So for instance, this thing here, let's say, for instance, let's grab that waiting to retry command. So we'll store that, and we'll store that in the actual robot. Now, if it reaches this, and waiting to try command is this, we'll set this to null once this finishes. So in here, we'll set that to nothing. Now, if he is waiting for it, it shouldn't run this. So I'm just going to test that. So shouldn't reach this. These kind of problems are the things that really get you in a game jam, because literally every minute counts. This is the last day I can work on it. I can sleep when I'm dead. Something's gone wrong when when he's coming out of these, because he's perfectly fine right now. Oh, yeah, he's perfectly fine right now, doing his thing, no problem. Back and forth, back and forth. It's only when I mess this up, hacking that meter. So he should be chasing me. Am I getting the shouldn't? Ah, I am. So now how is it getting to that? Ah, shit. That's it. He's now chasing me. No, that's not it. That is it. He's chasing me. The program's all messed up. I asked him to go to, I told him to go to his waypoint. So he carried on doing that. Normally when he reaches the waypoint, he'll go to the next line of code and then run that code. But I interrupted him. So he came after the crimes that were happening. And he started moving toward the crimes. But when I wish I knew more about the exact line of code that was running here. Hopefully I can figure that out. Stepping back in the debugger. Because it could be one of the two things. It could be... Okay, so if I hack again... He's coming after me. He's getting up. Okay, there he goes. So now he's gone into the new line. Like that. Now, shouldn't reach this. How then is he getting there? So we do actually have a code team, which means he's been here before. He's run this, therefore that has a value. When that runs out, it won't have a value. So it somehow got back here through some other route. Oh. Yeah, that makes sense, because I'm not setting this to null before I kick off the code again, because when I run the code, it'll get all the way back through to here before I even have a chance to clear that. So it does make sense it's hitting this. So let me recompile that. Doesn't explain any errors, but explains why I'm seeing that shouldn't reach this part. Still getting shouldn't. How? Right, now I'm confused. You shouldn't reach this because they're waiting. He's reached his location. No, he's not. A second has passed. So I set that to null, which should immediately bring me back to here. It's stacking up, I think. I could probably ham fist this and say, you know what, just cancel in coroutines. But that won't solve the problem. That's just a band-aid. I don't even know why he's reaching this point in the first place, because subject shouldn't be null. Let me make this guy a little bit. Let me change his code. Let me make him, instead of this whole next thing, let me just tell him to go to a random waypoint. It should narrow it down a bit. So he shouldn't really care if he's visited it recently. He won't care. He'll just randomly go to them. It might go to the same one over and over again. Doesn't matter. Let's let him do that for a bit. Yeah. Okay. Now if I do the hack, off he goes. And he chases me around for basically 30 seconds. When he reaches me, he'll keep trying to do his job and immediately get intercepted by the if statement again because he sees another criminal. That's kind of the way I expect it to work. After 30 seconds, he gives up on me. And carries on with his life. And it looks fine now. So it's something to do with that nearest. The nearest thing. Back that meter. It's gonna chase me all over the place and then get back to his life. No errors now. So something's messed up with the nearest. Go to, sorry, not nearest, the next. I messed something up with this next waypoint. Or even just next waypoint. Debugging is a bit overwhelming. I need a better way of debugging this. Like little dotted lines showing where he's about to go and that kind of better stuff. It's kind of hard to just go over this wall of text. I do have to fix this though. I need nearest to work. Yeah, he's getting that warning again. Couldn't find a match subject. So for some reason, it's like it's not counting down. On the update. Oops. It's not counting down. Okay, where does it count down those things? That's in the base agent. Base agent. Okay, it's not a base agent, it's an agent. The agent's the one that cares about this. And its update. Does the robot have an update? Am I messing with it that way? It does, but it then immediately calls base update. So how is this? Current time minus the last time it was interacted with. If that's greater than the cooldown, then remove it from the list. How big is this agent interaction cooldown? It's 5 there, but let's see what I change it to. Four. Four seconds is definitely passed. And all of these are happening. Look at this. These are all happening. If you look at the timestamp, all in the same second. It should be waiting at least a second between these. Unless it's constantly calling the callback. He keeps reaching the same place over and over again. But he's not. He's nowhere near his waypoint. So what? Oh, no. Is that it? That can't be it. So do a return here. I think this is a mistake. I shouldn't really say, oh yeah, don't go back to that one until I reach it. Would that cause the problem though? If it fails to, if he keeps getting interrupted, which he is constantly, he's like, yep, okay, this is the problem. I think this is the problem. He tries to reach me. No, sorry, he tries to reach his waypoint because he's doing his day job. That works. Yeah, this is the problem. And immediately the if statement kicks in, and then he starts chasing me. So, but it's too late. He's already out of that. That should only happen when he reaches his waypoint, not immediately. Yeah, that would cause him to constantly fail, because even if he never reaches it, he's adding it to that list anyway. He has to reach it. This probably explains partially why it's kind of working still. But I don't know why he was kind of going half. Oh no, I don't know why he was like going halfway there and halfway back. That's fine. Hack that meter. Clear that out. Clear this out. Yeah, I'm not getting that warning anymore. He'll just keep chasing me, which is perfect. That's what he should do. But when he stops, he should go back to his... Yeah, he's trying to move to the waypoint. Yeah, it's behaving perfectly now. Okay, so he's trying to go back to then 30 seconds passes. He's like, yeah, screw this. Now let me just run it for a while and see if he does anything weird. Yeah, he seems fine. I guess there'll be some really weird side effects. Oh, I know what it was. Yeah. There's nothing stopping him adding the... Yeah, that's what it was. There's nothing stopping him adding a bunch of the same traffic cone to this recently interacted agents. So I need to check that here, first of all, because he was able to run this when he definitely should not have. So I'm going to put an extra check in there to make sure if the recently interacted agents contains the oh damn, it's actually okay, so we have to be a bit smarter. let's try existing agent interaction. Yeah, so if he's already interacted with it, we'll just refresh it. So we'll grab the first or default of these agents, where the agent's agent is equal to the agent. There you go. Now, if that exists, so he's already keeping track of that. If the agent is already in the list of recently interacted agents, if he's already in there, then I'll just take that existing one and change the time interacted with to the current time. It just refreshes it. That will need to have a setter. It just refreshes it. Otherwise, it's adding a brand new one. The problem was he was getting a ton of the same one, and he was only removing, when I did the remove part here, this only removes one. If you want to remove all of them, you have to use remove all. So he was having tons of duplicate ones, and he was only ever removing like one at a time. So it's, I mean, I think that's what it was. So I kind of fixed it twice. I fixed it where it here, where it should have been doing that, where it was. And I also should prevent it. Now prevent it. I need to get rid of all this crap soon. I might need that though, I'm not sure yet. Right, now I'm gonna probably have to do that. Where else it makes sense. So if I pick up the target, that's when we add that. Again, there. No, that's fine. We just need to do it here. I mean, you don't strictly need to do it in an if statement, but just to make it tidy. So if he needs to, he'll move to it, then add it, then pick it up. Notice the method within the method. You seen this before, Andrew? Got a method? Got another method. Nested methods, mate. You know, teach you that in C# Foundation. It's basically to prevent me having to do a giant bunch of repeat code, but I also don't want this to be a full-on method because I don't want it to. Yeah, you have methods for days. Alright, I think that's gonna get me back in shape. I'm just gonna carry on and check these other ones don't have the same issue, like this one. This drop should happen immediately, but just in case it doesn't. This one, yeah, this one does it here. The move to. Actually, I'm happy for that to go in here too. That error, that to do is still valid. Oh, check this out. Method group. Much nicer. We could probably do something similar. Yep. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and just assume that we can do this. It's not debugging. I'm kind of curious what would happen if you call a method from within a method and have like this weird recursion of call the outer method from the inner method. Should still work theoretically. Alright, plug. Let's keep at this. Cool. Unplug, same deal. We do this in here instead. And then that becomes a method group, which is much tidier. Wait doesn't really do anything. Idle just goes back to idle. Hack. The hack target. That can be where we do this, and then we have a method group there too. All right, that's enough faffing about. Let's see if I can get back. So if he gets you, what's gonna happen? Gameplay wise, what's he do? I can literally make him pick you up and put you somewhere. Should be nothing stopping you. be able to pick up another robot. I haven't tried it. Let's try it. Hey, buddy, go pick up a robot. Attempting, okay, it's attempting to execute pickup. It will keep doing that, but it can't find a robot. Oh, maybe that's not the case. Pickup. Gets an eye pickup. Okay, yes, because robots are pick-upable. Now, this whole waiting a second thing, I made a bunch of changes to it here. Like, am I doing that everywhere? I'm going to make this a big old method. We try command after, yeah, retry line code after delay. Nice wordy and horrible, because it's basically all this. Pick upable. One's enough for me, thanks. There's our magic number there. So this will wait for, this is the magic number. That 1 second delay, but seems to do the trick. This is probably, I'm going to leave that there. And I'm going to properly leave it there as an error. Because that crops up again. Now I can go back to all of these guys and simplify them a bit by just doing this. So if the agent's null, try the command again in a bit. That's what I want to do in all these guys. It's the same. I'll come back to that. Same there. Slightly the same here. Also slightly the same. Hack. Oh, hacking doesn't try again. Oh no, that's the hacking. Oh well, this is also will fail if it can't find something to hack. That's not necessarily true. I'm pretty sure I'm using hackable. This is incorrect. This is not right. That's the check it should do if it can't find it. The check it should do for if it's unhackable is different. It should be, this should be if argument's 0 is null, which is gross, but I'm going to do it anyway. Because this one's doing a cast. That's why I couldn't find anything. Check if the target is even hackable. Right, almost ready to get back to work. Just clean this up a bit. Yep. All right. Changed a whole bunch of stuff. So now I switch on a few of my other robots to see if they can do the job. Actually, I can't load. All right. One last check to see if this guy works. Then we start adding new shit. I'm not gonna do the arresting part yet. I'll come back to that later. Gotta choose my battles here. So the cop, do his job. He comes after me. I is criminal. And eventually he'll get bored and go back to his job. Lovely. No errors. Perfect. So let's put him away for a minute and actually make this hacking work. So now, when the parking meter is fully hacked, started hacking. So we started hacking it. Where do we do this? Hack target. Well, when the target's finished hacking, we need to call this on hacked. So we do that. Oh, we do. Cool. On hacked. So this is part of the hackable on hacked. And all right now we're just saying you're hacked. That's great. But let's do some stuff here. So what should a parking meter do? Spit out some coins. So it should probably, I don't know, if the parking, it's gotta like regenerate its coins over time, I suppose. So it may spit out 0 coins. So for each, yeah, for all the coins the parking meter has collected, it'll happen automatically over time. So we'll have a for loop, which is going to be specific to this, which will be num coins collected. So we'll create that dude. It'll start out when this guy first appears as some number. Let's say let's say it's empty at the start. Now this guy's going to have an update. So we're going to need to override our update and I guess collect coins over time. So we'll basically, we can do this. We don't even have to do this in an update. We'll just do this start. I don't think there is a base start, is there? Override start. No, there isn't. Okay, so start collecting coins over time. And this will be pretty straightforward. We'll just have start a coroutine, collect coins. That'll run literally forever. And all it will do is wait. So yield, return new, wait for seconds. Everything wrong. And that's going to be the delay between coins collected. Something that we can change. So that's modifiable. It probably wants to start with some coins, maybe. So we'll have a private int starting coins. And then when this thing starts, we'll start with some coins, maybe. So this will be coins collected. Number of coins collected equals the starting coins. I'll just rename this to just coins collected, that's enough. And then from then on in, it waits for a delay and it simply adds to the coins collected. So you'll just slowly collect coins. And when you hack the guy, he just spits them all out. So that's going to be probably, if there's any, it's a simple check. If there's any coins, then we'll start a coroutine again, which will be spit out coins. I actually get to make a coin. It's gonna be fun. And sure, that's gonna be a coroutine. I'm using I want to make a coroutine, so there's a small delay between coins being spit out. So this will for each, for all the coins collected for I and coins collected, will make a coin, create a new coin, Things move fast when you're not dealing with weird bugs. So new coin will equal instantiate, and that'll be some kind of coin prefab. I'll set that up in a bit. We get to make a coin, do some physics on it and stuff. And that'll be, its position will be, I guess, I'll make it so it has like a spawn point, so like a coin spawn point, so it's not spawning in the middle of the parking meter. And then probably just a random direction. But we'll do the rotation first. Returning identity. I can do a random rotation on it. Random. No. Does Quaternion have random? Quaternion from Euler, and then have a random dot on. Okay, now it's gonna bitch about the random. No, we want Unity engine at random. So now it's gonna be random on unit sphere. That'll give me a random direction, random rotation. Now I want to take the coin. Coin prefab's probably going to be an actual. I'll make a class for the coins, and it's going to be a bot coin. So I'll have a new bot coin. Bot coin. What does a Bitcoin look like? Bitcoin. Yeah, lowercase. So I'll make a new bot coin method down here. It'll be serializable model behavior. So we're using Odin. That will be public. And we'll come back to you in a second. And let's move it into a new folder. It's not really agents. Let's put it in scripts for now. And the spawn point, that's going to be something that I define. It's going to be a transform. So it's going to need the position. And now we've got this coin. We'll, I don't know. When the coin starts, it'll fly in a random direction, I guess. Maybe that needs to be a thing. Coin dot fly in random direction. Having fun with the method names. And now we reduce the number of coins collected. And then we wait a bit. Turn, new, wait for seconds. And this will be coin dispensing delay. Or delay between coin dispensing. It's only going to be a very small number. Like, I don't know, 0.2. 5 a second. Should be good. And there we go. Now we just need to do this. So we're going to assume that coins have a rigid body. So we'll grab that on awake. Get component. Rigid body. Grab that dude. And now when we fly in a random direction, we'll say, hey, we're a rigid body. Dot add force. And the direction will be random. Dot on unit sphere times throw force. Technically, that's an impulse. And we'll make that like, I don't know, 1 for now. And this is actually going to be throw in random direction. And that should do it. And then I'll deal with picking them up after. Now I need to make a coin. Hey, that should be fun. Ooh, we're at 8 viewers now. Hey, buddy. I think Lee made a... Oh, my back's killing me. I'm an old man. Oh. Okay. Okay, right. Okay, a bit of keep an eye on my day job. Say day job. I don't work today, but to do that. Meetings are days. Coins. I want to make a coin. Let's do it. Gotta get it to scale. It's gotta be comedy big. Comedy size coin. All right, I think I have a coin. I know Lee made a coin. Ah, we did, but he's shaders all buggered up. He's using a different version of Unity than me, I think. So this is coin. I might have to mess with it a bit. See shader. There we go. Looks alright. Little bot coin. Lovely. How big is it? Oh, it's tiny. Now, how many coins do we want? Like a lot of currency in this game? Do you want like 1,000 coins or like 10 coins? What do we think? Like, oh, it's scaled way down here. Let's get it up in the air a bit here. It's a decent sized coin, like that. So it's gonna want a rigid body. It's already got a rigid body with gravity. Got a capsule collider. I guess it's okay. Actually, I kind of want to give it a mesh collider so it doesn't roll around like a ball. So I'm going to give it a mesh collider. That could be convex. Looks okay. Now, it probably wants a little glow or shine around it. Lots of coins. Let's start with like, I don't know, I think 100 coins. 100 coins should be a decent amount of coins. So if you hack something like a parking meter, you probably want to get like 20 coins or something. If it costs like 100 coins to get a robot, a new robot, then maybe parking meters worth like, I don't know, 20 coins or something like that. So you have to get 5 of those guys to buy a robot. Balancing will have to happen at some point. So I'm going to call out the size for now. I'm going to override everything. So let's see how that falls. It looks. Maybe can I zoom in enough on it to even make it out? Whoop. And it went to the floor. It is very small, to be fair, so I might need to change my detection to continuous. And my floor has got a mesh collider. Let's try that. These aren't Bitcoins, they're not that expensive. They're bot coins. Still fell through the floor. Man, and I made it oh. I don't think it's falling through the floor. I think that's what it's supposed to do. He's got a bot coin controller on it, which destroys it after 0.8 seconds. He's doing what I was about to do. Yeah, he's doing the kind of same thing I was doing. So I'm not gonna use this script because I kind of want the coins to be picked up. So I'm going to disable that script and I'm going to put my own bot coin script I made. And then we'll see what this one is like. So out of curiosity, I want to see. Okay, let's just see it roll around now. Just lie on the ground. There you go. So you can zoom in enough. Yeah, you can zoom in enough to see it. So that's pretty good. So let's delete that for now. Head over to our parking meter here. He's going to want to know coin prefab, so let's find that. Bot coin. There it is. Now, a spawn point. I guess like at the front. There's a little coin hole here. Perfect. So this parking meter is going to have a little empty object, which is going to be position right where the coins shoot out. And the forwards direction, I kind of want them to shoot forward a little bit, not just randomly. I want them to like spit out the front. So this will be the coin slot. And the parking meter will spawn from the coin slot. In the prefab, I want to do that again now. Bot coin, there's the prefab. Starting coins, none. Well, let's have it so it gets a coin every 10 seconds. No, it needs a max. It definitely needs a max. So collect those coins. So we'll have the coins collected equals the math dot maximum between coins collected plus 1 and the max max coins. So it doesn't get crazy. So like maybe 20 is this, as many as it can hold before it, that's it. Otherwise it'll just build up into those thousands in there. You gotta want to plan your route. So if it's every, how many seconds did I make it? 10 seconds, 20 coins. It'll take 200 seconds to fill up again. So it's about what? How many minutes is that? 3 1/3. All right, yeah, that seems okay. Or we can make it take 5 minutes and have 30 coins. Maybe that's too many. We'll tweak these numbers. Starting coins, I'm going to put a bunch in there because I want to test this. We'll start with the 20. And that should be enough to test it. Now, I'm lazy, so I'm going to test it the lazy way. I am going to override update. I'm going to have it so if you hit the space bar, it spits your coins out. You hit the space bar, then it just calls on hacked. Just so I can test this real simple. I want them to shoot forward, well, like into the thing, because this parking meter doesn't actually have any colliders on it, which is probably for the best. All right, parking meter. It's going to happen on all of these meters at once. Oh, we're going to spit coins out when I hit space. All right, they spat out and fell to the floor. And that little velocity I gave them was rubbish. So let me check my coin. Yep, didn't say that's continuous. Do that in the prefab. So using mine, and let's give this like, I want to throw this in a direction. Can I be bothered writing this myself? Okay, I'm not going to, there's time. Rigid body, no, calculate, spread on direction. Just want to give it a spread. It's 2D, but I'm sure it's similar. I mean, I know how to do it. It's can be. I'd rather copy and paste this. I don't know. Screw it. I'll do it properly. Obviously, just as long if I want them to copy paste. I'm getting hungry, but it's gonna have to wait. So, throw in direction. and it'll take a vector 3 direction and also a float spread in an angle. So I will calculate a direction for the coin using the spread, the direction, and spread. So the direction will be the random direction will equal direction plus the way I could do it. There's two ways I can do this. Well, three ways. One is just Oh, I see what they've done. That's clever. Yeah. I can just take that direction and rotate. I can rotate that. Oh, I need vector 3 dot rotate. No. I want to rotate Turnian dot. Oof, math. Yeah, I mean, I suppose you could do it that way. That's not going to work for me because I've already messed up its forward direction. I don't want to do it that way. Calculate vector spread. Cone size forward plus. Yeah, so you're using a transform, that's the problem. Yep, I'll just do it that way. I'll use the forward of the thing it spawned on. So throw in direction. So I'll need, so this will be throw from transform. And it'll take it and transform. Transform. And then the spread. So it'll take, spread's probably whatever. So now I'll take the transforms dot forward plus a random range between minus spread and plus spread, and times that by the transform dot up, and do the same thing again for the left and right. So it'll go more or less in that direction, plus a little bit of up and down, up and to the side, based on the spread. And then use that random direction times the throw impulse. And if I use that as an impulse, I should be able to use a smaller number. Roll the coin. Now we're calling this dude. We're going to pass in the spawn point. Which is a transform, and then some kind of coin spread. We'll just hard code it as like 20 degrees for now. That's in either direction. Maybe 15 degrees in either direction. And let's try that. And let's give it a hell of a lot more oomph. throw impulse. This should really not be. It should be a float impulse. That shouldn't be on the coin itself, because it really depends where we're getting these coins from. The coinage, that should be coin throw impulse. And we'll make that a number like 10 for now. And I'm hard coding and whatever else. I like it hard. Yeah, okay. Coin throw spread. I don't have to keep coming back into code. I'll make that 15 degrees. Wonderful. Now we should get some numbers. Luckily I can just hit space. Actually what I'm going to do is just hard code this to 10 coins. So I can keep hitting space. And test what numbers look nicest. So our traffic, our parking meter is going to have some values already. Now I need to make sure that the throw coin slot's blue direction is facing outwards, which it is. Blue direction is forward. Let's try that. Oh yeah, bye! Let's try that with a little bit less impulse. I'm gonna hide the other ones too. Gonna hide these two. I'm a little confused. There's way too many goddamn things to keep track of here. Which one to fall in front of them? Just get spit out gently. Okay, that spread's too big. So this is impulse 0.1. Spread of, I don't know, 5. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, a bit more throw. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, that's pretty cool. Kind of. Oh, they're hitting each other, I think. I think what's happened there is I don't cold spit out coins yet. Let's just get rid of that for now. And that was impulse of 1, and the spread was a lot less. Then I need to pick up the coins. And they're going all over the place. This spread, I don't like it. Okay. I see. It's throwing it at force in world space coordinates. So the random direction should be, oh, well, let's spelt transform. Let's just call this underscore transform to be sure. Still, it should work. That's forward plus the spread times up, and the spread again times right. So I get this up and down, left and right, and it's working, but it's heading in the wrong direction. So this throw from transform is spawn point, mate. It should be facing outwards, and it is. That is outwards. Where's it flying sideways? I could program entire programming languages in a day, but getting coins to spit out the right direction, not so easy. What's it doing? Right. So no spread again. Pew, 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 pew. Like, what's it doing? It's all coming out the side. spinning out twice as much. Try 5 times as much. Yeah, we're pinning this bit down. It's going sideways. So I wonder if it's as simple as just like, you know, just like, sure. Now it's, oh, fuck. I had global on. Yeah. Damn it. Come on, Andrew, you should have told me that. And global switched on. So I was not seeing its actual direction, so it was spinning on the right direction. There we go. Now it'll spit forward. Boop, 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 boop. So let's give it some spread. See if it looks nice. Nope. 0.1. 0.2. A little bit of spread going on there. 3. Half. And then a bit slower. Boom, 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 boom. That looks alright. Okay, so that's 2 and 0.5. 2.5. Save that. Also take the slot and rotate it properly. Apply all my changes. Now, that should do it. Let's put my code back to where it was. This should now be coins collected. And now they all start full. So let's do some hacking. And then we see pick coins up. Let's bring our pocket meters back. Let's get hacky. I mean, maybe we should have some little indicator on it showing if it's like full. But this is like nice to have stuff. So let's hack that meter, man. Oh, I hit space. Whoops. There's a space in that command. The code of design. The question. Probably the code. But I mean, this game has been really fun to come up with ideas for. It's one of those games. You know, it's going to be kind of fun if you can pull it off. If the design kind of writes itself. There's not really been a hard part of the design in this game. It's kind of like, yeah, we'll just do this. And it's like, that's hilarious. Let's do it. Whether it'll be fun or not, it remains to be seen. Let's see this guy. Spits coins out. Pew, 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 pew. Lovely. And I can go over here. Hack this guy. Coins for days. And then we'll hack the other one. And now, if I hack it again, it might have 1 coin in it, tops, or none. Oh, it seems to be refilling very quickly. Oh, that's because I made a delay between coins. Oh, that's dispensing delay. Why is this spawn point different? The prefab. Coin slot. Save. Why is this not part of the prefab? I guess it is. Maybe one of those is overwritten. Coin slot. Coin slot. Oh, they're different because they're a different object. What am I thinking? Of course they are. So, this for debugging because I can too. I'm gonna put a little label. Little label above this thing. Go into the editing mode. Put a little label in here saying how many coins it's gotten. So I'm not going in blind here. And I'll just face the camera with that. And it will be small. Centered. Small-ish. and up a bit. No, up a bit in world space. This is how I ended up in world space. Whoa, lost my mouse. Right there. And back to local. And that'll be the number of coins. So, like, you know, coins 20. Like that. Let's use our font. Nice. And we'll call this num coins label for now. And oh shit, that's all inside the wrong goddamn. Ah, fuck, I can't go in there. Never mind. A parking meter will have another canvas. Fuck's sake. Okay, world space 0, 0, 0, 100, 100. Isn't sticking around. Oh yeah, scale it. 0.02, 0.02. Flip it 180 degrees, because it's always the wrong direction. 270. There we go. Num coins. Centered, raised up. Font. Coins 20. Whatever. Smaller. It's not going to get in the way of the. Sort of going to get in the way of this progress bar. Let's make that visible. Yep, so coin number of coins should be just sat in front of it or something. And that means it'll have no face camera on it. Neither with the canvas. Fine. It's just for debugging. We can't do anything right now. Under coins, text. Really can't operate the computer. Okay, now this guy's gonna have. I'll just do it in an update somewhere. So override. Update. Num coins text dot text equals coins collected. That'll be a TMPT. Wire it up. Connect it there. And now we can see what the hell's going on. Okay, can't really see that. So we'll have the debug canvas face the camera. Oh, I just realized that's way off there. Canvas itself should be the one that moves. It's like here. Oh, face camera. Good enough. Good enough. We'll get rid of it in a minute. They should all start. Oops, I turned hacking on. We'll make them not start at 20. Start at like 10. Override it. Go. See you, Andrew. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be doing this all night. Okay, that coins didn't work. Coins 20. I think it's refreshing the coins so fast. Delay between coins. Delay between coins collected. It should be 10 seconds. Starting with starting coins. Okay, starting coins is 20 still. I think that's 5. Five coins. Let's see, 5 coins. There we go. Now, it's 10 seconds between coins. Let's hack one of these guys. Turning to pro. Talking, there we go. 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. It only spat out 5. Dude, give me more coins. What's the deal? Interesting. It's not fully dishing out the coins. It's only getting out half the coins. What the hell? Oh, I know why. Because you don't do this, you fool. Yeah, that would work. Once the coins have all been dished out, then you set them to 0. And that's a bit sketch, actually. It's a bit sketchy. What we do is we do nothing in here. Don't use a traditional for loop. We're completely dependent on the coins collected. That's what we do. I'm not quite sure. Maybe that could just be a while loop now. While coins collected greater than 0. Keep going till all gone. Let's do the trick. How long have I spent on goddamn coins? It's been like an hour. It's the hard stuff that doesn't take very long, and then hard, but it doesn't take long. This is easy, it takes ages. Nope. Fuck after that time. Wait 10 seconds. Your coins are not going up. What's going on? Alright, let's go hack this guy. $10 coins. What happened to that first one? How did I mess up that first one? I've typed hack meter sometimes, so that goes down to 0, and then it got regenerated to 10. Oops. What have I done that's dumb? Something's dumb. Ah! Not max, minimum. Of course, that's the maximum. I'm using min. It was just jumping because, yeah, that explains everything. And the max coins is now dropped to 10. Why did I wanted it to be 20, didn't I? How many more ways can I mess this up? Now it should be able to go up to 20. Starts at 5. Give me them sweet coins. Pew 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 pew. And these guys have gone up to 6. And I should carry on doing that up to 20. Lovely. Now I need to pick up the coins and add them to some kind of global wallet. I was gonna make it so you have to pull a mass back to HQ, but fuck it. They're like digital cryptocurrencies, right? So boom. Those get uploaded. So we'll have a big old UI thing up here. So up top right. Just to be lazy. This is gonna get replaced by Lee. It's gonna be our favorite font. Do there 0. The top right. Bring it down, bring it in a bit. Coins. 999, 9999. Actually, I want to make that, yeah. I'm just going to make it pretty. So, C#, comma, number formatting. And yes. So we want n, lowercase n 0. So that'll look like something like that. And now we'll make this thing hella wide. Make it so you can't click on it. Always forget that. There we go. That's our coins. It will do. Don't spend too much time on it. It's not important. And the UI, effectively the game is going to be in charge of this guy. So an update, we're going to call update UI. And then we're also going to call that in start. So an update UI, we want to say, all right, coin text text equals coins space I guess coins, like that. Global, that will be lowercase n 0. Coins will make a big old property integer, put it up here. On start, we'll have coins equals starting coins. Make that configurable. Start at 0, sure. And then the coin text will be a TPT. Wire that up, and then we'll have coins. Now, when we pick up the coins, that's the next bit. Now, how do I want to do that? I kind of want to have it. Then it gets sucked toward the robot, so they don't have to. I don't want to have them to program in and pick up coins. It should be automatic. They just scoop the coins up. So this is a coin text. The game knows about it. Starting coins, we'll give them none. Fuck it. Stingy. Now these coins. So we can put the trigger on the coin or the trigger on the robot. I think the robot might end up picking up more than just coins at some point. I can't think of anything right now, so it's probably best that the robot is the one that has a big old. I'll make a new. We are coin collector, and it's just going to be at the center and have a big sphere collider on it. Really big. This is going to be how far I collect coins away, because I don't want him to accidentally miss them. So I think you should be able to pick up coins from pretty far away. So let's go with that, because you don't have to like go back and like I don't know. I also don't want him to manually go around and pick them up. That's just more AI hassle. I want it's like scoops them. This coin collector will have a simple script on it. Coin collector. And it's going to be hella simple. Unless I put some physics into this. Which I can. Effectively, when on trigger enter, if a coin gets involved, so if a coin comes near, if the other thing dot game object get component has a bot coin on it, sweet, then we let's just do this way, bot coin, because I might want to do the animation. Bot coin's not null. Then we'll bot coin, I guess, can like handle the collecting and drag it towards me, whatever this game object is. Or transform, sure. That'll be fine. And then, just to be tidy about it, we'll have it so when it reaches the robot, just so it's consistent, then it'll say, hey game, check it out. Coins. Public, please. Shit, that's static. Yeah, there's only going to be one game in the game. Plus equals 1. Give me a coin. Now collect will take the target, or the collector, and it'll take a callback. So first thing it does is a transform dot routine move, which will take a end position. Yep, which will be the transform, sorry, the collector position, and it'll take I guess a collect time, like animation duration, so you can make it fast or slow. And once that is incomplete, we just call the callback. And it probably wants that again. Sure. And that'll be some number like, I don't know, 0.2 seconds. It goes whoosh, and scooches over. And once it reaches the robot, once it reaches the collector, it goes into the bank. Which is that. Let's check her out. And then, I don't know, I'm starving, but I don't want to eat right now. Isn't that always the way? Hack meter. Getting them coins. I should just scoot straight over to him. Nope. If I walk away and come back. Didn't work. Did I make the collider? Well, first of all, one step at a time, is the crime bot actually a crime bot? He is. Crime bot. It's not a trigger. That'll do it. Points. I have this health bar. I have no idea if I'm going to use it. And an energy bar. Don't even know about energy yet. Didn't quite work out. Not spelled wrong. Spelled right. Add to dictionary. Coin. So the collector. Oh, did I actually add? I didn't add that script, did I? All over this today. So the coin collector needs to have that coin collector script on it. Nothing will happen. Hack meter. It's going straight in my pocket. So, I want to see them fall on the floor first. So what I'm going to do here is collect them, but I want to do it after a delay. So there's a chance for them to land on the ground. So start coroutine. Delay, collect. And that will take that and that. It's going to do that. So it's just going to, yeah. Wait for a second. You know what? I feel delay should be on this end. Yeah, the delay should be on this end. Doesn't make sense for the coins. I have to worry about that. What we do is collect the coin after a delay. That'll look good. Start coroutine. Delay, collect, coin, and that's going to be the bot coin. And it will do this after a short delay. So yield, return, new, wait for seconds, delay, before collect. To give it a chance to look cool. It should be an I enumerator. Let's pull it in. Go ahead. Nope, wrong one. This one. Make that a number. Call it like 1 second. 1.5 seconds. 2 seconds. And then I'm going to call that done, hopefully. Half meter. Well, they're getting collected. But they're not animating. Coin collector. Collect. Move to the position. Let's make this super slow. 2 seconds. Or, no, it's 2 seconds. No, it's actually on the... Yeah, I'm probably going to move this into the collector as well, but this is okay. Bot coin. Could be 0. Could have got zeroed. It was. So I saved it too early. So that 0.2 is probably fine. Yeah, I made the variable and it got saved before I got a chance to... Yeah. So it should scoop them up now. The prefab mode. Hack it. There we go. That looks nice. Yeah. I'm pleased with that. How big is this thing? It's not very big. I'm gonna be even more generous with that coin collector. I mean, I'm talking like insane. I feel like you get anywhere near a coin, because you're not gonna find them lying on the ground. The chances are they're gonna be caused by something you did. Maybe like you get anywhere near them and like swoop, just grabs it. The last thing I want to do is have to like take control of a robot, stop its program, and then we'll make it walk over to a coin. I want to just get them coins. Anything in that bubble. Now if I walk kinda close to this, I can hack it from that distance, and it should be enough. Nom, 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 nom. See a sound effect. Sounds. They're always left to the end. That's very important. Alright, create code. We have, what did I add? Jesus, a lot of stuff. What was the last thing I did? Show notifications and crimes. I did. Did I say I was starting work on that? Working on. Did I finish? Oh yeah, I fixed all this in robot. Okay, finished shouts. Fixed agent interaction bug. And we're listing that because it took ages. Added pickupable. Pickupable coins. I guess the one benefit of if I did have them carry their coins around is if you got busted by the cops, then you drop all your coins. But then it's gonna be lying there. What are the cops are gonna pick them up? Probably. Probably. Ooh, V push something. What we got? Oh. No. Fuck's sake. I don't want to stash my changes. Undo. No, redo. Don't want my stash changes. Fucking hell. Where's my stash changes at? Just refresh. Where did stash changes go? Unable to pull changes in your branch. There's nothing in my branch here. Like, dude, it's empty. Empty. It's fucking empty right there. Dash changes. Okay. Have to Google something ridiculous. Get desktop. Stashed changes. Where are you? It's desktop. No. How did you find that? Okay, I must not have many stashes then. So what's this gripe? Oh, I hate this so much. I hate these fucking logs. Away with you. Just kill Unity. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. I want to get rid of those. Don't want logs. Don't ever consider logs, just ignore them. Everything but that, commit that. Update it, ignore, check. Clear some logs. Apple. Okay, definitely take. Oh no. Which one's which? Origin main. Or main. Main or origin main. This is really easy to mess things up. Main. It's desktop. Main or origin. I think it's origin main. Pretty certain. Yeah, pretty sure it's origin. All this stuff. Oops. And this one? Merge. Ignore log files. 10th time lucky, maybe. So this is all his merge stuff. So he's cool. He's got cameras and stuff, camera controllers, lovely. Merge. Yes. I don't care. Whew. All right, let's let him know. So many students I'm infecting today. Day off. Mission. All right, I need a break. I should eat something, or pretend to. And I need to make a to-do list. Because my buddy's going to be joining me soon, and I want to hit this thing full pelt. This guy's a machine. Well, with our forces combined. What did he say he's going to be here? 4 or 5, right? To-do list time. Right. Bought coins, check. Probably want to do. It's a nice hard thing I need doing. Health fighting. Do we want fighting? The cops, I guess fighting is a thing. That's going to be fairly complex. I'll just put a bunch of stuff in. I'll see what we can get to. So, health and fighting. Because you should be able to, if you have enough of your bots, take on a cop. Health and fighting. And if you get knocked out by the cop, nobody dies in this, they get knocked out, then they get hold too. Getting knocked out. Once you get knocked out, you can get dragged to prison. So, dragging to jail. And I'm gonna need just not something important. Actually, yeah, running out of batteries. That's not a thing yet. Running out of batteries, then we'll get the ATM in there. ATM working. That shouldn't take too long. Say that. ATM working. And there's the bot coin farming. That's going to require like a lot of power. So we need to look at power, like moving, stealing power from things. So we need like power stealing, from like electric cars and stuff, and chargers and things. Power stealing, and moving it around in like batteries. You're constantly harvesting. Screwed if the fact that these guys are going to pay for power. They're criminals. Crime bots. Oh, there's a lot to do here. ATMs working, Bitcoin farming, power stealing. Leading the purchasing and stuff, that's maybe up to the league. Okay, I think health and fighting next. Yeah. And then we can do... Then I can have an if statement, like then if what the cop code might look like. Closing and do that. It's there. Okay, I'm back. So, what was I here for? Well, I've got an animation for this guy. So, if he dies, it's like, now, I'm not quite sure he goes flying over there. It's probably because of, he's got root motion switched on his, yeah, it is, root motion off. It's probably some root motion, that death animation that we don't want. That's not going to help, actually. That's just going to make him flow away. Probably going to be still bugging up. Yeah, so why? Does he do that? The motion's off. He definitely... He actually moves. It's not root motion. That's strange. I would assume that's root motion. Is it different without root motion? With root motion? Ooh, I got facial expressions as well. I gotta get them in there. Yes. Facial expressions. Even though that was possible to see. Put it near the bottom of the list, but why are you just kind of floating away? It's not the sphere collider, that's his. What is this sphere collider doing here? What's this trigger collider doing? Does the crime bot have an on trigger enter? It doesn't. So this thing is pointless. What's he doing with a collider? When he dies, he goes whoop. It's kind of. Oh, I know why. Ah. I'm clicking on the death button way up here. And it's clicking through and is making him walk to position underneath the death button. So but he's dead on the way. Foolish. So that won't be an issue. Really. I'm actually... Nah, it won't be really an issue. So I'm not worried about that. So getting knocked out, that'll be fine. Facial expressions. What else makes this a game? Saving and loading. Now that's a big one. Kind of sucks because it's the kind of thing you want to consider right at the beginning of the game. It's a prototype, so it doesn't really need to have saving and loading. You can just kind of play for one game session and you lose your game. For a prototype, it's not the end of the world. It's like a demo. Just consider it a demo. You don't get to save your game. But it would piss me off. So right at the bottom of the list is saving and loading. I mean, I know I can knock that out in a few hours. There's a lot of things I haven't heard in a few hours. Okay, so got the bot coins. If they got health and fighting and getting knocked out and dragged to jail, that kind of brings the whole danger into the game. Oh, pedestrians. We need like pedestrian. Yeah, so if they can get knocked out, dragged to jail, then there's some danger. The game needs danger. Running out of batteries. I need to make the batteries last a lot longer, but if the batteries run out, the robot should just stop. If it's running code, it should just stop there. But you can take control of it and send it back home to get charged, but it'll walk real slow. Super slow. So preferably you want to have the code handle that. Like I've got a robot here. Where is he? I've got a proper robot who... There you go. Yeah. His job is just pretty boring. He just walks around to different batteries. But if his battery's low, so if this robot is low, he'll go to the nearest battery, he'll pick it up, he'll plug it into himself, and then he'll wait until he's charged, and then drop the battery. So really you want this kind of code, ideally, in most of your bots. But it's going to take the player a while to figure this out. They'll be like, God damn it, why do I keep running out of it? What do I do here? But then they're going to find like dead robots with code, old code on them, and they might see this on one of these robots like, that's how you do it. And so they'll learn that way. So really you want that in all of your robots. I did want to put a limitation, like certain numbers of robots, certain robots can only have, like a basic robot can only have maybe 5 lines of code. And then a more expensive robot can have 10, and so on. So you can't really have this fancy piece of code, because that's like what? 6 lines of code. You can't afford that on a basic robot should afford like 10 lines. So difference, I guess. Different. It also means you might figure out ways to optimize it. Like I made it before. You don't actually need to do this anymore. you can actually get rid of that and have just pick up nearest battery. But they might not know that. So that'd be a way they can optimize it. Different amounts of code, or different lines of code. Per robot level. It'd be cool to have like leveling your robots up and then giving them equipment and stuff. I mean, that's just not going to happen before Friday. I mean, this is already too much stuff, so some of this stuff's going to have to kind of prioritize it. All right, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to leave the stream running. I'll be back with my other coder, maximum an hour, but I need to eat some food. But it should be pretty fast paced once my other coder gets here. We'll just be able to pile through this stuff. Once I've talked him through the entire game. He'll probably have loads of good ideas too. So I'm going to take a break, leave the stream running, turn off all my stuff, and I'll be back. Check, check, check. Check. There we go. All right, back to work. Where was I? Some music. What am I doing? Health and fighting. So I'll do that first. Okay. I eat food, and food will turn into energy. Hopefully. That will turn into brain juice. Okay. I think I want to start simple with combat. I'm probably gonna have just a dummy you can fight, and just I'll use one of the robots. They won't do anything. It won't respond. It'll sit there and take it. So I'll take my robot guy here and duplicate him, and this will be the poor sucker here that we fight. So I'm gonna wipe his code, and he'll just sit there. Let me just make sure they still work with no code. No errors. Cool. So we have my crime bot. Wait, this guy's got code. I don't want him. Let's get rid of him. Call this fighting bot. Actually, he's more like the player bot. Let's clear up the place a bit. It's a bit messy. There we go. Traffic cones can also go away. I guess fighting someone's a crime too, so you start beating on somebody, then the cops probably react to that. This guy's not going to do anything, he's just going to sit there. It's a player bot. We're going to need some new words for this dude. Going to need a new verb. Fighting. My verb's at. Okay, let's grab this verb. And fight. Can also be beat up, kill. It's a bit harsh, but destroy. plenty of synonyms here. I'll leave it at that. So we got a new fight verb. Should be pretty easy to wire this part up. Where's my code at? There it is. Right, so we're gonna need a new fighting. Let's choose something a bit simpler. A little bit like, kind of like go to. Go to's kind of close. So we have a new command. Should probably clean this up a bit, but screw it. Fight. So this will be our target agent. I'm assuming we can only fight agents for now. So if there's no target, then we try it again after the delay, no problem. Now, this is going to be a little bit more like this. Yeah, so I'm going to copy this format with the old nested function. That'll be fight target. Okay. So this is going to be, I guess, fight target. Do want to use this nested method here, but I'm going to rename it something fight the target. Getting lazier. So fight target's going to be our thing another method. So fight target, it'll fight, and then when it's done fighting, wherever that ends up, then it'll run the next line of code. Probably not going to end well. So our fight target, this is going to be very similar. If they're out of range, move to them, and then fight the target. Now, what's it complaining about? Yeah, that's going to be the target. And so you don't fight him again, I guess. You keep fighting the same one over and over again. That's all. Now, this is where the magic happens. All of it's going to be a robot, so it's going to take a target and a callback. Right, so this point we've established we're nearby. Otherwise we wouldn't have, we've got close. So what we're going to do, first of all, we're going to make sure, we're going to need it's going to need to be a state. It's definitely going to need to be a state. There's too much in here to do, so I'm going to go to state. I'll use my old state code. I haven't used this yet today. So this is going to be a new robot state called fighting state. It's going to take this, because it has to, that's the way this thing works. Then it will take the target and it'll take the callback. Now we need to make a new state, so let's hop over to another state. Try the robot idle state. That's pretty simple, I think. Now we need something with a bit more to it than that. State. Charging state. That's a nice simple one. So we'll rip off this code, whack a duplicate down in the same thing. We'll call this robot fighting state, and we'll put that in its own file. Right, this is called fighting. That used to be for UI, but it doesn't really matter anymore. So when we enter the state, we first need to unpack the things that are passed to it. So we pass it. This is in the order they went in. So this is not, we don't have to worry about that. It's the target and then the callback. So we have a target, and that will be a base agent. Don't have a batter anymore. And we're also going to have the callback, which will be an action. Let's bring those guys in. And create these guys. Nice. So we're ready to go now on tick. we're assuming here let's just comment this out. So if the target has moved too far away, we have to deal with, I guess, we don't want to abort the state. We want to move back to the target, move closer to the target. So if the target is in range, then we mean business. Now here, if we're ready to attack again, so it's gonna be some kind of cooldown on these attacks. Ready to attack again, then choose a random attack. That's basically for visual purposes, because we're playing animations. And then attack the target. Now, where the damage is going to get calculated, I'm not going to worry about things like armor or even, yeah, it'll be like, basically going to be how much health they have and how much damage they do. Nothing beyond that. Nice and simple. So it'll, and probably not even randomize it much. I'll keep it simple, really simple. So we attack the target. After all that's done, if the target is knocked out, someone dies in this, maybe, then we're done. So return to, basically we just call a callback. Return to idle, and then call the callback. Now if we died, if this robot got knocked out, then we want to basically just knocked out. So disable the robot basically. And they just lie there until something happens. Am I missing anything? Maybe certain robots will run away after a certain, let's keep it simple again. Maybe certain robots will run away if their health gets too low. But probably the pedestrians will try to run. But I'm just going to make everything fight to the death at this point. Or until they get knocked out. And so here we want to check too if the robot or target are knocked out. We wouldn't need to do that now. We can just do the same thing. Disable the robot, return to idle, and I guess we call the callback, but they can't really run any more code. They're toast. Probably shouldn't call any more code. They just sit there. They're disabled. Right. So let's get rid of what we don't need down here, which is everything. Let's start coding. Okay, if target dot, well, I have it in range somewhere. Is it agent? So the agent is the robot. In range. Where's my in range? In range is on the base. That's going to have to be public. So if this robot, which is the agent, is in range or not in range, not in range of the target. Sorry, underscore target. If they're not in range, then we want to move closer. So that's going to be agent.move to object with callback, and the object is the target, and the callback will be, what's it complaining about here? Oh, it wants to transform, of course. So it moves to transform of the robot if where's my other programmer? Come on, Jib, where are you at? The rubber ducky. me do back as well. Okay. It moves. So when I go to move to target, it does change that target. So what I want to do is straight up just go back to the state. So agent, once they've reached, once they've re-reached the target, then I'll just come straight back into here. And we can just pass through the same stuff. We'll take this. No, sorry, that'll be agent. That'll be the target, and that'll be the callback. So it kind of gets back straight back into business. And it will also bail here. We don't want to run any more code because if we've ever changed state, we don't want to deal with any of this crap. So that's if they're out of range. If they're not out of range, things are simpler. So it's going to keep ticking this. So we're going to have cooldown current the charging attack. So attack cooldown minus time delta time. So that'll get I guess when we enter this, we'll start the attack cooldown at whatever the attack cooldowns are. So attack cooldown will equal, well, I think I need to, this should be determined by the agent. Attack cooldown. That'll be something that we can specify on them. So cooldown. Make that a configurable one. This is going to be a combat section, I would think. Combat. Righto. And so we start there. Now we reduce it, and actually we don't reduce this while if they're not in range. We only reduce this if they're in range. And now if attack cooldown has drop below 0 or is equal to 0, we're good to go. So we're going to choose a random attack. Now this is only basically for animation purposes, so I have 2 attacks. So for attack animation trigger will be a util.random element of a new array. Yeah, this is not particularly memory smart, but screw it. I can make this a random element of attack animation trigger names. We'll just make that it's just going to be straight up hard coded into the code because I only have the 2, so that's fine. That'll be a new string of, I think it was just called, let me check on. They live on the player bot animation controller. Attack 1 capital, stack 2 capital. Cool. So attack 1. I think it's just left and right handed. Attack 2. Sure, that can be read only if you want. So we randomly choose an attack. And then we do it. So that'll be the agent.play animation trigger. We'll just do that. And that'll just take the thing we just found. Quickly make this dude trigger name. That's going to take the animator Damn, where is the animator? I stored that. I don't think I've done any animation yet. No, so we'll have to store an animator. We'll get component animator. That can live in. How should that live? It can live in combat. So our trigger. We'll just simply let's put some logging in there. Playing, triggering, animation trigger, trigger name on name, and that will be the animator dot set trigger name, and that'll just transition, do the punch, whatever it is, and then go straight back to idle. It's just for visuals. Don't need to do any kind of delays or animation events or anything, I don't think. So that's more play attack animation. In fact, both of these are. It's not like it's a different kind of attack, it's just so, and then apply damage to the target. So the target, all health is going to have to live in base target. So apply damage, and then this will be the agent's dot attack damage. Really straightforward combat system here, and that's just going to spit out the attack damage, which will be that. Now health, I don't even know if I covered health. I don't think I did. I have energy. Health has just been a bar that sits there, so I'm gonna. Health's also a combat thing, so I guess let's just roll with this and see how it goes. So this is gonna go into. I mean, this has got to pull down into. Let's target. Base. Do I want damage? I mean, do I want every single? I don't think every single agent needs to have damage. I mean, health. Maybe it should. Fight door. Fight parking meter. Could be funny. I'll keep it in there for now. Amount. So that means I got to pull quite a bit of stuff down. Health doesn't exist luckily yet, so basically I'll say, well, sure, health minus equals amount. Now what's health, you ask? It is a property that's going to be backed up by a private float health. Now we're going to need serializable float, private float, max health, oops, those are not the right kind of brackets. Alright, and then there's going to be some kind of start on this dude. It's abstract, so we'll have a virtual protected virtual void start, and that will set the initial health. Now that's going to be health equals, and what I'm going to do here is if there's an override, health override, so the whole thing here is going to be a math.minimum between what I'm about to do here, which is going to be if the health override is greater than 0. This is so I can artificially give them low health if I want to. Float It's all ending up down here, which is kind of gross. But yeah, let's move all that shit up here. Health. If it's greater than that, then we'll use the health override. Otherwise, we'll use the max health. Now, it's the minimum between that and max health. So we can't override them to have more than max health. What's the idea there? my ambient background noise for you, Andrew, now. So we got our initial health set up. Now we can be a bit clever here and do our UI at the same time. So I'll have a get, that's just going to return our health. But set, it's going to set our health to, again with the math min, actually clamp. Do I have a clamp? Oh, damn it, I need a float clamp. There we go. Takes the value, so that will be whatever the new value is, and it's going to be clamped to 0 and max health. I probably should have done the same here. Math F, clamp, all this nonsense, and then clamp that between 0F and max health. Same deal. In fact, I don't even need to. It's being done for me in the property. Yeah. So we can do the clamping here, and now we can say probably going to have, sure, we'll just have a health display dot value. So that's going to be a slider, and that'll equal our current health divided by max health. And this guy's our slider, which we pull in from that one. So whenever the health changes, we update their slider, their progress, their health bar. And that all should boil down to being able to subtract by a float amount. And now we can handle things like death. Like we kind of should do that in here. We're saying we do it in here, but we'll do it in here. So if health should never drop below 0, but I'll check anyway. Check if we're not check if the agent is knocked out. I mean, the concept of knocking out an inanimate object is interesting, but sure, if health is less than or equal to, we should never go less than 0, but check anyway, then knocked out is true. Now that'll get set guy there, lift him up to the top, and we should definitely never be able to mess with that outside of this class. I shouldn't think, because he can only be knocked out through damage. Right. So that's happening here. Attack damage is probably an object, which means this guy's an object. There we go. Now that's our damage done. Now if the target's knocked out, this whole time we're going to be taking damage. We have no say in it. It's nothing to do with this script. So if target is knocked out, let's probably call it is knocked out, then pretty much we win. So we'll agent the idle, and then we'll call our wonderful callback saying, hey, check it out, we won. Well, carry on with our code effectively. If in code we want to decide to do something different based on when we win or not, well, first of all, our code will still be running if we won. And we can look around for knocked out robots. So if the target is knocked out, if this target gets knocked out, I guess this is only so we leave this state. So if our agent is knocked out, then disable the robot. That's kind of the same thing. We just return to idle, just so we get out of this state. We don't want to be in a state more if we lost. That looks like combat to me. We don't need an else here, because we have a return. It's got cooldowns. Oh yeah, we need to restore this cooldown. Reset the attack cooldown. And that's going to be agent dot. Was it agent? Yeah, attack cooldown. And that looks like it's testable. So now we need to add the language to it. Actually, we did that already, didn't we? Execute command. Fight. Yeah, we did. So, fight target, go to state, fighting target. I mean, it's all there. And the problem is, how much of that stuff did I pull down into agent? Okay, we need to wire a few things up here. Specifically, we need to wire up the slider. Cool. So we need to wire the slider. Our override is just sort of 0, so we won't use it. So we just need to get the slider. So that's going to be in our prefab. Here it is. Health slider. Health display. Oof, there you go. So those should jump to 100% now, because they're both starting at full health. That's the green one. Right, that didn't do anything. So our green one, this is the green one, right? Yeah, the green one. Let me check that our start isn't overwritten in robot. Start. Yeah, of course we did. So base dot start. Now it should. And that should exit prefab mode. That should give us our health at the full now. That's not quite what I had in mind, but it's something. If health override is greater, then use the health override. Otherwise, use max health. I didn't set max health anything, did I? So let's go with the standards. Let's say everybody has 100 health. Cops will probably have more. I should give us to divide by 0. There we go. 100 health. So, sorry, buddy. Fight robot. Entering fighting state. A little bit lackluster so far. Attempting to run fight. So it should have entered the fighting state. On entered. Starting to fight. Well, we'll have agent. Our agent name. Starting to fight the target name. Let's see if we get that far. Hoping fighting is going to be easier than I think. I think it might be. This is some pretty basic game stuff. I've only done it about a billion times before. Alright, so fight robot. So crime bot is about, now why is the crime bot starting to fight player bot? That's the wrong way around. Did I get that? Did I do this the wrong way around? Go to state. Whoever's executing them whoever executes this code. Wait, which is the I'm controlling? I'm controlling the crime. Ooh, I'm controlling the crime bot. My bad. Let's make it the player bot. And that means I need to adjust my camera to be the player bot. I need to link those two together. That's too much. So when the game yeah, let's just do this now and get this headache out of the way. So this will be backed up with private robot controlled robot. So get's just gonna spit out the controlled robot. That's not static. I guess it is. So I guess the other one can be static too. So get this control robot set. So it gets more interesting. So our controlled robot is the value, and now we want to get our camera. Should be only one of these in the scene too. So that was our camera target. So I'm just gonna find that in the scene because I'm lazy. Oh, my programmers. Soon. It's finishing up work. Camera target, so we want the camera controller. So find object of type camera controller dots. What's this guy got? Basically, let's just make that public. So target. Oh, missed it. No. Hey. Really good, yeah, fix it, isn't it?
Are you and Jill working on
I'm just waiting for him to finish work and then he's gonna join in. Alright, target's gonna equal controlled robot. Or value, same thing. And this is just gonna be a front for. Actually, it does need a get set, doesn't it? Get. Let's just make this a get set. And we'll just get rid of this guy. Yeah. Yeah. It's gonna make sure this gets initialized right at the beginning of the camera. Is gonna be a bit weird. So right at the beginning, it has to be. In fact, that should happen a bit later. I want to make sure that the awake of game. Okay, it isn't awake. Right, so it happens really early. And as long as we don't do. Actually, that shouldn't matter anyway. Okay. So let's see if that works first of all. When it starts, and we don't need this initially controlled. We do actually. Yeah. So I should have only need to change it, not on here anymore, but just on the game. So player bot should swing the camera down to player bot. Whoever he is. Bottom one? Yeah, bottom one. That's him. Alright, that worked. So just want to double check that works. Let's make the crime bot and then see if the camera moves. Let's see a little bit of movement. There we go. That did work. Right. So that's that tangent. Where the hell was I? It wasn't working, was it? It was backwards. It was saying Oh, let's just see it happen. Let's fight the robot. Oh, I was controlling the wrong one. That was what's happening. This way, it's it backwards. So now I'm controlling this guy. I'll say fight robot, and it should fight. Hey, check it out. It's doing something. Totally wrong, though. Yeah, the problem with this is he's way too close. Way too far. Fighting's going to be way more personal than this hacking and stuff. That's a problem. That he has no cooldown. This time, player bot starting to fight. Okay, so that worked fine. I wonder why the other one didn't play animations. Either way, cooldown should be a couple seconds, I'd imagine. So, robots have a cooldown. Attack damage, let's say 10 damage per attack. Attack cooldown of a couple seconds. Now let's get this guy to actually go face him. Like, you're not in range, dude. What does range mean? Mean interaction distance. This is just way too big. I'm gonna give this an artificial range here. So float, a nullable float of range overrides. I want to be really close for this. So if range override has a value, then use the range overrides value, otherwise use the min thing. This probably needs to be in brackets. Oh yeah, cool. Could do it that way. So when we are in range, which we want to look at, we want to do a much shorter range on this. So I think agent should have like a fighting range. Way smaller. Get property. Again, should not be able to worry about all this stuff. Well, yeah, we moved health down, but we didn't move anything else down. This will be fighting range. Let's create that dude. Bring him up. Bring that up. Now it shouldn't be nullable. Fighting range should not be nullable. And we'll have to give that a value of like, I don't know, 1. Because I think interaction range is like 4 meters. So they're fighting 4 meters away, which is bullshit. So these guys should have a fighting range of 1. Let's try it out. This is a really pointless. I don't know. I guess it's useful. Right. One meter, still a bit far. And he keeps entering and exiting. Starting to fight, left fighting state, entered moving state. What's his deal? Arriving at destination. Else, I think I might have multiple ranges of the problem. This moving to target probably isn't. Yeah, it's just this reach destination threshold, which I think comes from, no, it's actually a real value. Reach destination threshold. Reach destination threshold. It's tiny. That's what I want. That's what I want. Well, let's make the fighting range tiny too. I don't remember this. I've not been happy with how it's been working out for moving around. It's that's not close enough, dude. Clearly it's Am I doing something dumb in the robot execution? Am I checking the range as well? Ah, I am, right here. I do the range too far. This actually needs to also be the fighting range. 2 places. Now it's becoming even grosser. Ah. Oh god, dog's alive. First bark of the day, it's an ugly bark. Fight. Robot. Very close. Okay. Right, sanity codes, come on. Pay attention here. Move to object with callback. If it's not in range, if it's not in fighting range, which is now point 2, he's starting way too... stopping way too early. I think it's nothing to do... Can't remember what that was for. Oh, that was because some of the robots were chasing the thing that was already in their hand. He was holding a battery and he told them to go to the nearest battery, he would just chase himself around. It's like carrot on the stick situation. I think the problem is that it's the nav mesh itself. The set destination, it's wired up to stop. That's defined in the nav mesh agent. It'll stop at distance of 3 meters. That's always been too low. I didn't want. I put it there so I didn't want them to get right up and everything's grill. I'm gonna set everything to 1. Everything's in 1 meter. Just a match. Fight. Oops. Fight robot. Okay, I mean, poof, there he goes. Oh, it's actually working. Right, before he beats him out, before he wins, I want to... something I forgot in... Agent... Base agent... the animations... Damn, is knocked out. Alright, fine. I'll pull the animator down from robot. It was kind of, didn't really belong in here anyway. I'll pull that down into base agent. Let's put it in loose animation, sure. Animation. And then that'll have a start. I'm gonna awake now. Does my robot have an awake? It does. So that'll be an override. And make, no, that's a bit manually. So that's gonna be detected virtual awake animator equals get component animator. Now up here it's going to be protected override and base awake. Now we have the animator. When he gets knocked out, we can say, oh, set trigger. I think it was called dead. Can't remember. It's just got an arrow about. And this can move down also into the base. What about that? So you confirm that's dead. Or something else. death, not dead. But death. And that's that. Once that guy's toast, the fighting should be like, oh, well, he's dead. I'll just stand here. And then it'll go back to its callback, which will do nothing in this case. But if it was a police bot, he'd probably want to do something else, like take him to jail. Okay. Fight robot. Grrr. 1, 2, swing. I want to rotate the camera. That's gonna come in at some point. Well, this UI is pretty much right up in your face. Fighting's could probably use a lot of power. A lot of energy. And you should get knocked out. Oof. There he goes. Perfect. Now, I can potentially fight again, but he'll just give up right away. Yeah, he gives up right away. He's like, yeah, that's what he did, dude. I'm not gonna fight that again. Well, that didn't take as long as I thought. And now it'll be pretty simple to add some adjectives in here. No, sorry, filters. I gotta be careful, because I already have a filter for this. Dead's gotta come out, because that was for it to do with power. I don't want them dead in anywhere. So I'm gonna need another filter. Put down here. By the bottom. We'll have a couple here. We'll have one for alive, living, there's plenty of words for that. And this would be dead. And that would be knocked out. Anybody could ever be bothered typing unconscious. Conscious. I can't spell unconscious. I can program, but I can't spell unconscious. Luckily Google can. Thanks Google. And that means I should also have conscience. Conscious. And dead, knocked out. No one's gonna type these long words anyway. We're gonna go for the simple stuff. Dead and living, living, dead, alive, living, dead, knocked out, whatever. Oh, I guess disabled. Enabled? No one's gonna use that, but disabled probably will be used. Somebody, I might use it. Alright, that's some new words for our filtering. So the only thing that really needs to react to filtering at this point is robots. I could totally add other things. Right now, there's not much stopping me fighting anything, except there's no UI. But I can quickly add a health bar to anything I want at this point. And then you can fight, you know, parking meters if you want to. So I said I was going to have the, oh, it's right here, filter, nice. So we'll have criminal, and we'll have dead, and alive. So this will be simple, not knocked out. And this is knocked out. So we can now filter by things that are dead. Alright. My buddy's gonna join me now, so let me just reset up to set up for him. Okay. Different Discord. Check, check. Hey man, how's it going?
Too bad. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah,
I'm
so
on my tablet for a moment because I'm taking some pizza out of the oven, but share a screen. I'm
15.
curious to see what you've been working on.
Yeah, I'm just gonna piss and I'll walk you through the whole what we got so far. Actually, I'm gonna have a cigarette as well. I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
Okay, sounds good.
All right. So yeah, it's streaming if you don't mind. You there still, mate? Actually, I'm gonna move this alive and dead into the base. Just to hold the health stuff here, so it'll make it even easier to find out if your batteries are dead or something. Dead. That might be a little confusing for the player. Hello, Logwalm. Get a piece of paper for whom the other guy gets back. But when? Oh, when he gets back, he's probably gonna be back in like 2 seconds. I think he's just cooking dinner or something. He's in Denver, so it's an hour ahead. He should be back shortly. In the meantime, carry on. So, I should be able to now ask. Let's make this guy really weak. So it just takes one punch to knock out. Crime bot is going to be super weak. Health override 10. One punch he's down. I want to see if the filtering works. So the police can use it. So I'll fight the robot. One punch. Boom. Down. So now, if I say go to dead robot, yep, it's got no problem with that. And if I go to alive or living, did I say living is a thing? Yeah. If I go to a living robot, shouldn't find anything. Yeah, couldn't find. We'll try it again in a second. Got it. So, can I pick up robots? I didn't check this. Maybe? Pick up robot. Okay. Can't find something that can be picked up, so let's look at the pickups. The pickup. Oh, that's because robots don't have. Robots need to be pickups. Which means I need a few more things. Yeah, how they picked up. You can pick up robots. Probably need to check if you can pick it up. Let's put it under movement. I wonder if this is just gonna work. It'd be kind of funny. Holy shit, I've been streaming for almost 9 hours and 40 minutes. Got a lot done. Got a lot more to do.
Hey, I'm back.
Hey man. Right, I'll give you this full. I'll give you the full tour of this. Yeah, okay, that's fair. Right. So, what are we making here? Game is called Crime Bots. Do you know anything about this game? I didn't tell you anything about it, did I?
I heard there was robots. That's about as much as I
Alright.
know.
It's called Crime Bots. Question: are you using Unity or a different one? This is Unity. I'm using the Unity engine because I'm most familiar with it, and we do it faster. So it's called Crime
Link to your
Bots.
stream so I can see comments.
Sorry.
Do you have a link to your stream so
yeah,
I
yeah.
can see the comments?
Uh-huh.
In the chat, I guess.
It's not very active on chat, but
Do you have a link?
yeah, I'll send you in Discord. It's been going for 9 hours and 50 minutes.
Oh my goodness.
I mean, I had to take an hour
We're
break.
on a roll.
I took about an hour break somewhere in there.
Still pretty impressive.
This is the last day I have to do this, so.
Oh yeah.
So
Is it like Wednesday through Wednesday then?
no, it's Friday to Friday, but I'm totally. It's also European time zone, so it finishes 11 a.m. Friday. I got work Friday morning. I got work all tomorrow, so this is it. So the game is player bots. I'll show you. I'll set the scene a little bit here. It's an AI game jam. So that's not the theme. It's a straight up AI game jam. So I thought, well, we can make stuff with AI and use AI, but I thought it'd be more fun if the player has to write their own AI. So all these robots have code running in them right here. This guy has none, and the language is basically plain English. So on Sunday I wrote natural language processor or NLP. It takes plain English, pretty much plain English, and parses it, compiles it into a program. So for instance, if I just hide this poor crime bot and beating the hell out of, and if I put in say cop bot and 2 traffic cones, as these are his patrol points, his program is pretty simple right now. So his main, this is his day job basically. This is what he does when he's not doing like an interrupt. He'll constantly go to the next waypoint, right? You there?
Yep.
Okay. So he constantly goes to the next waypoint. He's actually a bad example. Let me look at something even simpler. Let's look at. Here we go. Not that one. Here we go. This guy's job. Let's bring him in. It's a battery charging robot. Let's bring a few low batteries scattered around, my cube batteries. So these are just low batteries. They are batteries with charge override of 0, so they should be dead. No, not dead. I need to make them a little bit. So make these like dead batteries. And then there's a charging station. We'll bring that into. So this battery charging robot, who doesn't look like a robot because before I had robots. In fact, he may actually freak out. We'll see. Actually, what I'll do is I'll duplicate my player bot, make him a battery charging robot, and just delete that guy. So this battery charging robot, his code is, oh my god, okay, I'll have to do it again. So he'll go to, I guess, I could just say go to battery. I can also give it, okay, this language does not support spaces, by the way.
Oh.
It's hard. So if my entire language just lives in here. It's pretty easy to add to. So if I look at my batteries, I go to the emptiest battery. So I could say, all right, go to emptiest battery. So if I just let him run that, he'll run his code at the start. And break because sorry, I forgot these will break because they don't have health bars. Oh, come on. Alright. Health display. I just made it so everything could be killed just a second ago, so everything else has health bars, yeah. So you're saying, hey, I'm a traffic cone, you can't kill me, I don't have a health. Technically he does, but
I mean, you can try to kill him. You just won't succeed.
oh, they will actually, just won't show the health.
Oh.
Okay, let me get this guy working again. Because I haven't tested him in a while. He's probably not set to run his code. So, battery charging robot. Run the code. There we go. Player bot doesn't run his code. So now you should just run that in a loop, an infinite loop of going to the emptiest battery, which means he'll find one battery. Oh my god. Emptiest. Okay, hang on. Unhandled adjective in qualifying mode. This should actually say adjective node now. So there's some of these bits are in pieces. I have some really sophisticated AI working, and some of these old ones don't. But this should no longer be doing that. It should be calling shit. Oh, I didn't have the emptiest and fullest here. Let me just leave those out for now. Let's just go to the nearest battery. Oh, but yeah, it's sort of a random battery. So he'll just. I don't know. So the player starts out not knowing anything except they can move their robot around, but they can't do anything with it. If they hit enter, it brings up a command line, and they can type commands, and it would run them just like any robot would. So this guy's just going to wander around to random batteries forever. And that's what he does.
Alright.
So if I make his code a bit more interesting, I'll say go to random, let's go to low battery. So it goes to a low battery, then I'll grab the battery, then I'll plug battery into charger. So pretty simple. Might work, might not, we'll see. So he should be a little bit more useful now. He'll go and pick it up. Now he's gonna go over to the charger and just plug it in. And that starts charging the battery. And now he can't find, oh, he did find something. Found another low battery. Now he'll probably fail to plug this in because something's already plugged in there. He doesn't know how to do anything with that yet. Basically, it's, yeah, you can have quite complex scripts. Take my word for it, I guess. So Copbot here, let's put him in, he's more interesting. Copbot, his main script is basically go to the next waypoint. Next means if you just visited a waypoint, then wait. It's not valid to go back to for like a few seconds. So he'll immediately go to a different one. So if I watch my, let me hide some of this stuff now. It's getting pretty cluttered. So the Copbot, he'll just go back and forth between these two. But while he's doing that, so I can speed that up too. Right now, when they run out of batteries, they don't do anything about it just yet. If I put a parking meter in here, let's try this one. You can hack parking meters, and they have coins in them. But as soon as you start hacking a parking meter, that's considered a crime. So when, basically in code, if I go to parking meter, if I start hacking it, it'll first check, is it a crime to hack this? Because one way we don't want to have tutorials. What we're going to do is just scatter kind of disabled or dead robots lying around. And if you hack into them, you can see the code that they were running before they died. So that's how we're going to need to introduce new code.
Oh.
So when if it's a crime to hack this thing, then it flags a hacker as a criminal. So that for 30 seconds, they'll be a criminal. It's about 30 seconds. You can scale it up depending on how heinous the crime is. But it also does a shout. And it shouts a different shout. There's only one right now. Crime in progress. So it shouts this out to based on a certain range. Or everything in range that's a base agent will hear that shout. Now most things won't do anything about it. In fact, I don't need that code anymore. But robots do something about it. So if I go to robot and on here shout, this is where the other pieces of code come in. So if statements and heard statements, basically conditional statements. So the Copbot will carry on running this piece of code forever, but he's also registered these two bits of code kind of as interrupts. And it's constantly checking if these things are true. So if it hears a crime in progress, it'll stop doing this. It'll interrupt this code. It'll come back to it once this is done. But it's going to immediately go to the notifier, whoever did the shouting. So in this case, the parking meter. And then once he's done that, he'll go back to his original code, but he'll also then check if he'll start looking around at random robots. And if it sees one that's a criminal, then it'll start, well, at this point, we can actually have him fight it, I suppose. Now, that's new. But go to was the thing. Let's see if that works. So he'll just do his job, patrolling back and forth. So yeah, it's like Python that has tabs. But if I'm my guy, so I got my console here, and he'll do anything you ask him to. If I say, okay, well, just hack the nearest meter. It defaults to nearest, so I can just type meter, or I can type parking meter. There's like loads of synonyms for everything. So if I say hack meter, he's like, all right, and he starts hacking away at it, and that cop immediately spotted me, and he'll chase me around for 30 seconds. Eventually he's going to fight me, and then if I get knocked out, which will be likely because he's going to be way stronger than me, he'll pick me up and take me back to jail, basically. So after 30 seconds, he'll go off and do his thing. if I do manage to hack that meter, because he's not actually doing anything, he's just looking at me right now. If I hack it, then it pisses coins out everywhere. And I collect the coins. Oh no, he got some liquid.
Corrupt cop system.
Oh my god. That's some emergent gameplay right there.
Love it.
It's kind of what we're going for. So I only got, I don't know where I got those other 10 coins from, but that'll be regenerating slowly. Ooh, there's a coin there.
Will you pick it up automatically by going near it?
It should. Something's up. Oh, it's actually not removing the coins. It never occurred for me to try that.
Oh yeah.
Let me quickly fix that quickly. So when I pick up, so that is in the coin collector. Once it's collected the coin, it does collect, which does some do tween to move it onto me, then does a callback. So the callback will, I guess, just destroy the coin. Destroy the bot coin. They're called bot coins. Yeah, otherwise you could get infinite coins, I suppose. So you're gonna be able to do things like seduce ATMs. It's got kind of a humor side to it.
Nice.
So the basic premise is you program your robots to do whatever, and you try to get as many bot coins as possible. Now, problem is, well, obviously cops are one problem, and then energy. Like, fucks if these guys want to pay for their own energy, so you're gonna be getting energy from somewhere. So like siphoning electric cars, just to be draining using normal chargers. Basically getting energy from places and then shipping it back to your warehouse. And eventually, like your end game is getting like botcoin miners and then having them being manned by robots that just chews through energy. But like long term end game, we haven't got much planned. It's like right now this is the premise of it. We're gonna release a prototype on Friday, but I really do want to make this into a game.
Yeah, it looks like a really cool idea.
It's got
Especially like you typing out commands.
yeah, it's got a super simple core mechanic that is really gonna be quite easy to. I need to rewrite a lot of there's some code here I want to take outside and burn it, like the compiler. I'm not gonna go into the compiler too much. It's pretty locked down, but it's got some nasty ass hacks in it. Goal is orange.
Oh yeah.
It's just there's some heinous hacks in here.
Mega hack.
Yeah. But like I know why it doesn't work. I just see this, like for instance, this parses the grammar structure of the entire program. And like this kind of format, but this is nowhere near flexible enough. And then that only became apparent later on when I had things like this comparison one, which don't start with a word. Normally it started with a word like interaction, like go to, or some things like that. This doesn't. It's subject equalities filter. So yeah, I sort of have to hack in more advanced grammar this way. But it works. And at this point, this is the stuff I have left to do. So bot coins, got them in. Health and fighting, I thought that would take ages. It only took about 20 minutes. Getting knocked out, that was part of that. So those are almost done now. Getting dragged to jail, so I'm gonna take those off. Health and fighting. Well, I do want to do a few more tests. Like, I'm gonna bring back the cop bot and have it so he actually fights the target. Now, as a player, you're kind of at a disadvantage because you have to manually type fight robot. Hack meter. So you're really not very nimble as a. You're also able to like kind of. So he's gonna come actually fight now, isn't he? So he's keeps moving between. Oh, I see why. Right, this is a problem because he's fighting me. Well, actually, that shouldn't be a problem because the fight target. Problem is, when does that line of code end? And that happens once you get to the actual commands that are executed. So when in code, if I find like the action node, blah 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 blah. This is where it actually does. This is effectively talking to the hardware. Like, what's the program? Who ran it? Run this verb with the subject. So that's when we get to things like the robot. And they have an execute command. This is like low-level commands. So they have like go to, pick up, drop, plug, unplug, wait, idle, hack, and then now fight. Now, they'll do their best. So like this one will, if it can't find something, it'll wait a second and try again. So in case something's like busy or something like that. Got like a nice little nested method here because you can. If something's not in range, it'll go and get it. So it'll move to that place with a callback to fight the target. So when it gets close enough, it'll fight the target. And this is the callback that it should run when it finishes fighting. So fight target basically goes into the state of robot fighting state. And when the callback happens, that's actually when it goes to the next line of code. So it should pause on this line of code. So it enters this state, it unpacks some arguments like the target and the callback. And now, callback should only ever be called when the target's knocked out. So it shouldn't continue the code unless it manages to knock out the thing it's trying to fight. It's kind of a do or die thing, a battle to the death. But seemingly that's not what's happening here, because he's like, if I pause this, he's starting to fight a player bot, but leaves the fighting state right away. And why does he leave? Go to state. Kind of have to go back to the beginning when this whole thing started. So we have to find what the crime happened. Here we go, somewhere around here. Player is hacking. Therefore, clock went to moving. Oh no. Now he's trying to fight me. Problem is, I think that the what's happening is he runs this code, right? Yeah, but the code should never finish until the callback's called. Somehow he's leaving. So entered fighting state, started fighting, left fighting state. So this is where is this happening? So that's happening on the state being left, which is happening on go to state. So he must be going to the next state, which is moving state. So right, where did he do that? Go to state again. Move to target with callback.
Are you calling that move to object?
This move to target. This move to target will be him.
Yeah, you're moving to the object, and then it's going to the next one once it gets there.
If the object's too far away, then this is in the fighting state. If it's too far away, then it'll do this, which immediately changes state to the moving state. And then once it arrives, it'll go back to the fighting state. So that should work. Also return, so it should come back here in a tick and keep checking. But it is spam doing. It's doing this in a bit of a spam. Actually, it shouldn't go, because once I've left this state to the moving state, it won't come back into this tick. It'll come back instead to this tick, which is fine. That's the same waiting until he's arrived. Except when am I calling the callback for this? Oh, moving to target. Yeah, it's got a base moving state. So this is where we check. Have we... here. When we reach the destination, that's what I call the on-reached thing, which is the one back in here. So once he's reached the destination, he goes back into the fighting state. And I get the feeling he's not getting close enough. I got this fighting range thing here. I think this might be too small. I think the fighting range is about the same as like the stopping range. So it should be a little bit bigger than that. So fighting range of 1. So I'm gonna make a fighting range a little bigger. I shall make that on the prefab. Hope that makes a difference. A lot of the problems right now lie in the movement, and it's like, how close are they? Are they not close enough? That kind of shit. Back from here. So he actually is attacking me now, so that helped. If I run away, he'll like, whoa, I know, I got you, I got you. And if I stand, he'll get close enough and then start beating on me again. Fine. So that is working. The fight target is not finishing. He won't go back to his day job until I'm down. So that's working fine. I can keep running if I want to. Boom, I'm down. So now he goes back to his day job. Yeah, I should probably stop that happening. He still is. Okay, I need to change this now. He's still trying to fight me because I don't have random living robot. That might help. Luckily, I have some. I've got a speed hack in here. Yeah. Why did he leave the state? He's doing it again. He's not getting close enough. I'm wondering if now it is. I was playing with these values before. I'm at a loss. There's this stopping distance. How far it should stop. Let's just have it so it goes all the way up, right up in its grill, like real close. That's when the agent. That's the nav mesh agent will stop at that distance away. So let's make sure that's definitely close enough. Back. Meter.
It's on 3 right now. Or is that for you?
Huh?
Stopping distance is on 3 all of a sudden.
Oh.
Is that for yours or?
Oh, that one's. Oh, maybe the cop.
Oh, for that one.
I might tweet the cop. So maybe 1 was fine.
Ah.
I still want to leave it. I'm still gonna leave it at 0.5. Yeah, I must have overwrote that. Nice spot. Oh, there's more stuff in the chat. I'm making a remote taser with a Wi-Fi module. That sounds fun. Alright, let's see this guy. Run away! Jesus, now he's just never decided he's close enough. What's determining this shit? This reached destination threshold. When do I fucking stop? Maybe this has to be higher because it's probably pushing my
I
rig.
imagine so, yeah.
It's getting too close to my grill. These numbers are just hell. Once I get them working, like a lot of the logic's fine.
Mm-hmm. It's always those fine tweaks at the end, isn't it? Same with UI.
Run away. Okay, well, let's just speed this up a bit. So, he shouldn't confine subject to compare against. Alright, so there's a problem in his comparison code, but he hasn't gone back to his job. So this is a problem because it's not finding any living robots. So this is an easy bug. There's no more living robots except for him, and he ignores himself. So he's got nothing to compare against. I gave myself a proper error message. So really, what should I do if this comparison has no subject? If it has no subject. Well, he went back and did his job anyway. This is the if statement that's a problem. The comparison node actually can just return false. Yeah, because this is straight up. So I'll make this a warning. It's not really an error. And then I'll just return false, which means the comparison failed. So it's going to spam this, but that's okay. No subject could be found. Song failed. I don't even know if that's a warning, to be honest. Yeah, that's legitimate. It's like, well, I couldn't find anything to even compare against. That's gonna happen all the time.
Yeah.
And he had carried on as normal. So a lot of them, these errors, they're handled fairly well. It's just the spamming.
Mhm.
So he doesn't come to me first. Like I do have a head start. I can start legging it. If I see him coming, well, not really, because most of these guys are gonna be programmed.
Okay.
So if I hack the meter, but I mean, even this guy's program could check if he's being fought. He should run back to HQ or something.
Mhm.
It's a bit janky, but it works. So if he knocks me out,
Mhm.
he just does his thing now. But now I could put a new if statement on this guy, saying, "Hey, check it out. If random dead robot or disabled, let's speak gently, if it's disabled the robot, then we should go pick up target." And then I don't know, go to. I'll just have him care about his merry way. But like at this point, go to home, like HQ. And this guy will have like a different designated home, which for him will be the police station. And he'll put me in a cell. So you have like jailbreaks and stuff if you want.
Nice.
Now I have no idea if you can pick up a robot. On paper, theoretically. Wait, there were some errors there. Okay, something's still. Oh wait, yeah. Something was destroyed while still trying to animate. It was trying to collect something that was gone. Because once it collected it, started animating. Yeah. Okay, so we'll ignore that for now. So that to do. This happens sometimes after a coin has already been collected. On pause. And he'll beat me down, and then he should straight up. Nope. So he didn't find. I gotta stop him moving when he's down. That's just a game script thing. The game script's handling that right now. So, update blah blah blah. Basically, I'll just do it here. If controlled robot, if not controlled robot, is knocked out. Just to fix that quickly. That's only the problem when for the player controlled one. So why is he not finding a random disabled robot is criminal? I want to see if there's an error in there. This is the case. Like, if I had time, I would love to put a bunch more. Bunch more logging in this thing because attempted. All right. Trigger animation. Left fighting state. Entered idle state. Program section finished. He's just not finding. Is he not finding or not running this? I wonder.
Does a robot become no longer a criminal once he's disabled?
Oh, he's not criminal, but that probably timed out. That probably timed out ages before that finished. It only lasts 30 seconds, and the fight takes ages. So it basically, if now I got a problem. This is where the language gonna kick my ass again. I really shouldn't do it in here. I should just straight up pick up a target after you've killed them. It didn't need to be that complicated.
Oh, so it'll just run any of those
Yeah.
outer level.
And they'll block. The fight will block until the fight's over.
Oh, okay.
The move,
Why was
a
I going to
go-to
the
will
next
block until it gets there.
Hmm.
I don't know why he keeps doing that, but fine by me. Boop. Now he can't pick me up because the player bot doesn't have a rigid body on it. Okay, that's fair. Easy to fix. So we'll throw a rigid body on here that is not using gravity and is kinematic. Right. Now he should be able to pick me up. I think. It needs the rigid body because when it drops you, it just drops you on the ground and you just roll around.
Oh.
I didn't get an error there.
Did it mention anything about picking up?
Attempted. Apparently he managed. He did pick me. Oh. He is kind of. See, I'm turning with him.
Oh, hey.
So something's up here.
So you just have to move with him then.
I think. Before I was picking up things like batteries and stuff. So the pickup itself. No, the pickup. So robot pickup is getting a rigid body, turning off gravity, turning on kinematic, picks the object up, so it parents the object to the hands of the should parent the object to the hands. So let's just debug this bit. Because that looks fine to me.
Mhm. You think it's something to do with when it's disabled, it tries to stop all movement, but doesn't stop rotation?
All it disabled user does right now is kills any programs running, pretty much.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't do much. I only just added it, so.
There were some errors.
Yeah, that's the coins. I
Oh,
think.
right.
Are you gonna kill me or what? Oh, sorry, debugged. So, cop bot's trying to pick up the player bot. It's currently holding nothing. Player bot is that. So he's now holding the player bot. Now currently the parent. There is no parent for. Oh, it's the environment scene. So if we parent that, now look at the parent. It's the environment copbot hands. So it did parent me. It's setting my local position to 0, so that should parent me at where his hands are, and then sets me to picked up. And then whatever this invoke is, which would be this stuff. So for some reason it's not picking me up. Not really surprising, I wasn't expecting it to be that smooth. There's something, I can't move around now, but let me check the, oh god. So the one thing is that I'm not adding to this. It's way down the bottom of the list, saving and loading. It's a prototype,
Right.
It's just not gonna happen. Which is a prototype. Boop. So, copbot, hands, player bot. Alright, so why am I stuck? See that the position is I am moving with him, but it's I'm moving with him, but it's like the body's been left behind. Interesting. So he's following him. Notice that the rotation's not changing? Because his local rotation isn't changing. There's some weird thing.
Oh.
Something weird's going on. The clock bots. This
go
guy
back for-
this guy is trying this should be not moving. This shouldn't be moving. He's actually moving himself back to this position.
Hmm.
See?
Click on the cop out again.
Because this should be 0, 0. This is local position. This local position is desperately
Right.
trying to compensate for this point. So
That's yeah. It's the opposite. The Z is negative when
You know what I
the
think it
cop out
is?
positive and vice versa.
it's the nav mesh agent.
Uh-huh.
Nav mesh agent. Yeah, simple enough. So when we pick up a robot, well, for sure we should let the thing know that was picked up. And I pick up should totally have a void on picked up. You should just have one. Them's the rules. So now a robot needs that. Not here, it doesn't. It's at the bottom. So if he was picked up, then disable the nav mesh agent. There we go. Still have no use
What
for it.
exactly is the nav mesh agent?
It's the thing that's navigating. It's used to say, "Hey, go here," and it'll like turn and accelerate, and it uses the navigation. Uses the nav mesh, which is
Gotcha.
this thing. Right now, it's pretty empty, but it lets you. It takes into account like walls and doors and like.
Oh, very cool.
So it's used to, so it can navigate mazes and stuff. It's smart.
Very cool.
The battery needs an on pickup too, but it doesn't honestly care when it's picked up. It's just a battery. So it doesn't give a shit. And those are the only two things you pick up right now. Definitely want to pick up these waypoints. I want to see if you can like move the waypoints somewhere else. And there's like some interesting emergent behaviors that come from this code too. Like for instance, the cop. If you look at his code, he's looking over and over and over again for a random living robot that's a criminal, right? If there's a delay, if there's a small delay here every time he does this, then theoretically, if you're in a really, really busy area, then that random robot he's looking at will take a
Just
while.
short circuit.
If it's in a really busy area, it'll take a while for the random robot he looks at to beat you. So
Right.
he'll be glancing around, like in real life. He'll be glancing at the crowd, trying to find someone who's a criminal. And because it's super busy, it'll take him a while before he actually sees you and says you're a criminal. So if you bring a posse along with you who are not doing the crimes, they're just standing there. Then, although I can,
Oh, right. It'll look at one random living and say, "Oh, you're not a criminal." But the next one's random says, "Are you a criminal?" No.
yeah,
I
and
see.
it'll take a while to see you.
That's cool.
So he's hacking. He's got quite a distance on the hacking. Beating up. He stole all my stuff.
Oh,
Motherfucker.
nav
Did
mesh
it?
can be disabled, I guess.
What?
Did you link up your event?
Oh, I'm not calling on picked up anywhere.
What?
So that's going to be on pickup. So robot pickup. Finally, the pickup. You know it's late in the day when this is what it's getting to at this point.
Mm. I mean, hey, 10 hours of dev. I'm surprised your brain's been fried.
And I got at least another 4 or 5 left. Probably more
Oh,
than that.
jeez.
This is it, man. This is all I've got. Game jams for you. What are you gonna do?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you listen. So then we have to give him some sensible. So I'm gonna tick off health and fighting and getting knocked out. Those seem fine. So he beats the shit out of me, knocks me out. This time he should put me up for once. Hey. So the hands are just like above his head. I'm definitely gonna make it so this one guys when he's in pursuit. He's got like the red and whites on the red and blues on top on his little
Oh,
on his
fun.
antenna sort of spinning around, the lights go off. So right, he's going back to his job, but there's nothing to make him do that. So let's give these guys a concept of home. So let's make a little jail over here. I'll just, I don't know, I'll put something on the floor that looks like a... Let's go to the city scene. I'm gonna show you that. Close all this off. This is what Lee's kind of in the process of right now. Oh shit. Merge conflicts.
Did you ask to it?
No, there's merge conflicts in the scene.
Uh-oh.
Fucked if it's gonna tell me apparently. Damn. That means I flagged it as merge when I shouldn't have. So I accepted a merge on the city, not the city, the city scene, this thing. And it's probably got this junk in it. Yeah. Actually, no, that's not. Where's the junk? Where's the merge stuff? Kind of want to, fuck, is Lee still awake? Still going? He's down in Florida, unfortunately.
Oh, dang.
See if you can re-push that. It's need to be online.
I imagine so. 9:43 for them.
Yeah, but he's an early riser. He runs an escape room down there, and he's kind of like up early, bed early.
Oh, cool.
So plus the 3 hours is kind of terrible. So what I'll do is I'll okay, let's go to GitHub. Well, I'll just grab that scene and just overwrite it. Shit, I've already pushed it though. Fuck. So I want the commits that he last pushed. And I want oh yeah, he's working on a camera system, so you hack cameras and they become like your kind of fog of war, anti-fog of war.
Oh, cool.
So like you can see anything your robots can see, and you can possess any other robots. So if they run into a spot of trouble, like if one of the programs throws an exception, because I literally have a legitimate use for a try catch block around these guys. If they throw an exception, it's gonna show a little like stop sign over their head, so you can see, oh damn, that one's broken, and you can possess it, stop its program, edit its program, hit run again. Or if it's bad, or if it's running out of batteries, then you'll have to possess it and walk it back, and it'll walk at like 10% speed.
Very cool.
But, mate, come on. Let's get these fucking. You want the city prefab? There, city layout. You don't want this whole file. Give me raw. Yeah, get a raw file. I'll take it. Save as. This was his last change. I had no right touching it anyway, so I'll stomp mine. Not text, dude. This is .unity. So assets. Fuck. No, it's just a scenes. City layout. Fingers crossed. That'll do it. Reload. There we go. Better. Right, so he's got a city.
Ooh, wow.
We're pretty much going to be focusing for the jam just in this area. Nothing else.
Sure.
So this is our... And you can see the navigation mesh in action now. Now some things aren't set up properly, like this thing is not set to static. This thing was set to static. Like that. And I rebaked it, you'll see. It properly calculates a route around it this time. It's a big scene, so this takes a moment. Yeah, so, oh, he must have done a bunch of them. So, yeah, now it's properly navigating around all these obstacles. So regardless, I wanted to grab something that looks like a jail.
Police office or
We can just
police
take the whole.
station's right there.
Let's take the whole police station. Sure. Don't save. Don't touch the scene. Let's head over there. And just boop. 0, 0, 0. Okay. His home. Let's get it out of the light a bit. Whatever. So his home is going to be here. He'll just dump me on the doorstep. I'm not sure about jail cells. Maybe that's going to be not plausible if you don't really have assets for it. But
Yeah.
what I'll do is create a little empty here called police home for now. And that can live at 0 right there. Now we'll rebake this quick. That's better. So he can't actually reach that, so I need to. Oh no, he's good. So I'm just gonna put it there. So he'll just dump me at the door. So that'll be police home. So now I'll make. I guess. I want to say actually all base agents have a home. So I'm thinking that, transform. Yeah. Thinking that even the traffic cones, sorry, the waypoints should have homes too, so they get if a cop sees one that's not at home, then he'd be like, "Hang on a second," and I'll have to figure out how the language works there. Maybe that will get in. I'm not sure. So anyway, public transform home, and that will return the home, which will be a Unity serializable one. So we can set these guys up with a home, and now when I say, we'll get back to the code in a second. I can make home a new noun. I can't make it a new noun, actually. I'll show you another hack I've been having to use. But it's okay. So that police bot, cop bot's gonna have a home. Here it is. That will be the police home. Okay, so he knows about it now. Now I've had to basically say in language I'll have to first give it a noun. So if I find myself a noun and copy it, so we'll have target, and I'll call that home. And it could be also maybe like HQ, base, whatever. And now, normally when you say, hey, go to the nearest robot, it goes into the world. Well, eventually it makes its way to this and say, okay, give me a type from name, and it will look up the name based on the type based on the name. But for special things like home, that's not legit. I need instead to keep adding to my marvelous hack in. It's in one place at least. It's in the noun. It's not here. This file's getting ridiculous. It used to be twice the size. So it's going to be a noun. Okay, I'm search for target. Here, this is the hacky area. So if it's running an action node, when it's trying to work out what the target is, instead of going through all this other stuff like find the target, which will then look up, hey, what's a home type? So there is no home type. So I've got all these hacks in here for special words, like home. And that will just say, okay, that'll be, the subject will be whoever's running, the computer that's running it, and that'll have a home. Except it won't, because that's an I computer, isn't it? Yeah, fuck. Well, I can be pretty sure that the computer is a base agent, which I'm sure I put home on. If I didn't, it should have done. Base agent. It totally was right there. Public transform home. base agent. Compiler, computer, well, wait, yeah, computer as base agent. And then home is going to be base agent, and subject needs to be a base agent, and home is a transform. Whoops. Fuck. Okay, I take it back. Home is going to have to be, I think, safely can be, no, can't make it a waypoint. Fuck, it's got to be its own type. But then I want to make sure not, you can't look it up. Oh, that's okay, I just don't add it to that get type from name list. So home is actually going to be a home agent. Sounds dumb, but bear with me. Create a new one of them. That's going to be an agent of the type home agent. Before I got into like getting into all this, programming your own AI, there was like a full-fledged state machine, which I spent most of Friday and Saturday writing. And now I don't use it for it, except for the fighting and moving. But I did a shit.
Hey, good practice nonetheless.
Yeah, I did a shit ton of like lots of templating. To make it really nice to use, it was like templated to hell. Generics to hell. So this can go into
Very cool.
agents.
Sure, we'll use it for Tinglethorn.
Oh yeah, I'm way more comfortable with that stuff than I used before. So it's a home agent. Basic stuff. The name doesn't really matter. This again was just for UI. Home. I mean, honestly, that's it. Most of the stuff, I don't know. That's it. This stuff should be plugged in, should be pulled into an interface. I just never made plug-in stuff in interfacing. There's a lot of kind of loose shit rolling around, but hey, game jam.
Yep.
So that police home, we can now make it it'll never look up, because as long as we never add it to this list, there's no way of finding it. But it is but it will be a legitimate agent that we can hook up. So that'll be a home agent, which I probably didn't make a base agent, did I? Nope. No. Home agent. Do I have an error? I do. Home should be a home agent, and so should this. Which means we can do this all in one swoop and have it so that works. Yep. So we should be able to test this. So I put home agent on this guy. Doesn't mean anything here at all. This is all garbage. And then the cop. His home will be police home again. And now I should be able to change his code. Say, pick up a target, go to home, and drop robot. That should work. It'll find the nearest robot that isn't him. That'll be the one he's carrying. So, hack that meter. Now, I don't know how this is going to work in terms of a jail mechanic. I really don't. Wolf. He's got me. He's walking me over there. He'll dump me. Wolf. And I probably don't have any kind of interesting collider, if at all. I had a sphere collider, which I turned off way ages ago. And it wasn't even a trigger collider. So let's do it again properly. Non-trigger collider.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I was young, so I absolutely love this little guy. It was like $10 for this dude. He's got facial expressions as well. It's on my list.
I saw that on the right side.
Yeah, it's on my to-do list. Did the dead one? The dead one didn't actually play the dead eyes. I don't think. You have to do this separately.
So
I have it in there. I've got like facial expression, and then these are used somewhere. The animation controller doesn't really. If you hit space, it cycles through them on all of the robots.
perfect.
Hack that meter. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, it does seem to have a different. Maybe it did.
Oh, now he's happy.
Yeah.
He loves being
So
erupted.
that totally fucking worked. Well, that's why it was so hard to click. This is old. This old stuff. So, I'm gonna put drag to jail down. I don't know. I mean, I guess you have to go mount a rescue mission, or you can just leave that robot in a pile. And they will literally pile up. So I'm gonna take that, drag to jail. Right. I'm just eating through it as simply as I can the core mechanics I got written down here. So I just did bot coins, health and fighting, getting knocked out, drag to jail. Now, the next one on the list is what to do when you run out of batteries. It's not really a thing right now. I like how he's avoiding this. Like, why is he avoiding this? What's the deal? Why is he taking this weird long ass route? I don't get it.
It's going like around the parking meter or something.
If there's nothing in the way, he should be able to go straight.
It looks. He seems to think that there is something in the way. You see, it's like a little white sliver there in the baked-in.
But these are
Navmesh?
just oh, where? No, I wouldn't
Right.
I wouldn't be able to walk. Oh, that's
no.
just
No.
that's another thing. I wouldn't be able to walk
Okay,
across
where
it.
is he stopping? Can we turn off the turn momentum real quick to see exactly where he's turning? What he's avoiding?
No, he's making a fucking point going around that.
Right, but it's a different point every time. So that way it was closer to the booth.
Well, we don't want me to
Before
turn
it
on.
was further to the left.
I can't wait. What do you want me to turn on?
Turn off the robot's like momentum, so it's you can tell exactly like the moment it turns.
Yeah, I'm gonna do this just in the call.
Not much. Acceleration, I guess.
so
Would be
many-
0 or
It could also because it's a massive fucking. Like, if I make this ground like reasonable, it calculates faster,
oh,
and maybe there's some like floating point issues. So that's instant now. Well, it's.
this
I mean,
makes sense. Probably a square of some sort.
I can't imagine that's it. He did start there. That's one thing. Huh.
But now he's good.
That's
All right,
that's disappointing because
can repro it.
the other map's fucking huge. And if it's to do with the scale of the thing, that's worrying. But look at this, like
I don't know. If
that grid looks way clean now. See? Jeez.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Oh no, there's still little fragments there. Man, if it was just to do with the size of that thing, that's a problem because the real map's huge. Can't imagine that's it, but sure. All right, well. Right. God, I'm running on fumes here. Running out of batteries. Okay, I just gotta chew through this list. What to do when they run out of batteries? Let's get rid of the whole. Simplify this thing a bit. Get rid of everything, including this police station. The ground will keep. So we got a guy here. When he runs out of batteries, I guess it depends. If he is if he's like a programmed robot, what should you do? I guess just disable, stop. I don't have an animation to undo him dying. I guess I could play the death animation in reverse, but I'd rather he just sits there and maybe his eyes go dead.
Yeah, that's fine. I think.
So let's just have it for now if they just die. So we'll have one guy here. Let's have a here's a low robot. And I'm gonna get rid of all these robots that are not using the animations. They gotta go. Okay, so the oldies. They have good code, but the code's ancient too. So that's why half I wasn't working on my first OT. So all these ones on the left are legit. So let's just leave one of these guys here. This will be the low battery bot. So he's going to have an override on him. Battery level override. Oh, he was already set to low. It's like a real low. Like it only lasts a few seconds. Now his code was hack a random parking meter, and then if he'd constantly be checking if his battery's low. So this is the code you want on your robots. But another mechanic we were thinking about is certain robots only have a certain number of lines of code, and you have to upgrade them to get bigger scripts. So you might have to start out with really simple robots that can only do one thing, basically. And later on, you can have more flexible robots. But even this, like, you don't need it. Like, that's been simplified now. That can be done at once. Plug battery, and now you could actually probably say plug nearest battery into this robot, and that should simplify because it made the language more powerful. Now this will have to wait, and then eventually it'll just unplug. In fact, I don't think you need to even do this because last I checked, I think the chargings. We don't use a charging state anymore. Yeah, that's right. Charging state is unused. It used to be this one, and that's all commented out now. This used to be how the AI works, and then now it's just a program. So we do need to wait until the robot's charged, and then we just drop the battery on the floor. Anyway, that's that guy. I'll duplicate him and call him a hacker bot for later. He's self-charging hacker bot, and then hide him. A low battery bot. He's just gonna I don't know, go between the two traffic cones. Right now when they stand still, they don't use any power. So I'll give him a similar script to he'll just run back and forth until he runs out of power. So I guess go to next waypoint. Now, I can have different types of waypoints. So I can have pedestrian waypoints, police waypoints. We could place our own waypoints. Maybe you can buy them and place them and use them to code your. Yeah, that might be a smart one. Placing waypoints. Just thinking about it. If you could. No, but you can't really give them names. There's no variables in this game, unfortunately. But if you have like a different colored waypoint, you say go to green waypoint. And then you could buy that green waypoint and then take it out manually and put it somewhere. And that could be like your rally zone. Alright, this guy should just go back and forth until he runs out of power. So let's check him out. So it's set to run his code. Oops. That's not him. This is the low battery bot here sitting on top of me. There. So he shouldn't last very long. He only got 5 battery, and then we'll just figure out what to do with him when he runs out. So he'll make it like to there, and that's about it. And he'll be dead. So now, battery draining. Currently it's done in the move base state. So robot moving state. We kind of have to do this wherever we want to do it. Like I kind of want to have it like if you swing it, if you throw a punch, that takes a chunk out of your battery.
Right.
If you're fighting. Right now it's just draining per second while they're moving. So now this guy's got to do some fancies here. So when we set this dude, I've really been trying to stay away from side effects and properties, but hey, game jam.
Yep.
So if the battery has run out, and robots are the only thing really to have batteries. So this is gonna be completely robots. There's gonna be other stuff that has batteries too, I suppose. Is all the energy stuff? Yeah, all the energy stuff is in robots right now. Yeah, except for battery level. What the fuck is battery level? Oh, it's that one's not. Okay. So right now, if we do want to pull into other things that use power, then we'll have to pull some of this shit up. That's fine. If the batteries run out, so if the battery level is less than or equal to 0, then so I get the feeling this is gonna be quite easy too. Out of batteries. The robot's out of batteries, so dude. So out of, I guess, disabled. Yeah. Now I probably should do something similar in fighting. Oh, sorry, apply damage. Is knocked out. Probably could be the same thing. Is knocked out, is disabled. No, because I'm using this to look up dead, like as in dead. So disable, like out of batteries, like disabled should be different. Which in case before I forget, I need to change. I'll take disabled out of there and enabled out too. So basically it's alive and dead, and then enabled, disabled. You're very unlikely to be looking at this very often, but so out power, powerless.
That's cool. If you forget what the word is.
Powerless. This thing's like drained and low on battery, but they're completely different. These are like totally dead. So active. Has power. I don't know who's gonna use these things.
Disabled, yeah, okay.
So enabled and disabled.
Yeah, so we've already used dead.
Yeah, so enabled and disabled. Disabled, enabled, yeah. We probably won't be using this much, I can't imagine. This is more important, knowing when things are completely dead. So we'll simply set disabled. Given it's a power thing, we'll leave it with power here. This whole section kind of is the energy section. And we'll set disabled to true. And I need a way of undisabling them. So we also need to have, I guess, on disabled. In fact, I'll move that. Disable the robot. And we'll have it on enabled for good measure. I'm pretty sure these are Unity things. I think. Oh, it's on enable and on disable. Thank God. False. So now we can also do this as a filter. So our filter can now say, hey, you filtered by disabled or enabled. If you're disabled, then filter by disabled, and then the same for enabled. So now we can use that in language. That's all we have to add for filters. It's pretty straightforward. So these guys will be called start at the bottom. I've written a lot of code this weekend. Sweet. So when he runs into powers, that disables him. That's fine. Now, what do we do when he's disabled? We've got the stop his program. He's got one programmed up. Stop. Halt. Stop. Pause. Yeah, because he gets power back, then his program can resume. Lovely. Except resume needs the computer. This is the computer. The robot is a computer. Okay. So yeah. Now we need to find a place to call. Well, his program's paused, but he also can't move. let's also put that into well, no, if the player possesses him, which I need to already add robot possession to the list. That's gonna be important. So robots can still move around, but if you disable, it'll be like hella slow. We'll get back to that one then. I do robot possession. So he's disabled. His program's paused. That might be enough. What does pause do again? It has interrupted running. It stores where it was interrupted, so it can resume later, and then has interrupted on. Now interrupted won't run any if statements, and won't listen to shouts. It also needs to like ignore other stuff, like if it has like go to next line. So we don't want to if it's interrupted, we want to ignore these things. Now that can lead into all kinds of weird state, but luckily when we resume, it should kick it off again by running the current line. So it doesn't matter if we miss a bunch of these guys. So go to start main doesn't matter because it doesn't do any actual running of code. The only thing that runs code is not this either. It's actually run current line. There, this one. This is like the most important. So if so that code can't run now if he's disabled. Wonderful. And it won't matter if we possess him because it doesn't run code to move him around. That's completely separate. So we should just come to a stop. Now we need to do more than that. That's just his program. He also needs to have his nav mesh agent needs to stop. So his nav agent needs to what the fuck is it called again? It's not enabled. He's stopped, yeah. True. So he should just kind of like charge up. He should just kind of carry on the merry way, more or less. I mean, when the program resumes, it'll probably try to do something new. He's kind of rebooted. Whoa, pushing 11 hours online now. Fuck me.
Goodness.
And I reckon I got till probably 2 a.m.
Ugh.
before I'm
When do you have to pick up tomorrow?
I got teaching at 10:30.
Oh my goodness.
And it's the last class of the 3-week course.
Dang.
And then
Power
I'm really
camping, I guess.
straight after that, I gotta prep for the next lesson. It's one of the heaviest math lesson in the course for the evening class. I actually have like cross product, dot product, all that kind of shit, doing like Bezier calculations from scratch, and I haven't even prepped that lesson yet.
Sheesh.
Friday, I go comatose. Hey, game jam. Hey. So nav mesh agent stop. Kind of, if he's in a state, we should definitely idle. Straight to idle. Before anything else. That'll stop any kind of state we're in. And the idle state does fuck all. So we go straight to idle. Set as disable, stop as nav mesh, pause any programs, and then when we resume this, that should sort any state stuff out. And we don't even call this anymore. So basically, we should do. Let's make this really easy for us here. Let's go to our battery level, and we'll do this. If the robot was disabled, but now has power, this is gonna be a nightmare. The second you give this robot any juice, like 1 bat energy, he's gonna be like, "Wait!" and he's gonna run off. You're like, "Fuck, come back!" Luckily, the only way to charge them is to plug a battery into their back.
Okay, so they can't move with the battery on.
They'll run off, but the battery will still be in their back. Because
Oh, okay. So it keeps
actually,
charging.
that is an issue. Actually, I can't really. the charging state, I do use this still, I think. Yeah, the charging state is still used. If the agent is fully charged, the battery just falls out. I think I still use this. Go to state. Yeah, I do. If someone plugs a battery in, it does that. So I'm still using a state. Now the problem is, if I go to idle, it leaves this state. So we don't really want to make them idle at all. What we want to do is stop the ticking. Because the agent itself is the one that has the update tick. Now we do need to do this. No, we don't want to do this if they're disabled. Please tell me I put disabled in the agent. It's in the base agent. It didn't. It's in the fucking robot, isn't it? For fuck's sake. Okay, well, disabled can live. That can totally live somewhere. Base agent. That's fine. Base agent can have disabled. I will consider it as some kind of health. So, leave that, come back to it. In the agent, we just don't tick. I don't go to idle because I want, when I put them into the state. Well, I can't even do that, damn it. Because if I don't tick them at all when they're disabled, then it won't tick the charging state. So the update here, basically, if the agent is disabled, this is totally fucking not okay. We're gonna have to look at the robot. So the robot, so the robot has an update. Now he calls base update. Base update just does state ticking. We don't call the base update. Don't call. Okay. If the robot is disabled, only allow the robot's charging state update. This seems a bit dirty, but if current state equals type of charging robot charging state, then we do allow the base update and then return. So we're pretty harsh on what they're allowed to do. We do want to update the UI always. And we won't even get to the point where they're interrupted or anything. So normally we'll completely bypass any kind of stuff. Now we don't want to idle them, so on disabled, we don't put them in idle. Maybe we can. Because once they get plugged into, once the on object plugged in, try that again, with the robot, on object plugged in, fuck's sake. If it's a battery, go to state, robot charging state, does some stuff, will start ticking because that one will be allowed to tick in this thing's update. That's the only one. Everything else gets ignored. Make sense?
Yep.
Whatever. I see a piss. I'll test it. I'll have to go back to that.
Or once again. Or again.
Uh, back a sec, mate. Right. There?
Yep.
Cool. Alright, so I'm just hoping to make this nice and easy. So if they were disabled, and now their battery level is greater than, I mean, we could be, make it a little bit something. We could have to give them a little bit of juice. Yeah, let's be like have a min battery level to re-enable. Yeah. That in here somewhere. And then so they have a little bit of chance to charge up, maybe like 10 battery or something. And then we'll just set enabled. Or we'll just do not that. On enabled. Okay, so name was disabled. Probably through lack of power. That's the only place it happens, right? Yeah. Lack of power. Was enabled after being recharged. Something like that. Oh. So he'll die whilst mid-mission of walking back and forth. Now we need to give our... Let's get a battery in here. So this is going to be a... This is a full battery. We need to... I don't know. Battery needs some work. Doesn't need a new UI and stuff. Alright, so this battery, I can now use it to charge this guy manually. So let's see how this pans out. It's like the size of him.
I guess it would make sense if you want to do it from a narrative perspective of you can't move batteries and they're in the ground. But that would also
Yeah, you just
remove
died.
a big mechanic.
If they're what?
I'm saying it would be an interesting narrative choice if the batteries could not move. They were just like stationary power generators.
Oh,
But then you wouldn't be able to move them around.
we have chargers for that.
Oh, okay. I didn't know we had a separate.
Yeah, they
Cool.
that's how you fill these guys up. So now this guy's like, oh, I can help you out here. So grab the battery. Oh, that's so much nicer. You don't have to move. So he picks it up. Now, go to not dead, disabled
Right.
robot. Yes, that worked. So we got him now, and it will say plug battery into robot.
Cool.
Except it's not charging him. This guy's so old, he's got the old school. Doesn't seem to be working on him. Alright, I'm going to debug this while we've got this set up. So let's check out our update. Well, let's check out the... Robot is plugging in and so on. Low battery bot entered the charging state. Ah! Where did this come from? I just realized something. This entire bloody time I should have wrapped all the logging. Not use debug logs, but logs that pass in that second parameter, this game object. So when you select them, it highlights the fucking thing in the scene that produced it. Bit late now, but... So he entered the charging state. Whose program finished? I don't know whose program. Not useful. Actually, it's really not that useful at all. I need to know who the computer is. Computer.name. Yeah, it's a program. Finished. There we go. Low battery bot was re-enabled after being recharged. And then he immediately started to go back to his job, but he doesn't seem to be, alive. And now he's just kind of... went through some weird states here. He left the charging... the thing is he can't... he only charges if he's in the charging state. It has nothing to do with the fact that he's got a battery jam in his back. So theoretically, he did recharge. I didn't see it, and it was so fast. Let's increase that threshold to a little bit higher. On battery level. Let's set this to... Oh, we set to 0. Fuck's sake, I didn't give it a value, did I? So what happened is, he immediately got one battery, one health, one energy, whatever, one battery. He woke up, carried on his merry way. So I plugged him in. Yeah, I plugged him in here. He left the idle state, went to the charging state. Don't know where this program finished. I think this is, this is the command line program finishing right here. Then immediately he re-enabled after like a split second. It's a float, so it's like 0.00 something battery you got, right? He immediately re-enabled, left his charging state, started moving, and then immediately died. So he really tried. He tried to move to the next traffic cone and immediately died, and now I could do the same thing again and plug it. Oh, I could have done the same thing again. Unplug the battery, plugged it back in, but he would have done the same thing.
Right.
So really, we could solve this problem by not
I feel like you need to have like once you get past a percent of battery, then you can move on. Not just if you have any at all.
Oh yeah, well we did that with the with this shit, and I forgot to give it a goddamn value.
Ah. Okay.
So that lived in robot, so it's somewhere in robot. So like I forgot to give it a value, so it's yeah, this.
There we go.
So but even then it's not really what you want. You kind of want him to charge fully. Or at least as much as the battery can handle. So
And then make it 99, I guess. Oh, but no, yeah, I see.
I kind of want to be a bit smarter about that. I want him to keep charging. But just not leave the charging state. Like he should stay there. He shouldn't resume his mission basically, because when he leaves that charging state, the alternative is I don't use a charging state. I actually build that charging behavior outside of state into the update of the actual robot. I kind of prefer to keep it in a state. The plus side is if it's not in the state, they can run around with a battery on the back, and it'll give them like hella range. So that's something. They'll never drain. It'll just well, I think I'm pretty smart about that in charging state. I think I'm energy to transfer equals the minimum. Yeah, I do. So if the battery, no, I don't. Actually, I would need to be smarter here, so that it doesn't overcharge. It doesn't keep charging. But again, if I move this code out of here, right, this stuff, and move it into the update of the robot, then they can run around with batteries on their back, and it will solve all these problems. I don't see a problem with it. I mean, yeah, they should be able to go about doing whatever they want with the battery charging them. And that simply isn't the case right now. I mean, the draining stuff isn't done like that. So I just basically need to rip out this. I mean, we can do stuff too, like, I don't know if you're fully charged, it automatically just drops the battery, it just pops off the back and lands on the floor. I don't know if we necessarily want to do that.
If that's a separate move from picking up a battery and just like carrying it somewhere, maybe it could be. I don't know.
I mean, it's automatically dropping off right now. Really, do you want to be leaving batteries lying around all over the city because they happen to be fully used? Probably not.
Yeah, I guess you're right. If you drop it off at the
In which case, this gets even simpler. It's just this.
I mean, you could even make that a thing you could program in if you really wanted to know for whatever reason. Have one robot that like is designed, its job is to pick up dead batteries, put them in the charger. The other one's just like
That'd be simple. I mean, if I wouldn't have to change anything, but that script to be written. Well, let's move this guy out into the robot, into his update. Let's get rid of this shit. So basically, yeah. I'm hesitant about not ticking states. Just by going to the idle state, and the fact you can't run any programs, right?
Yeah.
Means he'll stop moving. And his nav measure is dead anyway, but by popping him into the idle state and stopping his programs running, which includes the command line, I think, then he should never tick anything but the idle state. So this could probably stay there. Basically, I'm going to move that in there. This can come up here. This is going to stay where the fuck it was. And this doesn't go, this goes away. So basically, if there is a battery plugged into the robot, let me get other stuff plugged into the robot too, like, jetpacks and shit. If plugged in. So we'll just call it our battery. No, battery equals plugged in as a battery. So that'll get null if it's not a battery. So if he has a battery, do battery stuff. Yeah, that's pretty straightforward. The charging isn't hard anyway. Transfer some power to the battery to the robot. Cool. So now we gotta be smart about this. We need to know. We don't want to use power if this guy's fully charged. So we want a minimum. So this is okay. This is how much we would like to get. So we'll call this potential charge. I have to break this down because my brain's mush, so I have to split it up. Potential energy transfer equals that. And now the actual energy to transfer is going to be well, first we don't want to transfer too much, so we'll clamp it twice. We'll just clamp it twice. We'll first take the minimum, which is the battery's charge, and the maximum, which is the potential. So whatever's smaller, however much charge it's got left, and the maximum. Then we'll just do it again. This time taking into account the energy to transfer and kind of okay, this has got to be the whatever the smaller number is, and the smaller number should be 0 if it is fuck, come on, Cash. I've completely forgotten that the actual it's not a one-to-one relationship. What batteries hold? I'm gonna scrap that idea. Before batteries, like the 1 unit of charge in a battery would worth more. I don't know why I did that. I should just have batteries hold a lot more power. It's dumb.
Yeah, just have them be the same unit.
I have no fucking clue why I did that. So that can go away here. What I'm trying to do is make sure that it doesn't waste power by charging when it's already full. So if I want the minimum. Work with me here, man. You're good at math. I want to prevent him going over the maximum.
Okay, so the energy to transfer is the
minimum.
Maximum then.
The minimum.
Well, okay, so what are our variables here? We've got our
So we want
energy transfer.
a minimum.
How much we can give to
Yeah.
the robot.
This is the absolute max we can transfer this second. This update. This is limiting it so it doesn't take more than the battery has. So it doesn't it doesn't over empty the battery. Now we want to do the same thing, but make sure it doesn't overcharge the robot. So this is the maximum we can provide, and now this should be the amount left. So the battery level, it should be the max battery level minus the current battery level, right? So if they're the same, this is 0, therefore min should be 0, right? And now we take this, we reduce the battery's charge by the energy to transfer. And then we take our battery level and increase it by energy transfer with no multiples. It's hideous.
Okay. Cool. Let me just parse net 133 real quick. But energy transfer is the minimum of either what it is currently, which is the minimum of the charge or the potential energy transfer, or whatever the battery is minus however much it's got left. Okay, so if there's nothing in the battery, then it'll just be 200.
Yeah, if the battery's dead, then this will be 0, and that's the minimum, so this is 0, and it doesn't matter if anything else happens, it's 0.
I see.
Max potential energy transfer. I think these make sense. And then
So what's the difference between battery level and battery depth charge right now?
I just named them differently.
Okay, so they're the same
Stupid.
thing though.
They mean the same thing though. Well, charge used to have like a multiple, but it was dumb. I don't know what I was thinking. Transfer the energy. Should just be energy everywhere. I could rename it all, but I don't want to change all the prefabs right now.
That's fine.
That should do it. And now we don't need this robot battery. So robot charging. We don't need this anymore. So well, that ever gets cold anyway. So it's just this. Yeah. So on object plugged in, we don't even need this anymore because it's handled there. So the robot doesn't even need to do anything special here. It's just figured out. Yeah. And once that's plugged in, we're good to go. We'll catch it in the next update. And you'll just run around with a battery on his back. Okay. So we've got batteries. Once they run out, they're toast. So that bit's kind of done. Now we don't have to fuck about with this minimum battery level to... I kind of do want to have a minimum level though. I kind of want them to have to charge to at least 10.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So otherwise if it's like they snap back to life, it's going to be dumb. I think we should charge for a little bit. So they have to get up to 10 before they wake up again. Like your phone doesn't turn on when you plug it in for a split second. Still got 4 viewers. You guys are legends.
I think one of those would be
3 viewers. I'll ruin this one.
mine says 2 watching now to ruin it further.
Oh, there might be some people watching on. I'm also on Twitch and
Oh.
Facebook. So I got that thing,
Yeah, every time.
that Streamlabs thing that does it all at once. Right, so I want to plug battery into robot. And you should be going his merry way. After a little bit of charging. Just a little bit. Man, it's really chewing through. I forgot how much battery I give him. There he goes. He's awake. And he'll keep charging.
Cool.
And you sort the UI out. It's completely dominating everything. So he should be good. Batteries should like last a while. Right now, it's struggling.
How much does the battery have total?
I'm not even sure. They're left over from ages ago. So this is the this battery has a total power of 100, and so do the robots. There was that ratio before. It was like 5 times per thing. Yeah, here we go. Energy per charge on the battery. So I only lose that. Battery energy per charge is just dumb. And that's being used somewhere, isn't it? Yeah, this whole... I'll come back and safely delete all these dates somewhere at some point. This definitely was an exercise in like writing a huge system and then not using it at all in the space of a day.
I mean, hey, creative process, right?
Oh, I'm not complaining. I mean, it was nice. I got to... My generics... Really polished my generic skills off there. So, alright, let's make batteries a bit more potent. Let's get like, 5 full charges. I reckon 5 full charges of a robot. And a battery should be considered low when it's like, less than 50. Because that's how you find low batteries. Even less than 100.
Sure.
If you want to find low batteries, you have to. That's what they have to drop below. And oh no, I take low charge level. What's this low charge, high threshold? Am I using it for anything? What's this shit for? Oh, never mind. These should be percentages. Yeah, that's bullshit. Where is that other one coming from? Charge override. This one, low charge level. Is that being used anywhere? Battery is low. Okay, let's do this properly. is low, is high. And then we'll do it as a percentage properly, and we'll get rid of this nonsense. Say if the charge divided by the max charge is greater than, is less than that, and then we'll make those into percentages. And this will be high charge level. Shall make high charge percent. Right, and then when we're searching, okay, we're not using it anywhere, so on the batteries filter, we should be checking against, is it low? And is it high? Now, it's not true necessarily if it's, is it high, is it, like, there's empty, there's also, like, straight up empty. There's full, and I guess is empty. Where is it using this? Nowhere. Is empty. I don't know where I'd use these things. They're there if we need them. On all this stuff. Is charging. Don't know if I'm using it anywhere. In the state and the idle. Yeah, it's all crap now. But now we can use those percentages. So this is a percent. So if it's below, like, what would 10%? That'd be 50. So it's 20%. And a high would be 0.8. No override, max charge, no health. All right, we kind of need a battery mesh now. Really need a battery.
I mean, you can make a blue cylinder.
I'm hoping I can just find a battery.
I feel like that exists.
Low poly battery. Oh, what? Low poly.
Probably lower.
Whoa!
I
A
mean,
lot of batteries, mate. $20. More batteries you never need. It has to fit the style. I mean, it's gonna be cute.
right.
Literally, I'm looking for like a copper top or something.
Hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I can make a copper top out of a couple cylinders, but
Right.
let's go with
I mean, you've got a copper top candidate.
where?
In the previous search, there's one over there. Survival charger with battery. Middle. Oh, actually, that mod prop one. That's great.
$5. I'm not paying $5 for that cylinder.
What?
I'm not doing it.
There can't be choosers.
I'm not paying $5 for that.
Supporting
That's
Seymour.
fucking US, man.
Okay, but opportunity cost. Would
I
it cost
guarantee
you more
you,
than
a
$5
couple more
if you're trying to make it?
clicks, I'll find like some like random props. They'll have a better battery and a bunch of other cool stuff, and it'll be like free. Even I can make that. I can get a flashlight and a battery for that.
Mhm.
Ask Louis to make one.
The stream is now a Blender tutorial.
Is that what? A Blender
A
tutorial.
Blender tutorial.
Like, I mean, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I just
Where's
need,
the battery?
I just need like junk drawer props. The kind of stuff you find in a junk drawer. That's what I want. There's a battery. See, at least this I get some other stuff.
Yeah. Are you just gonna retexture it?
Of
Get rid
course.
of the text?
It's a bit PBR, unfortunately. I don't give a shit about the text at this point, but it's a bit PBR. God, I just want like a
What do you mean
fucking
by that?
low poly battery FBX free. Oh, not free. Download. Turbo Squid. Free. Here we go.
I mean, there's what you need.
That's $40 right there. And we need this like more polys in the entire city. I literally don't have the software on
Is
my
that green
computer.
one?
Turbo Squid's like everything's like the highest poly.
Yeah. That makes sense. It's more for like 3D animation, right, than gaming.
Yeah. Sketchfab.
Well, it's kind of cool. Let's look around.
This is a weird.
Just make a cylinder. Cylinder with a cylinder on top.
I'll just ask Lee to do it. He's actually good with Blender.
Ah.
From a distance, that won't look like a battery. What am I doing in my life? 9 volt. I can work with that. Motherfucker, I can't work with that. All right, let's blow some mad art skills. You ready for this?
I don't know if I am.
Wow.
Let's find out.
Brace yourself. Whoosh, whoosh. So, going to be a cylinder. I'll make it big because that's how professionals do it, and then make it small. And always use default sizes. And bigger. My copper top. Now I use my V snap skills. So it doesn't work for centering things. But that's alright. I'll do that. And then center it this way and this way. Genius!
Cool.
Copper
Done.
top. I don't know. Sticking out a bit. Let's make another bottom part. Just pretty high poly. Battery. Yeah. Don't need any colliders in these guys. This collider needs to be a bit more. A bit more. That's right.
Can you set the cylinder's fidelity? Like how many sides it's
No,
got?
fortunately, I don't think you can. Materials. Oh, someone. Oh yeah, that's it. Okay, let's like make a battery body. This is how professionals do it. What's a battery look like? Hang on, I got a drawer over here. What do these look like? It needs to be a future battery. Battery body can be like almost white. And battery ends orange. Pretty good.
Pretty good. Looks like a traffic cone.
We've had some like inspiration. You ready for this? Oh,
Wow. Now it looks even more like a traffic cone.
it's not. It's a battery, dude. Work with me.
Should make it blue. Blue or yellow?
Oh my god.
We already used orange. I like yellow.
That looks nice.
Because we have blue for cops.
Let's
orange
make the
for,
body. That looks like
Ooh,
sci-fi battery.
I like that.
And then I'll make
Okay.
cap top. I'm gonna sell it for $5.
Gonna make a profit.
Now I'll literally just take the battery and take this battery and just move everything over. So it needs battery script, rigid body. Oh, you got rigid body? Nope. It'll roll around because it's got a round bottom. It's okay. Well, actually, I'll give it a cylinder. We'll give it a cylinder collider. I think a cylinder collider's a bit more expensive.
That's it.
Motherfucker. Ready?
Well, that's.
I don't really
You
want.
don't want it to roll.
I don't want to
You
make a
put
box
it in the
cutter.
box.
I don't want them rolling
Yeah.
over. And what else am I missing? That's it. So this is the oldie battery. This is new battery, so I can get rid of this one. Hopefully, I don't think Louise use that anymore. New battery. Now I'll make it small. It's gotta fit on this poor guy's back. Whoa. Where'd this one come from? Oh, it refound all the other batteries. I get it. So let me stick it on the guy's back. Player bot. Battery on plug-in slot. Zero it. And then we'll scale it. Huh?
Nice.
Looks right. So that's the scale. Apply. Now when it's on the floor, I'll put it somewhere here. Well, all the other batteries are, they're there, they're just floating. I don't like how its center is not centered, but it's, there we go. Okay, let's try the same operation and see how dumb it looks. Now, let's just see how it looks when we plug it into a stick. Shit. The charger's actually, so how, batteries used to charge using states. Oh shit, I forgot to post. Fuck, I forgot to post my recap from this thing. Hold on, apologize for student. In the meantime, I'll just quickly give them the. Totally forgot. Should have did that before I got started this morning. But
Yeah. Or not to get sucked in.
in my videos, it's all day and I still do the morning. I never forget to do that at all.
Yeah, it's only the one time. I think it's fair.
I'll just send them a link to the YouTube now if they want to watch the recaps. They have the challenges already because they're on the thing. It's just a recap and everything. I don't think you even read that, to be honest. I'll just quickly shoot them a message. How long have I been working on this thing? Ages. I just shot them on the YouTube link. That's all I need right now. Yeah, sorry. So that code was still going to be running. Like when it reaches a nearby charger. I never really liked the idea to plug stuff into the charger because the charger is like kind of full. I kind of liked it was just nearby the charger would start charging. And it's okay with this battery charging. This battery charging state's fine because batteries don't do programs and shit, so I'm not really worried about this using states. They worked fine, so it's just like on entered, it starts charging. Assuming that's used. Yeah. Charge equals charge per second. Now this is probably got to be ramped quite a lot. That's gonna be charge per second. Oh, the charger's got to be. Yeah, the charger's got to be way faster. Now, robots can't currently charge from chargers. Only batteries can. So I need to wrap this charge per second. It's got to be pretty big on a charger because batteries have like 500 capacity. So these charging stations. Charge per second, it's gotta be like what? How long to charge a battery? Probably like 10 seconds?
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, let's go with that. Now we
And
see
that's gonna give it. It's gonna make 2 seconds to charge a robot, though, right?
Yeah, but they can't charge robots.
Oh, the charger can't. Oh, right.
Yeah. You seem a bit too small, these batteries now.
Maybe.
Where are all these
I don't
goddamn batteries coming from? Where's this jokes?
Bunch of
Fucking
them.
batteries for days. Get rid of all these batteries. Get this out the way. Put over there. Alright. See how it's still see your plans out. Alright, still. So this guy's gonna conk out pretty sharpish. Alright, what was that? Oh, that popular code stuff's bullshit. That's fine. It's just so he's away. I don't know do tween max like oh. Now I want to change this expression, but we haven't got around to that yet. So grab battery. They don't have any UI on them anymore. Plug battery into self. Does that work? Oh, plug battery into this robot. There we go. This is because I just tanked. There's no UI left. I lost the UI. So I should probably put the UI back on the battery. But let's copy one of the robot's UIs. Like just this little guy here. So we'll grab that. We'll dump it on one of these batteries. We'll zero it in X and Z. Okay, that needs to be under a canvas. Now I gotta do my fucking okay. Let's copy the whole canvas from the robot and then strip it down. Okay, canvas 0 0. Doesn't need a name. Stats is just gonna be energy. This is local. Lift that up. Make a stats, squish it. Oh damn. Energy stats to the top left. I feel that should be 5 height. And then that whole thing faces the camera. So I'll just bring this right down. And then it doesn't need to be as big as the robots really did.
Yeah, probably.
I'll probably shrink this.
Yeah.
Now we need to do the same with this guy. Yeah, that's subdued. It's not too annoying.
Okay.
And now the battery's got to talk to it. So charge display would be this. And that's all it really uses. That's all its health display and shit. So if you want to kick some batteries ass, I guess you could. Right, so what's freaking out here? Oh, the name text. Does the battery really need a name? I think it's fairly fucking obvious what a battery is.
Yeah, probably doesn't need to clutter.
And all this shit can go away then, because I don't think that's part of the child. The name is actually... There it is. The dog went outside, and I think he's working for the tobacco company. So whenever he goes outside, I want a cigarette. I'll be right back.
Sure.
We're getting there, mate. Thank you all.
Yeah.
Okay. There.
Yep.
Hey, okay. With this, that was. I didn't need to test it now. Oh, we should put the hands in front of the robot now. Because everything was really huge.
Yeah.
Everything was really huge before. Yeah, let's move the hands in front.
Sure.
Where was the hands? Oh wait. No. No. That'll do. So, running out of batteries? Check. Look, I do have this history too.
Mhm.
Plug battery into robot. Oh no, I ran out of batteries. Shit. No. Okay, well I guess that player can't do shit when they're out of batteries.
Fair. Maybe that's your lose condition.
Plug battery into this robot. There we go. Now grab battery. Not the one I'm holding. No.
We gotta mark that one.
Oh, I just realized something. He's still charging. That shouldn't do that. So when I unplug from self, these plugged in as false also need to make the plugged in equals